Welcome in. It is day 3 of the NFL Draft. I'm Zach Lyons, joined by Stoney Keeley, producer JT of the Hot Read Podcast, and of course, Easton Freeze, the host of the Hot Read Podcast. And what's going on? What's everybody laughing at?
My green screen fell as we started.
No. Just already falling apart on the show.
It fell, and we were in the third setup, and I thought it was gonna be fine, but then we come on, and it's. We good?
Stoney, the big question is in the chat is who's more hungover, you or me? Where are you at on a 1 to 10 hangover scale?
I'm pretty hungover.
Really? Okay.
That's not a number, so you are really hungover.
I don't think I've been this hungover since the 2023 Senior Bowl. Our first trip down the
you're
Mobile
that
together.
hungover from the Senior Bowl game hungover?
Yeah.
It's not bode well.
I would say.
Well, Stoney wins then because I am not that hungover. So
I would say 7.
He wins.
1 to 10.
I'm the most
I'm a
hungover
7.
of the 4.
Did you drink like you were in high school last night?
Yeah.
We're gonna be here all day, day 3, talking through the picks. The Carolina Panthers look to be on the clock. I don't know if Roger Goodell's got his ass out there and started this thing off yet, but I got the TV on, got the big board up. We got everything you need. I will throw in the big board, actually, also into the chat here for the YouTube. So that way, you guys, if you guys want to follow along, that, little something free. The subscribers for stackinginbox.com got it for day 1 and day 2 exclusively, but now I'm going to give it out to the masses for day 3 here.
How about that?
I'm a generous, benevolent man.
That's so fair, because if you are a sicko like us still watching the draft on day 3, you almost deserve it, right?
Yeah, you do.
I think that is
right.
I should probably turn the draft on, huh?
That's a good way to keep up with today's festivities. Yeah,
I'm down bad, guys.
It's been a wild 48 hours. The Tennessee Titans decision makers are obviously stackinginbox.com subscribers, F-Words listener, for 40 Sports listener, and Hot Read listeners, because they're doing pretty much everything we really have wanted since really the Senior Bowl, right? I mean,
yeah.
What's interesting, and JC Latham, I think everybody likes JC Latham. It's a really good pick. I would also say that looking at T'Vondre Sweat, I know that T'Vondre Sweat isn't everybody's cup of tea. And I've already got questions in the Substack chat for stackinginbox.com about, how can you call him a 3-down player? He only played 30 snaps a game. It was close to 40. But that's a very complicated answer, and that's something I will be writing about, what a 3-down player in college may or may not look like.
Right.
But I am more using 3-down player to combat those that say he's a 2-down run stuffer. And that is the difference. So
it's a 3-down skill set.
Does it mean that he's going to play 90% of snaps? No. Heck, Big Jeff only played 68% of the snaps for the defense and stuff. And Dexter Lawrence is around 62. So with the way that colleges work, especially with blowouts as well, that's, looking at snaps per game probably doesn't make a lot of sense, because, when you're blowing out Kansas 38-10, T'Vondre Sweat's probably not on the field, all throughout the whole game, and they're probably giving him and Byron Murphy rest. But I use it more for, I want to make sure that people know that there is pass rush upside. The people who think that there is no pass rush upside is what I'm really trying to combat, is that this guy is a 2-down run stuffer, when really the first 2 downs you have to be able to stuff the run and
defend the pass,
stop the pass. And that's something that he does. And I know this is a very long-winded answer, but I just want people to know Dane Brugler had him at number 33. And then once the DUI happened, that's when he dropped out to 129 out of the top 100.
Don't tell people that, though. It doesn't fit the narrative. Does not fit the narrative.
Yeah. So just so everybody knows, and I try to preach this a lot, the DUI, the NFL does not care about DUIs for the most part. There's always going to be,
whether they should or
teams that were going to draft T'Vondre Sweat in the 2nd round. I didn't think he was making it out of the 2nd round. There's always going to be that, because obviously the Tennessee Titans have done their due diligence, and I know I haven't let anybody else talk, and I'll apologize and I will shut up. But Easton, T'Vondre Sweat, JC Latham, big meaty men, how you feeling?
everything's coming up us, gentlemen. I mean, like Zach said, it's been one of the more controversial drafts, I think, of any team in the league so far, just because both guys are pretty polarizing in the draft analyst community. But I'm so glad that the four of us have it on detailed record for months now that we kind of planted our flag on both of these guys as certified good players, deserving of going in the top 10 and going on day 2 early, like T'Vondre Sweat did. With Sweat, you make a good point that it's the skill set more than it is the snap count. And I think the snap count thing is a lot of context-less box score scouting going on with him. Like the idea that his snap count is, in the mid to low 30s is betrayed a little bit by the fact that, I don't know if y'all know, Texas was a pretty good team last year. In the beginning of the season, they played a couple games where the starters didn't play a whole lot of snaps. So that's a part of that. When you look at the back half of his season, he was consistently playing significantly more snaps per game. And like you said, he has that skill set where he even if he's not out there the entirety of the game, he can play all 3 downs and be effective on all 3 downs because of the way that he gets pressure up the middle. And I think we talked a little bit about this, I think, at the bar off the record at the Senior Bowl. And it's been something that I've been mulling over this entire offseason, this idea that the NFL is kind of steering to, I think, the turning tides of the way that defenses are trying to attack offenses in a different way is getting pressure up the middle, attacking the interior of offensive lines. And when you have 2 guys like T'Vondre Sweat and Jeffrey Simmons, that, like, if that's your game plan, that signals to me you're all in on that style of attack, trying to change the math a little bit. I know our buddy Mike was talking about it last night. I think he's 100% right. The Titans defense seems to want to just be at a math advantage up front and at the corner position. They're trying to max out the extremes, right? Being able to defend the run with light boxes and cover 3 deep on the outside, allowing for the spine of your defense, your safeties, your linebackers to play fast and physical and reactive and downhill. I think that's their recipe. And a guy like T'Vondre Sweat does a lot to help them in that regard. I would throw it to Stoney here, but it looks like he's fighting for his life over there. Stoney, can we speak, or do I need to go?
Listen, he almost died at the. So
I'm good.
We went out and had a little mini powwow, had a little date night last night.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Can we tell the people, Zach, that we went to this fantastic, well put together, awesome, like heartwarming event that 440 Sports, our kids, Sinkers, Lachlan Table all put on. And we drank all this bourbon. And then you and I, at the end of the night, were like, let's go to Dicey's. And then we each drank an entire pitcher of beer ourselves after this entire night of drinking bourbon. So that's why I'm struggling.
You almost died last night off of tater tots. I mean, he was struggling for his life. Ja'Tavion Sanders comes off the board for the Panthers. So he was a faller that I wasn't quite prepared to be in the fourth round.
For me, it was less where he fell to and more the other tight ends that went before him.
Yeah,
that was being second tight end off the board, third for
third.
Ryman.
Yeah, your boy Sinnott was the second one off the board. So
love that.
But Stoney, while you were struggling for life, your thoughts on JC Latham, or this idea of 700 plus pounds of just meat being drafted, and really I want to get into their comments because I think the Rand Carthon Ranahan press conference was amazing. I think it was elite. I think we got some really good insight into the process. It's like a lot of people want to say Isaiah Wilson for both of these prospects, but they're really the effort and evaluation and the investigation and all this stuff that they put into these players is way better than anything John Robinson did with Isaiah Wilson. So I feel very comfortable. Denver trades up, but Stoney, over 700 pounds of meat drafted to this team. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm thinking that comment that Brian Callahan made about looking good getting off the bus carries a lot more weight, no pun intended, than we originally thought. But it seems like a concerted effort to really get bigger, get stronger in the trenches, and build out from that. Like you're getting tone setters with these 2 picks, in addition to just filling needs these are guys that are going to add quite a bit of beef up front on both sides of the ball, and I'm on board with it. I think this is not only, like I said, it's not only a couple of picks to fill needs, but it's a couple of picks that are really going to change the tone of the offensive and defensive line as well. And I like Jordan's comment, titties for days. Titties for days.
JT, a lot of narratives. We were talking about it last night, floating around about Sweat, people challenging people to debates, putting people on moron alert. Sorry, intellectually challenged alert. Don't want to be too abrasive for Easton this early in the draft process.
Thank you.
But JT, what were your thoughts when you're scrolling through Twitter? Because you don't tweet a lot. You don't get into the sewers and yuck it up.
He's like you. He's just
everybody.
lurking all the time, man.
He's just lurking.
I do
what
love
were your thoughts on all these narratives.
So my favorite thing is that I just love to I'm the guy in the corner that's going to eat the popcorn all the time and just kind of watch the chaos. I'll throw a stone and then kind of run back to my hole as Troy Franklin also comes off the board here for the Broncos. So his fall stops. You kind of see that those two guys who were the biggest fallers yesterday come off the board here. So their slide no longer now, which is so funny because now I just realized Bo Nix just gets to throw to Troy Franklin again. Like,
how about that?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And they traded up for him, right? Like they traded up to get that guy. So their young quarterback has someone that he's going to be familiar with, and that's a good move. I know that me and Stoney aren't the biggest Troy Franklin guys, but that is a smart, sound strategy by the Denver Broncos.
And in the fourth round, man.
Mm-hmm.
I started to become a Troy Franklin guy in the fourth round. That changes the math a little bit.
But so the Sweat, there are some people who were blindsided by this move, so to say, on
disaster
Twitter.
Move, I've been told.
Apparently, it's a disaster move.
Beginning of the end, I fear.
Clearly, if you thought that you were blindsided by this move, you haven't been paying attention to what the Titans have done for the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Like, we've been reporting on it, and we've been talking about it.
Yeah.
About T'Vondre Sweat since the Senior Bowl. This is a guy that they've been connected to for the longest time. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, in the press conference last night, we talked about this on our live stream. It is a little bit of like flirting with, did they fall in love with a T'Vondre Sweat here, or was it simply doing due diligence? Because the fact that they meet with him the day after his DWI and then continue to learn about the guy, fly to his hometown, meet his family, understand the situation. I think that if they went through all of these steps and still drafted him where he was pretty much consensus 4 weeks ago, that checks all the boxes in my mind for me personally. It's also about the fit, I think, with both of these guys, right? Mm-hmm. I think when you look at maybe some national folks who have graded this draft, they're taking it on the name value alone. And obviously with Tennessee, they're not going to be the most plugged in when grading the Tennessee Titans ever. But I think you can't look at the pick just itself, but look at the situation that both of these guys are going into. This pick is not just for the player, but you're taking this player into a situation where both of them have basically the best support system ever. Like JC Latham getting to learn from Bill Callahan is a huge plus to getting him on top of the 7th pick. Getting a T'Vondre Sweat to work in that room with Jeffrey Simmons is maybe the biggest wild card there. You talk about, the lack of production last year and how he's not a pass rusher. 2 sacks last year, 3 quarterback hits, but 26 hurries last year, which is the biggest thing. Even if he isn't the biggest pass rusher, who's to say that this now takes the double team pressure off of a Jeffrey Simmons? You let this mountain of a man be the guy who's going to get the hurries, and let Jeffrey Simmons, who you paid almost $100 million to, go up and clean up and eat the quarterback. Like, right. I think this is a perfect 1-2 punch. It's scary for a lot of offensive lines coming up this season. I'm not really that mad at either of these picks. I love T'Vondre Sweat. JC Latham, I had my questions about could he move to the left side of the line, and then they came out 15 minutes after JC Latham got picked and said, yeah, he's going to play on the left side. Bill thinks he can play on the left side. And I said, okay, I'll shut up. If Bill thinks he can play on the left side of the line, I'm going to stop talking because Bill knows a lot more than I do. I'm in love with both of these picks. I think it is great it's a great force multiplier for this team.
And that's the thing is like everybody's like, well, they're very focused on the player and not his impact, not the ripple effect that these guys cause, right? Like even JC Latham, now he's there. Not only is he going to move to the left side, but now you have someone that is big and massive and strong and has attitude next to Peter Skoronski, who lacks a little bit of power, who lacks a little bit of that killer instinct. No, and that's okay. I'm not, don't get me wrong or anything,
Right.
but now
He's not nasty.
there's
like
that ripple effect. And then you have Lloyd Cushenberry on the other side. But that also, is protecting Will Levis. That helps. That protection helps let the wide receivers run open a little bit longer or have more time to get open. And with T'Vondre Sweat, they're doing the opposite. And this is why I said last night is that they're doing the opposite of what they did with Jarrell Casey. For years, I kept saying they need to find a guy next to Jarrell Casey. They need to get a premier guy. And they never really did until like Daquan Jones.
Right. It was too late.
And Daquan Jones is all right, right? And he wasn't a big multiplier. And then they lost. And then here comes Jeffrey Simmons, but they only get like a half a season together. And then the next time you turn around, they get Danico Autry. And Danico Autry is now gone. But you needed a guy on the line. Sebastian Joseph Day is a role player. I mean, we've seen he can be something, but we've seen over his whole career that consistently he's just kind of a role player. And T'Vondre Sweat, whether he just plays 2 downs or not, he is still going to impact this team. Not only Jeffrey Simmons, Harold Landry, Arden Key, the linebackers. Then you have the cornerbacks. All these guys benefit from T'Vondre Sweat and Big Jeff being on that line. And they have done so much work on T'Vondre Sweat. And I think that should let you know that they said in the press conference, they set expectations already at the meeting at the house in front of his family. They decided that, hey, we're a team that really loves T'Vondre Sweat. Here are our expectations for you. Here's our expectations for your family. Here's what we need to do to make sure that T'Vondre Sweat is making money, because Brian Callahan said specifically, there's a lot of ways to lose money, and being overweight is one of those ways. And that's what I told T'Vondre Sweat. So they have set expectations. And from
Did you hear
Rand's
call to him last night? Did you hear the behind the scenes call?
No.
So I can't quote it exactly, but the way that he talked to him briefly on the phone sounded like he was alluding specifically to that kind of detailed conversation they've had about, if we draft you, here's what we expect from you exactly, and you better live up to it. Because he essentially says, we're excited to have you. We want you to come in here. It's time to get in the room, buckle down, be a good soldier, is essentially what he said. And so I think that there are some very firm, clear expectations that have been set. But can I say one thing about the parallel? This year's day 2 for the Titans to last year's day 2, we had another instance of a guy that the 4 of us have been fans of since the Senior Bowl, watched him operate, and said, this guy's a dog. And then the narrative on him on draft day, amplified by social media and people not actually watching the player, but looking at everything else about them not on the field, you're focused on everything but what the guy actually does when he's playing football, right? With Tyjae Spears, it's, wow, the Titans drafted a round 3 running back who doesn't have an ACL. What a crazy, stupid decision. What a reach. The Titans, T'Vondre Sweat, they fell in love with the guy. They drafted him at 38. What a reach. He's a party animal. He's an overweight player that's not going to be on the field for 3 snaps. It's everything about actually everything but actually watching the guy play football. And if you just watched the guy play football, I think you realize you're missing the forest for the trees completely, because both are complete and utter dogs out there, man. And it's a shame that both of them have had to start their career with a media narrative more than actually a reflection of the football player that they are.
Yeah. And people got to understand that also, Rand Carthon talked about situations in the past where they don't draft a player because of these concerns that people do have. And I do think that it is legitimate to question certain things that have happened with T'Vondre Sweat. I'm not saying that you should never question anything. I think your concerns are legitimate.
Yeah.
But also you have to listen to what Rand Carthon said. And he talked about specifically that there were times where we passed on players or we chose not to draft a player because the locker room wasn't really where it needed to be, right? And the coaches and the support system weren't there. Every rookie has to come in and learn how to be a pro. There is a certain level of there's a learning curve on how to be a pro. We spoke last night at the thing with Derek Mason was our guest. And so one of the things he talked about was how hard it is for a rookie to come in. And I will say this because I think we can at least breach this. It's typically a phones off thing. But he talked about how he liked that Marvin Harrison didn't do the testing because when you come in, training to be in the NFL is really, really difficult your first year. That's why you see so many wide receivers or cornerbacks pull hamstrings because they're training for the 40, not training for football.
Right.
And sometimes that can stunt your growth. So to me, I'm okay with drafting T'Vondre Sweat, giving him a plan, which they are doing, him getting to the plan because he sounds like he's willing. Because what'd he say? If I get to 350 or 355, I'm Hall of Famer. I'll be a Hall of Famer. And he's 366. That really ain't that far off
here. Sorry, not to cut you guys off, but the Chargers pick is in, so the Titans are now officially on the clock here at 106.
What's the gut feeling? What are we thinking?
Let's see. Justin Boygby to the Chargers. So Javon Baker and Malik Washington are there. If they draft Javon Baker, we are cooking with gas. And Malik Washington would be amazing as well. But it'd be really hard for me to pass on one of those wide receivers.
My gut tells me they want a linebacker, whether it's here or in the next round. I don't know. I don't get the impression that they're going to go receiver here, but I will be pleasantly surprised if they do.
Which linebackers are available? The next up would be Trotter, right?
Trotter, Cedric Gray,
Jordan McGee.
So it's going to be a reach for my boy Eddie U right now, but Jordan McGee in this spot would be pretty nice. Yeah. Or man, I would turn in the Malik Washington card so quickly.
Even if Javon Baker's on the board, you would take him over?
Yeah, I would.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be stoked with either. I mean, they're obviously very different style receivers, but I think they both would be really nice.
So the Chargers went a Boygby. I think y'all are ahead of me on the broadcast because y'all got the.
Well,
that was on Twitter. They literally just announced it on the broadcast for me.
Oh.
And I see who the Titans picked here. I don't know if we want to wait or not, but let's just talk about it.
Yeah, throw it out there.
Okay, so Cedric Gray is who they went. And I think it's a good pick. It's not the pick that I would have done.
They wanted a linebacker.
But it's a pick that makes sense, and I'm not surprised that maybe Cedric Gray is the top player on their board. I had him ranked a little bit lower, but it was more of a there's just other players that I think are better, but they obviously don't. But I'm in. Right now they're fixing needs, or they're fixing needs with really highly rated players. So Cedric Gray, in love. Wish it was Javon Baker though. I really do.
Sure.
Yeah, I had Gray at 121 overall. He was my linebacker 8, but yeah, so I would have gone Trotter, Eddie U, and McGee over Gray, but no real gripes with the pick because he is really traitsy guy, good athlete, good range. We watched him at the Senior Bowl and kind of felt like by the end of the week in the actual game itself, he was probably the best linebacker there that week. I don't know if that's a stretch or if you guys would agree with that, but it's a pick that fills a need with an athletic guy. I'm not going to complain about it.
Well, it's the coverage ability, right? That's the thing that, it feels a massive need for a guy that could wear the green dot and can be reliable in coverage.
Well, scouts, I think, all agree Cedric Gray is a green dot one of the few green dot caliber guys that could do it day one. That was the big thing on go long. I will say this, one of the lowest yards per reception allowed among the linebackers that went to the combine in a few that I pulled up, 7.2 yards per reception allowed, a forced incompletion rate of 8.2, which is about, where you want to be. Run stop rate 10.4. It's one of the higher ones. I mean, he's not elite at anything, but he's really good. I would say this though, he does allow he got targeted a lot, but it's good that if he got targeted a lot, that he didn't allow high yards per reception, because he had the lowest snaps per target. They were targeting him at 7.4. Every 7.4 snaps, he was getting a target in coverage. So that means they were attacking him, but he made them pay for it. And that may just be the nature of how he played on the field. But I like it. It works. It's good value. I
think you're more excited about what it does for their defense. Right. You're more excited about what it does for their defense than the actual player himself. The hole that has been filled is one that takes a lot of anxiety out of trying to figure out what they're going to do defensively this year.
So real quick, I do want to just, in our, not to, toot our own horn here, are we 3 for 3 on our Easton, on our do and do not draft? Are we 3 for 3 on do draft players?
3 do draft players from our guy.
From us?
Yeah. So
man,
we're
on fire.
We're on the record. We're cooking. Yeah.
I'll just, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to read what I wrote about him here.
Go ahead.
I said about Cedric Gray, in a weaker linebacker class, Cedric Gray is one of the few prospects with whom there is a lot to like. At 6'1" and 234 pounds, Gray is a consistent all-around player who doesn't make the flashiest of plays, but he's a sound tackler. He had a stellar 2022 season with 115 tackles, 80 tackles in 2023 with a 14.6% missed tackle rate. So there was a little bit of issue there this past season, but I think with his 4.64 speed, it gives him the lateral movement to excel in coverage and find his way to where the action is. This is the biggest thing that I just thought of as I was rereading this here. With Denard Wilson coming from the Ravens, what have they been preaching about the Ravens defense is the aggressiveness in trying to force turnovers. And that's something about that Ravens defense I've always really enjoyed. The biggest thing with Cedric Gray's game is that in 2023, he forced 11 turnovers during his time at UNC, including an interception. He also had 5 sacks in 2023. Like you said, there are some things that he can do in coverage to get better, but with that playmaking ability to force those turnovers, I really do like the pick here. I think that he can wear the green dot from day one. This is something that they've alluded to since the beginning of the offseason, that, hey, there may be we don't have to go out and get a guy, because there may be some guys that in this draft class that we like that can do it from day one. And this is a guy that I think is going to play right alongside Kenneth Murray and be that green dot guy.
Yeah, and if you are a subscriber to Stacking the Inbox, you've probably already read this, but I did pull up my eval from our girthy draft guide. Gray clearly has the athletic traits to play. You don't have to watch him for too long to notice his range and physical tools. The speed and explosiveness shows up right away. Down in Mobile, he was sticky in coverage on running backs, which was something that those drills are designed for the offensive players. It's really difficult for the linebackers to hang in there and cover the running backs, cover the tight ends. So I was particularly impressed by that. His fluidity and range show up on the tape too, where he plays with fluid hip turn and the quick twitch it takes to navigate traffic, shed blocks, and play the run or pressure the quarterback, which I think is kind of an underrated component of this conversation, is that he could be in this defense under Denard Wilson, which we think if it is going to mimic the Ravens defense at all, is a very valuable piece to have. I'm thinking about how they utilized Patrick Queen last year. So I like that component to Cedric Gray's game as well. He's athletic enough to sell the rush at the edge, sink his hips, and still quickly get back into coverage. So when you talk about what Mike McDonald did with the Ravens and what we presume Denard Wilson is going to do a little bit of, it's that disguising. Like Cedric Gray has the athleticism to play up to the line of scrimmage and then drop back into coverage if they're basically bluffing on those alignments. His light frame does get him pushed back defending the run, but he's a scrappy tackler and forcefully storms the gate. Gray is a rangy linebacker that can cover the field from sideline to sideline.
Green dot Gray, Cedric Green, just
Green dot Gray.
Yeah, Green dot Gray.
Good stuff.
This is a good draft. I mean,
it is.
It's a really good draft. It may not be the most exciting draft. I mean, you're talking about an offensive line, a defensive line, but
right.
But I also don't think that any of these are reaching for need. It's more of the best player of. I could see this being best player available.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
And on their board now. It's not on the board that I tried to put together with them in mind, but it's just because, again, you know, I like Christian Mahogany more than most, and I figured that maybe they would put an offensive lineman up there. But I would say, yeah, I guess you called it a taking your medicine draft, Easton, from Kenneth, and I kind of agree that it is just it's not exciting.
Well, and here's the thing. John Robinson hollowed out this roster for 2 years, and you're at the point where you need meat and potatoes guys, and these are meat and potatoes guys they've been adding. It's the foundation upon which your roster needs to be built on. They are still in year one of a rebuild, and these are the kinds of guys you need to bring in. They're not the guys that are going to be getting massive second contracts necessarily, but they're going to be the foundation that you put the flashy stuff around, that you build around the next 3-4 years. And if you don't have those guys, like we saw the Titans the past 2 years, you become a stars and scrubs team. It doesn't exactly work when your stars aren't great, or they're aging, or they get hurt. It's a dangerous life to live. And so you've got to build out the meat a little bit.
I mean, looking at it, let's see, Titans next pick is
146.
146. Is that what you said?
I believe so.
I believe it's 146. I'll double check.
It's 146 to 148, somewhere around there. with how the NFL messed up the comp picks like twice, I stopped paying attention.
146.
So they're 146. So we got 36 picks to go, because I've already seen what the Vikings and the Atlanta has done. So since we've been talking about Cedric Gray, the Giants have drafted Theo Johnson. The Vikings have drafted Kyrie Jackson. And it's already been announced, and not up on the screen, but it has been announced that Atlanta has selected Brandon Dorless. So big run on Oregon players in the fourth round.
Wow. Hey,
Pac-12 just means more, I guess, in the fourth round.
I do want to say about that Atlanta team real quick. You know, to cut you off. They had a bad day one, but they really came around on day two. You know, it's kind of it's a polarizing pick, taking Rook Ohorhoro over like a Johnny Newton, but
Ohorhoro, say it right.
I'm
Oreo.
We'll call him Oreo. Rook Oreo.
Rook Nukem.
People have been calling him Scooby Doo because of like Roro. Like that's I've seen that on Twitter a lot. But the fact that they got him and Brandon Dorless, that for better or for worse, they are kind of making up for their mistakes of day one and are building that interior defensive line, and I really like it.
No one's gonna
Marcus
care.
Hall's right.
Sorry, man.
I can't make up for Penix. You can't do it.
Okay. Yeah.
But I will say Rook, Braylon Trice, and Brandon Dorless, great.
It's young and
that's
feisty.
good young, and they've kind of lacked building around Grady Jarrett. So I kind of like what they're doing here.
Right,
but
so
I
if you
agree.
Just do this right here and look at their draft.
Would you
cool.
like? Let me ask you a question. Would you all have liked the idea of them getting a quarterback if it was Bo Nix or JJ McCarthy? Like, is Michael Penix the issue, not necessarily their strategy?
So
it is for me.
The primary issue was the location. The primary issue was the location. Doing it at 8, I think, is crazy. If they had moved back and gotten a guy, I would have liked the idea. But I like McCarthy was on the board. If they'd done it with McCarthy there, I would have at least understood it a little bit more, because the guy's 21 years old.
He's 4 years younger.
Michael Penix is going to be filing for retirement by the time he gets to play football. Like, you can't have one of the oldest players in this draft, one of the oldest first round quarterbacks to go in a long time, to be the guy that you're going to have sit behind Kirk. I mean, Kirk Cousins is ancient, and this guy's only 12 years younger than him. That's not.
Yeah.
That's not great.
I just felt like Penix and Nix were the two guys. Well, outside of Caleb Williams off the board, I felt like Penix and Nix were the two guys that you could rely upon to trot out their week 1 rookie season and have the greater chance of success. I felt like they were higher floor, more experienced, more seasoned, a little more ready for NFL action. I don't think either of those guys are the quarterback you take and go the Jordan Love route like Green Bay did. Like I don't know what just happened.
One of your boys just
Javon Baker went to New England. So.
Drake May gets Jalen Polk and Javon Baker. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
That's kind of feisty. That's kind of sexy. I like it. I dig it.
Who's their offensive coordinator up in New England? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
Oh,
That's
man.
a great question. I have no idea anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up.
Real quick, I want to someone asked a question in here earlier, and they said,
Alex
where
Van
was
Pelt.
it?
That's right.
Alex
yeah.
Van Pelt.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd it go? Oh, Ian asked, what about Burton going to the Bengals yesterday, getting that Higgins replacement in for 2024? Listen, there is no better place for a very problematic skill player to go than Cincinnati. I saw that and I said, that makes sense. Welcome to Cincinnati. What a bad influence on Jermaine Burton. And you know what? They just don't care. Like that's the least surprising thing to me ever that he goes there. Listen, I think it's a low risk, high reward situation. We talk all the time how Jermaine Burton could be a top 5 wide receiver in this class if he wanted to, but then he goes around and punches students after games, and then we have a problem. So going to Cincinnati, I don't know how much better you're gonna get there, brother. But if they can rein him in, I think that's a really good pick for them.
Man, and apparently
it was interesting.
It wasn't just the punching the fan incident either. Apparently, Burton.
No, apparently he's a head case.
Yeah, has some pretty nasty practice habits and kind of drives some people on coaching staffs crazy. So it's not like he's just got that one slip up that caused him to fall. I think there were some legitimate concerns about him, but now, of course, he's going to go to Cincinnati, and in 2 years' time, he's going to be like what we say T. Higgins is now. Like he's just going to be steady.
I think my thing is with this whole situation is that with Joe Burrow there, you can take that risk, right? Because Joe Burrow is going to keep him in line. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, for a lesser extent, they'll be able to do it. But Joe Burrow is going to make sure that dude is practicing, right? And I think
it's the reincarnation of Chad Ochocinco and Terrell Owens from the mid 10s to late to early or the early 2000s. Welcome back, problematic king. It
will probably work for them. I can see. I think that's a much better situation than I know the popular pick as maybe a joke for the most part, but I think the popular pick has been the Steelers. Obviously, Steelers take a head case, wide receiver or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think
Javon
that
Baker
this
to
is
the
one
Patriots.
of the
Good pick.
Yeah, this is one of the better, I think, places for him to land. And I think that when I talked earlier in the last few weeks, I've said just kind of like what Stoney has said. The Jermaine Burton is very much a top 5 talent, but never could achieve it. And going here, I would say that he has a good 80% chance of achieving that feeling for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think I think it really tells me that no matter what, T. Higgins is out of Cincinnati after this year. That's been decided a long time ago. I was wondering when they were gonna, finally take a wide receiver there. Could they have taken A.D. Mitchell where they took Chris Jenkins? I thought that was very not out of the realm of possibility, but getting that guy at that bargain, I see why they did it.
Yeah. Yeah, Javon Baker, of course, goes to New England. That's a really good pick for them. He talk about a guy that has all the data metrics that you want from a wide receiver, and essentially, how everybody talks about in the NFL, well, you don't need a first-round wide receiver because, you could get Cooper Kupp in the 4th round, or you can get this guy and this guy and this guy. Look at all these receivers that go on day 3 that are really, really good. Javon Baker is going to be that guy in this class.
He's going to be a dog, man.
He hits all the metrics that you need out of a wide receiver: the yards per route run, the contested catch rates, the deep ball, all that stuff. And when you hit all those notes and you get into the 4th round, this is the wide receiver that is going to be probably Drake. He'll be as good as Drake May can let him be, but this is a guy that's damn good. And we're going to be talking about, I guarantee this, in 3 years, we'll all be saying they should have took Javon Baker instead of Cedric Gray.
Wow.
And
okay.
Because that's how good Javon Baker will be. And it's not necessarily saying that Cedric Gray is going to be bad. It's just going to be saying that's how good Javon Baker is.
I just think that their hands are so tied right now. Like, adding another wide receiver to this room is so nice, but you have no linebackers. Like,
can I ask you a question,
man.
Is it their hand? I mean, like, I'm not saying I think this, but I am thinking about thinking it.
Okay.
Is it fair to wonder if it's so much their hands being tied and more a reflection of how they perceive some of the returning receivers in that room? Like if they don't go receiver at all in this draft, is it fair to then say maybe they see Treylon Burks or Kyle Phillips as more serviceable than previously thought?
From what I've heard, yes. And I think that there's a good chance that they're going to give Treylon Burks probably a more fair shot than what the previous coaching staff did, because I think that there was a bit of pettiness. From what I've heard, there's a bit of pettiness involved in that whole situation with Treylon Burks, and that's why you never saw him get targeted
with the pass regime.
Mm-hmm. The number 1 wide receiver that he is. Does that mean that what I'm saying is,
well, they made him a cardio kid.
I'm not putting faith in him.
So I'm not surprised. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not putting faith in him, but let's just say that the previous regime did not like how the events unfolded that led them to Treylon Burks. And Treylon Burks was not a previous regime guy. He was definitely a John Robinson guy, but I wouldn't call him a Mike Vrabel guy. And I think that showed up in how he was used, how he was ignored, because you can create plays and call plays and come up with game plans to get a wide receiver the ball. Now, listen, he didn't do much when the ball came to him, but how I was told how to view drops in these situations, would those drops have been as bad if he would have gotten to a rhythm throughout the whole season and gotten a lot more targets and catches? Because what we see is a guy that has like 36 catches and 4 drops, and that's way worse than a guy that has like 8 drops and a million, targets. You get what I'm saying? It's just, you got to build on it. But again, no way I don't think the team views, I don't know if the hands are tied as much as I do think sort of what Easton's saying, but I just think that these are the best players on their board. It just happens to coincide with a need at the time. Stoney, what are your thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I just saw that my guy Evan Williams is a 4th round pick, so I'm feeling confident about my evaluation of him.
How about that?
You're telling me I shouldn't just think about thinking this. I should think it.
They traded up for Green Bay or for Evan Williams.
They did.
Yeah. So I think it does at least say, hey, we've got some time to work with what we have. We have Calvin Ridley to solve the immediate need to get a guy that can separate and is a matchup dude that you kind of move around to get open. And I think that the fans, and I'm guilty of this too, I'm not projecting, I'm a part of this too. We kind of we're guilty of really leaning into this thing. Well, they're just going to move Treylon Burks back into the slot where he's going to be more where he's going to have a better chance to succeed. And we kind of took Brian Callahan's comments when he didn't mention Traylon Burks among all of the other receivers he listed to play in the slot is like, oh, well, they're down on Traylon Burks. But I think that the idea all along was he's not going to be a slot. Like, we still want to see what we have in this guy, and they're going to give him the chance to get into a rhythm more and maybe, you know, get a second look outside. And I think that's probably the best thing to do. And I think if there's still upside with Traylon, like we've seen him make plays at times. So I kind of feel like the way the draft is going right now does kind of tell us they don't view wide receiver as pressing of a need as the fan base does.
Andrew King, I just have, he's asking whose tweets am I looking at for picks. I have a list of guys like Tom Pelissero, Jordan Schultz, Ian Rappaport, and I get notifications, but from them, and so they just pop up. So I think Jordan Schultz is the guy that's got the most. Baltimore, and I was about to talk about Baltimore.
Why do they love these
not Baltimore?
These
I was about to talk
man.
about Tez Walker.
What's going on?
Gross.
But I will say this
not
about,
a fan.
I will say this about Tez Walker. The Tennessee Titans had shown interest in him, so I thought maybe if he was still going to be there in the 5th round, he was going to be a guy, but
I'm glad he's gone.
there.
I'm glad
So,
he's gone.
Zach,
Keep them from themselves.
I want to ask you, well, this isn't just limited to Zach. I guess we can all talk about this, but I really like a guy in Ryan Flournoy out of Southeast Missouri State. Really good Senior Bowl, really good build, really good tape. But from what we've heard of this regime so far and the draft we've seen so far, like they want guys that have big time college football experience. So do you anticipate this regime just kind of disqualifying him off the bat because of the small school he played at?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Probably, I would say that maybe that because they do want those guys that have, but I don't know. I mean,
it's a tough call,
Ryan
right?
Flournoy feels more like a John Robinson pick, I guess.
It does.
How I would say it. But and that's not to diminish Ryan Flournoy, but he's a small school guy that went to the Senior Bowl. I don't know if what we have learned from the regime is that they like big school players so far.
Yeah.
Now, Cedric Gray, obviously not a big, UNC is not a big school or anything. And
how dare you
play in real big games, but we'll see. I don't know. It's a really tough question because I think we're still learning how to view their process. And so I would feel that maybe it's a little irresponsible for us just to assume that because we don't know until this draft is over. I won't know how to answer that question, I guess is the best way. And does not rely on Ryan Flournoy being drafted or not. It relies on who else is drafted and what is going on with those schools that they're drafted from.
I watched Utah wide receiver Devon Vallée. And speaking of John Robinson, my first thought that I sent Zach via text was Devon Vallée is the guy that John Robinson would trade up into the 4th round to draft 100 spots higher than he should have gone.
Yeah.
Javon Foster goes to Jacksonville.
So that's
interesting.
I wasn't crazy about him personally, but
I liked him for if you're an offense that's going to run the ball a lot. He's a pretty good, reliable tackle that is probably going to come in right away and contribute, but he never really struck me as the type of guy that this Titans team would be looking at.
Cedric Gray said that he didn't have a big sense the Titans were on him until today. And that comes from PK on Twitter.
They didn't meet with him,
he talks about his fit. No, that I don't. There's no visit with Cedric Gray or anything. The only North Carolina player they brought or they talked to was Tez Walker that we know of. Eric All Jr. to the Bengals.
Ooh.
I like that for the Bengals.
Another Iowa tight end.
Can we talk about what Andrew brings up? Because I like where this guy's head's at.
I saw that too.
At 146, I'd like a 146 Christian Jones. I really would.
Yeah.
I'd be on board with that.
Can we talk about?
I
was going to say that
Christian Jones guy
with Christian Jones, I think, is one that would be very interesting there. If TJ Tampa continues to fall and he's there at 146, are we just out based on the bad vibes that Tampa is now was a consensus second round guy, and now he's now he might be in the fifth. So
you think it's just the RAS situation? It's just
that's my only guess.
Not athletic enough.
Yeah, and I think
it would make no sense that Kamari Lassiter goes yesterday to the Texans and TJ Tampa doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't know about that pick personally.
Mr. 4'6", Kamari Lassiter
can play outside. I've been reliably informed.
I think the thing with TJ Tampa, he's a really smooth. I liked him a lot. I think he's a safe cornerback prospect, but I think I'll put it this way. I watched his tape and then looked at the RAS, and when I saw the RAS, I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting, though, because he has a 4.01 short shuttle, which is one of the best in the class, and he's still
short area movement.
He's good.
Nice.
Yeah, so but I think the big issue is that we're talking about a guy that played about 55% zone and not a lot of man coverage. And I think when you have the lack of man coverage and a lack of a level of athleticism, that causes you to fall. What a giant jerk off fest over Sweat. The draft phone call said it all. You call a guy to tell him you're drafting him and give him a lecture about showing up and behaving, acting right. Guess what? They do that to every draft. They talk about that with all guys. Bridge Laurie.
I just want Bridge Laurie to know not like the Sweat. You're
go back under your bridge, you troll.
Bridge Laurie said, "Fuck y'all."
You can't actually call it cope if we've been on the guy the whole time.
Yeah.
We would have to be changing our opinion, and we're not saying anything now about him that we weren't saying for the past 3 months. So it's not cope, not from us. From others, I'm sure it is cope, but not from us.
No, I had Tavondre Sweat at 36 on my big board.
Yeah.
I've been on this.
He was my defensive tackle 3, right on par with a Johnny Newton.
Man.
All right, listen.
Catching haymakers today.
To the Jaguars.
Oh, there we go.
He's gonna be swinging helmets at J.C. Latham.
Wait,
twice on Sunday.
Jordan Jefferson.
Oh, The Jaguars are weird. I mean, like, I think what's it? Trent Baalke's one of the weirdest GMs in the league. I can't ever get a read on like what his type is. You know, it feels like it changes every pick.
I mean, the pre-draft press conference fart is all you really need to know about him. That says it all.
It's about Trent Baalke come out of this year's draft season.
It's like he has a really good first round, and then the entire rest of the draft is just that clip of him farting mid press conference. And I feel like that's the Trent Baalke experience there.
Yeah. Like with Ballard, it's very easy to know, like he's got a clear type. You know, like, oh yeah, that's a Ballard guy. I totally get it. I understand what he's looking for. With Baalke, I think he's just like schizophrenic with his draft picking. I don't understand what lane he's trying to drive in most of the time.
Tanner Bordellini to the Colts.
I liked Tanner Bordellini a lot. He was a riser big time because I had him in my mock 1.0 at the beginning of April. On the consensus board, he was like a 7th round guy in the mid 200s. And then he had 4 or 5 visits here at the end of the month and ended up rising to be a 4th rounder. Wrote about him in the Do and Don't draft article.
Derek Williams said Sweat had 5 sacks in 5 years. So we got box score scouting Derek over here. He's big, but Sweat don't play with power.
Everyone knows sacks are predicted in the second round. Sticky stat. That's
but Sweat don't play with power. He's basically Tart drafted in the 2nd round. This obviously coming from Derek, who has never watched Tavondre Sweat.
You know what?
Someone has informed him of this, and he has taken it as fact. Probably a Tic Tac Titans plant, is if I have to. I know it's not you, Derek. There are multiple Dereks in the YouTube chat. It's other Derek.
Man, that's crazy. He doesn't play with power. Like you could watch like 3 snaps and you're going to see power.
Oh my gosh. You don't even have to watch film, right? Just watch the games. Like just watch a game. He was an Outland Trophy winner, right? Chef Rand says it right here. That is Tavondre Sweat's whole game is power and fucking people up.
The clip of him mowing down Bo Limmer at the Senior Bowl has been everywhere on Twitter for the last 24 hours.
And he does that in games. It's insane.
Hey, look at this guy that doesn't play with power. Look at that. No power in this guy's profile at all. Bo Limmer, a very small and weak child on the offensive line.
Practically a baby.
I'm going to go clip that. I'm going to go clip this right now.
Complete and utter lack of power from T'Vondre Sweat. You're not going to see him do that once on Sundays. I guarantee it. It's not going to happen.
This is so comical, man. People are on crack. Sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy. What people say, and I don't, I get, because I was talking about this last night. I get that I come off very like you're an idiot kind of deal.
Do you?
But when people say stuff like that, when people say stuff like that, it just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts that someone has the gall to come out here and say, that's like saying JC Latham is skinny. Right. Or something. Like, it's just not true.
Not strong.
It's just not true. It's not true that he does not play with power.
Are you on keto?
It's just crazy.
Like, and that's the thing. Like with a Sweat, there are legitimate avenues to criticize the pick and to criticize the player. There are intelligent arguments you can make, but people are choosing the least intelligent, that he doesn't play with power, that he doesn't have the skill set to be a 3-down guy, that he can't get after the quarterback. Looking at the sack numbers, 5 sacks in 5 years, and not understanding. Like I thought in 2018, we all collectively agreed that sacks are not a sticky predictive metric for defensive players. And like, you have to go just one layer deeper in terms of pass rush statistics to understand what a guy's actual impact is, but not when it doesn't fit your narrative. No, you stick to the sack stats when it needs to be a certain way for you to make your point.
In the draft guide for PFF, they do percentile rankings and all that kind of stuff, and they use stable metrics, right? Mm-hmm. So when you talk about stable metrics for the defense and for the defensive linemen that they profiled specifically, T'Vondre Sweat ranks in the 98th percentile in pass rush win rate and true pass sets, which true pass sets take out like screens and stuff like that don't really, matter and factor in.
You can't.
So 98th percentile. Right? Okay. 98th percentile, 90th percentile in pass rush win rate, 100th percentile in run defense, and 93rd percentile in run stop percentage. So I just want to say something real quick. These are the guys they profiled in the PFF stable metrics, right? Dwayne Carter, Braden Fisk, Michael Hall Jr., McKinley Jackson, Chris Jenkins, Byron Murphy, Johnny Newton, Rook Mason Smith, T'Vondre Sweat, Leonard Taylor, and Mekhi Wingo. He scored, on average, a 95.25 percentile ranking, second only to Byron Murphy, who was 96.5.
Yeah.
This guy has the stable metrics from PFF to be an impact player right now.
Yeah, I agree.
And he only played 34 snaps a game.
So, well, it's technically, I looked it up. It's like 38.9 or something.
Here's my crusade out of the gate. Here's my crusade out of the gate is to get people to understand being a 3-down player does not mean you are going to play all of the snaps. It means you are capable of it's a skill set issue.
Those pass rush stats sound nice, Zach, but he doesn't play with power.
But Zach, five sacks in 5 years.
Hey, here's the surprise for you guys, and of course it comes courtesy of the Seattle Seahawks. They take Tyrese Knight out of UTEP.
Oh,
yeah,
interesting. That's a player I watched a whole lot of in the pre-draft process.
Could the Titans? This is a thought that just crossed my mind. Could the Titans double up on linebacker in this draft?
I think they absolutely could. And
Jordan McGee, run it up.
I mean, here's the thing: if like I understand we like McGee a lot, and a big part of it is because I think he also has a skill set to be that cover linebacker and do a lot of what Cedric Gray's obviously being brought in to do. If a Trotter fell, would you prefer Trotter over McGee now that like this specific skill set isn't as big a factor? Do you know what I mean? Because like Trotter, much more of that heat-seeking missile downhill player. And I think Stoney was nodding his head no, less because of the skill set and more, because I'm guessing you just think McGee's a better player in general.
It's not necessarily that, but I think in conjunction with the drafting of Cedric Gray, like you've increased your odds. Like
Derek,
you don't need you don't need a guy that is ready to go, because I think if you have two guys that can compete for that spot or compete for, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
This chat's going off the rails.
You've rounded out the linebacker.
We're on hour
group.
4 of this, right?
I'd rather
just cross the 60-minute mark.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll say this. I'll put it this way. I'd rather have two guys with high upside than because they still have the one guy with upside. And I don't know. Y'all talk about this for a minute.
Fair enough.
I could see
Logan.
I look at it like this. I could see
that.
them going for Jeremiah Trotter, right? So I kind of I could see it. That would be, again, another tough pill to swallow. But if you got Jeremiah Trotter, you push down Jack Gibby, right? And then you got Otis Reese behind Kenneth Murray. So you kind of got your two backup linebackers for your two starters and not miss anything. Stoney just saw the comment
I did. That's what derailed me, is you guys reacting.
Oh God, I didn't see this
section. And then I totally lost
2 nights straight dropping these kind of bombs, man. I don't know what's up.
I lost.
This is getting wild. This is a wild chat. I like it.
Totally lost my train of thought. Couldn't land the plane whatsoever. And then I actually looked to see what you guys are reacting to, and it's just completely unhinged.
Hey, you and Roman
Mason McCormick to the Steelers.
Ooh,
Like that.
Who?
Mason
McCormick to the Steelers.
Yeah.
Steelers Nation will be
happy
happy about
that.
that.
I gotta push my narrative. This is the worst granola bar I've ever had in my entire life. Oh my God. I mean, this thing is bad.
Out the brand.
Cliff Bar, but it's cool mint chocolate. I thought it was gonna be a nice
Oh man, I like those.
Oh, I hate them.
Whoa. Listen
bad.
to this. The Eagles have traded pick 120 to the Dolphins for a 2025 third-round pick.
Whoa.
So the Miami, for a fourth-round pick, gave the Eagles a extra third in next year's draft, which is
here's the thing. Everybody's mad consistently at Philadelphia. They can't keep getting away with this. How are they so good? You should be mad at the other 31 teams, because they consistently enable the Eagles. They don't do anything special in the draft. They just sit tight and let everybody else be dumb and do the smart thing. Like they don't have magical powers. They're just relying upon the stupidity of their friends.
Yeah,
so
that's wild.
The Eagles come up here, correct?
Yeah, so it's now going to be Miami now.
Bro thought a toothpaste flavored granola bar. I did. Sorry, man. That sucks.
Don't have to brush my teeth. I'll just eat breakfast.
Yep, exactly. Right.
To answer Paul's question, if they somehow stick and land Malik Washington today, I'm going to take my shirt off.
Do it. Jump on the table.
Would you? What article of clothing would you take off if it was Christian Jones?
Shorts and underwear.
Shorts and underwear? Whoa, both.
Yeah.
So you would Pooh Bear it around the house? Pooh Bear?
Pooh Bear in it. Yeah, exactly.
If this pick is actually, I'd be pretty mad if what James Neeson says in the chat here, if they come up and take Jeremiah Trotter here when they just added, yesterday, I would hate it. Did they add? No. Who got Junior Colson yesterday?
San Diego.
LA did.
Los Angeles. Yeah.
Did Philadelphia take a linebacker yesterday?
No. Now Philadelphia traded out.
Okay. So Miami moves up. Got it.
Yeah, Miami moves up. Miami traded their 2025. Maybe I because I'm hungover, I misspoke. Miami moved up and gave for their fourth round pick, for the Eagles' fourth round pick, gave them a 2025 third.
Wow. Okay.
So,
to be honest, Miami did Patrick Paul yesterday.
Yes,
and I think that was their only
Robinson
pick.
On day one.
So, I'm so interested to see who they traded up for.
Man, the Eagles have had a good draft so far. Quinion Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Jalix Hunt. It's a pretty good haul so far.
I think I'm interested if you guys have this off the top of your head, what your top 5 drafts so far are.
Man, I don't know that I could go top 5, but Monty is killing it in Arizona with this draft.
I had a few. Mine was, I think the Eagles are absolutely killing it, especially after picking up an extra third here now. That kind of seals it away. I think the Packers are having a really nice draft. Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper.
I'm very underwhelmed by the Packers.
Really?
Yeah, but I don't like Edgerrin Cooper, and maybe it's just because I don't really like Edgerrin Cooper and Tyron Hopper don't really do it for me. And then Javon Bullard, it's been all right. It's not for me. It's not a pick for me.
Interesting. I think the Steelers also have had a pretty nice draft after especially getting Roman Wilson to end the day yesterday, getting Peyton Wilson at that value. I understand the injury concerns, but just turn injuries off, as Easton keeps telling me. What if we turn him off? He could be really, really good.
That's who the Dolphins moved up for?
No. We're just talking about who has.
I'm trying to find it, but
I'm talking about who they moved up for. Jalen Wright.
Oh, did they?
Shit.
Okay. I couldn't see it on my feed.
That's who they traded a future third for.
Oh,
so
the
Steelers,
running back.
The Steelers got 3.
Speed.
Yeah,
just gotta go fast.
The Steelers took 3 of my favorite offensive linemen in this class. Crazy. Troy Fautanu, Zach Frazier, Mason McCormick. That's a haul. You want to rebuild your trenches.
They're building something.
Yeah.
They got a stew cooking.
The Najee Harris resurgence is going to be strong next season.
Yeah.
Or wait, hold on. Jalen Warren. Jalen Warren's going to be a
Jalen Warren truthers. It's time.
I'm so glad.
This chat is wild.
They're day 3 draft viewers. We should expect.
Yeah.
Wait, what are we laughing at? I'm missing it here. Oh, okay.
Yeah. J Tool's comments right now.
Yeah, producer, throw that up real quick.
No, I don't think we need to throw that up there. I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube or anything. We gotta keep it some. Gotta keep it 100. Yeah, the Dolphins trained up for Jalen Wright. That's probably his best landing spot, right? Don't you think? But wait a minute. Let's back up here.
Okay.
They just redid Raheem Mostert's contract or gave him an extension. Mm-hmm. They have Devon Achane, and now they're going to go Jalen Wright. I mean, how many running backs do you need?
Mostert has
when
unfortunately
that's not
passed
been
away.
your
He's
issue.
no longer with us.
That's not been your issue. Is the running game?
Yeah,
you guys pass all the time. What is going on here?
I think this is the Raheem Mostert, heir apparent.
Yeah,
it is the comps that I've seen to him, specifically when we were at the combine talking to some guys like Danny Kelly, who has comped him to Raheem Mostert. This feels like that's the plan.
Was that the
putting
comp?
in action.
Okay.
Yes. I'm just gonna throw this out here right now. If I'm gonna shoot my shot here for the 5th round pick for the Titans, because I think we're like 25 away or so. We're trucking along,
we're
but
26.
I think
we're 26.
I'm just gonna go out there. I think if Malik Mustafa is still there, I think that could be an interesting pick for the Titans there.
I like that a lot.
I was gonna say Brownlee because they sniffed around him too. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised to see. I wouldn't be surprised to see one of the DBs come off.
I think they've kind of just continued.
Chris Abrams drain.
They've continued to fill needs that are very apparent right away. I think that for better or for worse, this Titans team is still lacking that run defending safety in the backfield or in the secondary there that they've kind of lost since Kevin Byard. I think Malik Mustafa does that really, really well.
Sorry, I'm doing this because what did I tell you, Stoney, the other day? Sorry, I'm going back to Jalen Wright real quick because I've seen a lot of Vols legend and blah, 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 and all this stuff. A couple of days ago, I don't know if I said it in our group chat or if I just said it to Stoney, but I know I said it on 440 Sports and asked Braden this question. If Jalen Wright falls to the 4th round on day 3, what does that tell you that the NFL feels about the Tennessee Volunteers? The
offense.
The
scheme. Yeah.
And it's telling you they don't like it. And I think I can't believe that, kind of like a freaking Will Levis last year. I can't believe I called that. I think Jalen Wright's fallen to day 3. And here he is. I didn't even think about it until I see all these, volunteer fans. But I think
just
that's
having a good 3 days.
Right? Like they just don't tell you. They're telling you they don't like this offense.
But hey, he's fast, and I don't know. Have you guys seen? This is the quote actually on Mike McDaniel's wall in his office. Oh, where'd it go? Hang on, that's not the quote. That's not the quote either. This is the quote right here. Have you guys seen this one before? Eleanor Roosevelt. America is all about speed, hot, nasty, badass speed. That's what Mike McDaniel's has up on his wall.
By the way, the Titans, the Tennessee Titans mock draft that I put out remains perfect because at 4.106, I can't believe they passed on insert player Javon Baker for this guy.
Man,
so,
you called it.
Nailed it. We are a perfect 3 for 3 right now.
There's been a few names mentioned in the chat that I am kind of surprised. James brings up Jaden Hicks.
Yes.
I'm kind of surprised
that's
that
the guy
he's on the board.
You should take. They should take Jaden Hicks at the 5th round if he's still
Wasn't
there.
he like a top 75 guy on most boards?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then our buddy Sean brought up Mekhi Wingo, and I had to look and make sure that he was still available.
Wingo. Word about him.
With that run on defensive tackles they had last night, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't get scooped up in the wave.
Especially when his counterpart Maason Smith went before him.
Maason. Yeah, how about the Jaguars getting the second best LSU defensive tackle in this class? That's a nice day 2 ad there.
I would also say this. I think Mekhi Wingo is the player that people that are critical of the Tavondre Sweat pick think Tavondre Sweat is.
Really?
Hey,
is that
Torrey
so
Taylor?
You're not a huge Wingo guy.
Off the board.
No, I'm Torrey Taylor. Torrey Taylor goes. All right. No, I'm a fan of Mekhi Wingo, but I just think he's a little more one-dimensional. The way that people say Sweat is. Like, I think he is
like you like a Wingo in round 4 or 5.
Yeah, sure. I think he is.
Sweat was a 4 or 5 guy, right?
Yeah, I think he's like a gap-eating run stuffer.
Yeah, lacks the length, stubbier build.
Oh yeah, James Neeson brings up a good point. We forgot Kalen Carson. Here's what I feel. Pretty soon, there's going to be a run on cornerbacks because we haven't really seen a cornerback. Today, we've seen one cornerback go off the board, and that was DeCamerion Richardson. So I kind of feel like, and last year, Andrew King was 3 out of 6. Tyree Jackson.
Question here for you, Zach.
Yeah, it's 3 out of 6, Andrew.
You got to be careful, Andrew. You can't call them top 30 visits, or Jim Nagy will show up at your door.
30 visits. That's it.
He will steal all your cereal if you say top 30.
What? Where'd that come from? What? Your cereal?
I don't know. Okay. This is your cereal. Cade Stover to the Texans.
Oh no, Sean. Oh, our resident Texans friend. Cade Stover sucks.
Oh, that's so. What is your opinion of Cade Stover, Stoney?
Let me see. Let me pull my eval up.
Cade Stover actually went to the Texans. Oh, they traded up. Okay, I was like, how am I 5 picks behind on this tracker? I was like, what?
Oh, did they trade up for Cade Stover?
Yes. They traded with the Eagles. The Eagles have.
Would they give a first round pick next year?
I hope so.
I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read my eval of Cade Stover. This might look crazy compared to the consensus, but I genuinely do not get the hype with Cade Stover. I'll give you guys that he's a fantastic blocking tight end, squaring up and playing with power to control the edge. But he's an old school kind of tight end in my book. Great if you need a guy who lowers his head and runs into somebody 30 times each game. But I wouldn't call him dynamic by any stretch of the imagination. He looks slow, running as if he's in a bog with a brick in his butt. I'm out.
Running in a bog with a brick in his butt.
I called him.
It's reminiscent of Forrest
Sean.
Gump
Now listen, we got said we were coping about Tavondre Sweat, right? Like we were accused of coping.
Yeah,
Tavondre Sweat.
Huge coping.
Yeah.
Sean James says, Sean, our buddy Sean, who is a Houston Texans fan, he is already doing the coping.
Oh, it's Sketch. It's
Sketch is on my screen.
Sketch. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? He's doing the pick. Tuesday, special teams, special plays, special players, making the pick right now. I gotta put my headset on for this one.
JT, you gotta understand, Zach and Stoney, grandpas over here don't understand the
No. I
resolution.
hear people. I hear people talking about it on social media.
So I comped Cade Stover to like when you're coming home from a long day, like after like soccer practice, and you're like, Mom, can we get McDonald's? And McDonald's being Brock Bowers. And then your mom says, no, we have McDonald's type at we got food at home. And then you have like casserole or something for dinner, and that's Cade Stover. So
is he checking off this cow?
There you go.
What?
What's up, brother?
He's doing what exactly?
This Sean here is like, it's a favor for Stroud. They do need a blocking tight end to pair with Schultz. It fits what they need. Hey, let's go.
Yeah.
It's major cope. Major cope.
So the Eagles trade back down after they traded away their pick in this range. They're coming up for somebody.
They just keep on moving back.
Added a third rounder next year is outrageous.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Why is he massaging a cow?
What are we looking at?
I'm on the NFL. I'm on the NFL.
Yeah, we're watching
stream.
NFL. Are you watching ESPN?
Yeah.
No, Cade Stover is
Cade Stover.
Yeah, Cade Stover's
this cow.
Cade Stover's foot speed is like me trying to get out of bed in the morning when I'm hungover.
They got a 5th round pick next year for this 4th round pick that they traded back.
That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Howie Roseman masterclass, man.
It's over for you.
Dadgummit, Malik Mustafa off the board to the Niners.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
Darn it.
That's what I was about trying to get out.
The Niners are having a pretty good draft too.
Jaden Hicks is on the board. I guess Jaden Hicks is the next best.
Listen, don't sleep on Katan Oladapo either.
Yeah.
He's a guy that really fits what they want as far as he's got major turnover skills. So I like Mustafa, man. And I think the talking and the alcohol and the hangover starting to hit me a little bit.
We're at name critical mass. So Jaden Hicks was the #1 safety in this class, according to Dan Brugler.
Yeah, he was.
I know, that's crazy.
2nd round grade.
Yeah.
I don't know why he dropped either, because there's nothing that I can think of that would make him drop.
Gotta be medicals.
Let's look at his stable metrics here. I mean, he has really good stable metrics. I don't understand why he's dropping.
Jaden Hicks would be a hell of a pick. They could add this to this haul.
I mean, my God. I mean, if they walked away with Cedric Gray in the 4th and then Jaden Hicks in the 5th, that's insane value.
Man,
for all the people who hate the Tavondre Sweat pick.
We haven't talked about Cam Hart. Cam Hart's still available.
Yep. I'm kind of surprised that he's still available.
Okay, but with guys like Jaden Hicks, it starts to become we've talked about this before, but like when incredible value becomes too good to be true, like at what point does a guy fall so far that you're like, okay, what's wrong with him?
But I don't know why.
Like A.T. Perry.
You see something marked down, you go to Goodwill and you see something that's like way cheaper than it should be, looks brand new, and you're like, I gotta open this thing. It's missing a piece. There's something broken. Like, what's wrong with this? There's no way it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And at this point, that's kind of where I'm at on a Jaden Hicks. Like, what's wrong with him?
Oh yeah, Trey Taylor would be good too. I don't understand what it is. He's got the size, right? So usually it's like there must be some off-field issue that we're not aware of, because he's got the size. He checks that off, right? We're talking about a guy that's 6'1", 211. He's got 31.5-inch arms, 9.375 inch hands, and he's got a 76-inch wingspan. He's got the athletic traits, right? Because we're talking about a guy with an 8.97 RAS. He had one of the best 3 cones at a 6.88, but he was a 4.5 runner. And then you look at what he does on the field, it all matches up.
He's got really good tape. Yeah.
So he's got the highest run stop percentage in the safety class. He's got one of the lowest yards per reception. I don't understand it. I don't. So there's got to be something that we're not privy to in his background, and maybe there's some medical concern that we're not aware of.
I'm sending a few texts to see if I can get to the bottom of that.
Because I don't know. I'm gonna have to look. I need to. You know, what I need to do is go my email real quick and look at the safety stuff from go long here.
Andrew brings up a good point here. When talking about guys who are dropping, did you guys see Chris Ballard's rant on AD Mitchell last night?
I did.
Yes,
that was crazy.
I liked it.
I did too. I stand by it.
But general idea that he was pushing there.
By the way, that's not. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Chris Ballard. That's not how. I did not think Chris Ballard.
Flow throw you off.
Yes, it did. I was.
He looks like he belongs on a Santa Monica beach somewhere. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Can I ask you guys about the Colts draft so far? We can just like kind of go through the AFC South a little bit. What was your opinion on their first 2 picks and then their third pick going with a kind of an off the board Mac? Was it Goncalves? How do you say that name? Goncalves?
Yeah, Goncalves.
Goncalves?
Yeah, I always say Goncalves, but it's not Goncalves. It's Goncalves.
I think the first 2 picks are nice. I really do like the value they got with those 2 guys. High risk, high reward. And then they threw me off with their 3rd round pick, but I'm curious what y'all thought.
I think drafting a guy that has a major injury history and red flags and putting him in the worst field and the most injured field besides MetLife Stadium is a recipe for disaster.
Talking about Latu, right?
I don't wish ill will on anybody, but I'm going to laugh when Leatu Letu cannot stay healthy because of the field that he's playing on, 8 to 9 games out of the year. And I
mean,
he's going to become the next largest.
I don't think Colts
media
media was too thrilled with the Latu pick. If I saw some people kind of talking bad about that pick.
I don't love their draft.
You don't?
I think their draft kind of stinks. I'm not a big Latu guy, not a big Mitchell guy. I really like Goncalves, but he's got a major injury question too. Missed a lot of time. I had to go back to 2022 to get any tape that was worth a damn. And he is good. He's Dan Connor from Roseanne. Good pick.
Sure.
But I just don't know. Like 3rd round's a little rich for my blood. And then I'm not a big Tanner Bortolini fan. I think he flashes on tape. Really good tester, kind of raised eyebrows at the combine, but I just watched him get his ass kicked too many times at the Senior Bowl against better competition that kind of creeped me out a little bit.
Tavondre Sweat and Big Jeff, if Tanner Bortolini ever plays meaningful snaps,
they're going to walk his ass down.
Destroy him.
I like Tanner, but that's a tough scene. Yeah.
Okay, so here's Jaden Hicks was the 6th rated safety on Go Long when Bob McGinn talks to like 17 scouts, the scouts vote. He was a 6th rated safety. So here's what they said. 3rd-year sophomore played just 1 game in 2021. Quote, best way to describe him is he's a poor man's Kyle Hamilton from the Ravens. He played deep slot, box, linebacker. I wish he was a little bit more nasty and aggressive. He could play strong up in the box when he takes on. He sticks his face in there. He's a good tackler. In coverage, he's good against tight ends. And man, and the zone stuff's really good. When he's back on the hash, he can run and cover ground. He kind of does everything good really well. Started in 2022 and 2023. Against Wisconsin, he showed up. A second scout said, on a swing pass to Braylon Allen, he just clubbed the guy. I heard people say he's got to be a linebacker. I saw him run down the seam with Washington's Jalen Polk and go up and make a pick. His interviews were ordinary, maybe below average. So there we go, right? His interviews were ordinary, maybe below average. But I think he's an NFL starting safety. Finished with 155 tackles, 8 for loss, 3 picks, 13 passes defended. He ran pretty well, but I thought this kid needed more experience. He's a willing player in the box to run support, but he misses a lot of tackles. He ducks his head. He'll dive in coverage. It was spotty, so I was concerned if he played free safety. I see him as a backup who could possibly develop with more experience. I'm the opposite of bullish on this kid. So I think there's some experience concerns, obviously, right? That was brought up in there. Some missed tackles, but also it sounds like the interviews aren't great, and sometimes interviews matter to these teams, whether you think it does or not. That's up to your personal preference. But these teams are really big on interviews. You got to think about all the crazy stuff that we hear about interviews. Like, didn't Arthur Smith call Peter Skoronski boring to his face? Like if you don't excel in the interviews, I could see why now he is dropping. But
don't you think Denard Wilson would like a poor man's Kyle Hamilton? I don't know. Something tells me that might.
And listen, he in the safety traits for the Titans fit ratings, he's number 1. He's 92.5. Trey Taylor's a 92.4, and then Katana Ladapo's a 90.1. So they're the only 3 safeties, and they're all 3 available that hit over the 90 mark on the Titans fit ratings.
My one-liner on Jaden Hicks, just to sum up my 3 paragraphs that I wrote about him. If you can live with the bad angle in space every once in a while and the occasional missed tackle, Hicks is a fine option as a true field general sort of safety. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think you should be good with that. Like, in my mind, I don't know. In my mind, I think he's really good, and I think that he would be a good fit. And
he's number 5.
I would pass on him.
He's number 5 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200 right now, who's still available. So he's the 5th best player left on the board. So the Lions just traded up here with the Jets, I guess, and they sent 126. So they sent them 126 here for another 3rd round pick. We're seeing 3rd round picks be traded to move up here in the 4th. Is Easton getting drafted? I think so. I think he is. I think he's getting the call. I think he's getting the call right now.
That's good.
Where you going, Easton?
Yeah. Guys, I've got big news.
Detroit's on the line.
Me and Dan Campbell are about to become best buds.
Good. Okay, cool. So first of all, that was
Lions, Electronic Express. They're dropping off a refrigerator at my house.
The Lions just traded a 3rd round pick to move up here to 126, and they select Giovanni Manu from University of British Columbia.
Hell yeah.
350.
Okay, but for a future 3rd?
Yes.
Why is next year's 3rd round terrible and I'm not privy to this information?
So this is something that Zach and I said as early as February when we were talking drunk at the bar and just talking into his phone for stacking the inbox subscribers. This feels like a really good draft to have a top 15 pick or a plethora of day 3 picks. Like, the day 3 this year feels like a really strong day 3. And I wonder if that's what we're seeing here. Maybe people mortgaging the future a little bit to get involved in today's action.
But Stoney, NIL, I thought day 3 was dead.
Hey, I've been railing against that for quite some time now.
I'm going to tell Ryan he's dumb for that opinion, and I'll tell him it's your idea.
Let's talk about the Buffalo Bills draft, can we? Okay. Because they I don't know who Philly is selecting. That hasn't popped up, but apparently, I don't know how Jordan Schultz does this. He skips teams, but the Buffalo Bills selected.
I think it's just
Ray
whatever agent send him. This guy's about to go. Yeah.
So Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, Dwayne Carter, and Ray Davis is what they're walking away with after letting Stephon Diggs go. Obviously, they believe in.
I mean, my opinion of Keon. I think it's a good pick. I like it. That boy, nice.
I love it.
It'll be great when he's not able to catch any balls or anything. They'll be. I'm happy that they have taken these players. By the way, but yeah, because fuck Buffalo.
I like Buffalo. Dang.
No, Buffalo hate the team. They suck, and that's one of the worst cities in America.
Have you been to Buffalo?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's terrible. Terrible city.
You said that like
we went for Buffalo a lot. We went for a Titans game.
Oh, okay.
And their downtown was essentially and I'm not joking when I say this, dead, and nobody was out on the streets, and it was good weather, so it wasn't bad weather, but I literally saw tumbleweed go across Buffalo, and it's a terrible city, terrible NFL city. Hate it.
Better or worse than Jacksonville?
Fans were nice and everything, except for the woman that dropped the vodka bottle that we snuck in because we were sharing it with a bunch of fans, and all of her friends got really mad at her. And 2 teachers were caught fucking in the bathroom, and this is a Buffalo bathroom. For those that may not know, this was an affair, obviously, but the bathroom is the urinals. Or the trough style, so it's like a trough style that goes all the way through. It's one of the nastiest bathrooms. They really needed a new stadium, but these people were fucking during the game in one of the bathroom stalls, so it was nasty as shit.
Huh?
It's a terrible city.
How about that?
Well, anyways, Detroit just broke the draft attendance record, so Nashville's gonna have to up them whenever it comes back. Yeah, they officially. Yeah.
Will Shipley to the Eagles, Ray Davis to the Bills, by the way.
Hey, Cole asks, how could you tell they were teachers?
It was in the news.
Oh, it was in the news.
I didn't catch them. It was in the news.
Okay,
I see. Okay.
That's better.
Okay.
I know you guys don't like Keon Coleman like I do. Here's the question. Would you rather have Keon Coleman or Quentin Johnston on your team?
Keon Coleman.
Keon Coleman.
Yeah, okay, all right. So
that's pretty easy.
You could do worse.
Touche.
Do worse.
It doesn't make Keon Coleman better.
Quentin Johnston was a first-round pick.
Yeah, it was a stupid pick.
Yeah,
I was against Quentin Johnston the whole time.
While we're addressing Cole's comment, I want to go back to something that Cole said earlier. I didn't think we'd be talking about Sean Tucker today, but yes. The Bucs need to give Sean Tucker a chance. That Bucky Irving drafting, come on, disrespectful to Sean Tucker.
I agree.
What the fuck are you talking about?
As somebody who drafted Sean Tucker in round 25 of our 33 round dynasty draft, I agree. Give Sean Tucker a shot. Sean Tucker is worth it.
Who the fuck is Sean Tucker?
He had some
running back out of Syracuse. Yeah,
had some great tape. What, a couple of years ago, or was it last year? I can't remember.
He was a rookie last year.
He was a rookie last year.
Oh yeah, I have no clue what the fuck you guys are talking about.
By the way, 126, the big guy out of British Columbia. That's the first prospect that has been drafted.
Canadian football.
I don't know.
High school football, college football.
I honestly don't know too much about him other than he's a big mountain of a man, but that is we made it to 126 before we got to a prospect that I didn't evaluate in the draft guide. So I've got to do better next year.
I was going to say, that's what I was going to ask, but then I was going to be like, yeah, they took Giovanni Manu. And I was about to ask you, like, have you watched him, Stoney? And then you went, the big guy. And I just assumed that you had. And I was like, okay, so at least you know who he is.
Yeah, I know who he is. And I know, like, the measurables. What just happened, Zach?
Isaac Guerendo to the 49ers.
You called it.
No.
You called it.
It's such a 49ers pick, man.
It is, yeah.
Such a 49ers pick.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh,
hey, you've convinced me. San Francisco has the best draft, all because of Isaac Guerendo.
Dude, I
don't like Renardo Green, but other than that,
I love Isaac Guerendo. He's so good.
I love me some Renardo Green.
Place.
I'm a big fan of Dominic Pooney. He was one of my favorite offensive linemen in this class.
Yep.
And then Malik Mustafa, and now Guerendo. Holy shit. That's a good haul.
Pooney too, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned Dominic Pooney?
I did.
He did.
And they really, they must be stacking the inbox.com subscribers over in San Francisco.
We just, you know what?
I got to say.
San Francisco and Tennessee, their front offices, they just need to give us a call, Zach. Just bring us on board.
I talk on our show all the time about how, like, I hate the way that my natural preference in prospects aligns so well with Chris Ballard's typically, because he consistently drafts guys I really like. This year it's not been so much the case, but the past 3 years, like, they kept getting my guy.
Last year was a big one for me, especially with Aid.
I was gonna say, based on reading your stuff for a couple years, Zach, I feel like your natural preference in players tends to align pretty well with San Francisco's front office.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why. I guess
think it
just means I'm
just
a
the
genius.
way you're built, the way you see it.
And of course, TJ Tampa goes to Baltimore, and I kind of like that TJ Tampa's off the board. Am I weird for liking
No.
Tampa's off the
He
board?
goes to the Ravens.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they're doubling down with Tampa and Wiggins. I
think
like
he's a good player, man. I like that. Yeah.
Oh, I did not. Okay. So I didn't see that, Andrew. But Andrew said that apparently Javon Baker said, "Bring your popcorn. I make people in wheelchairs stand up."
That's a great
quote.
That's a great
quote.
quote. Write that down. That's a bar.
Yeah, that's awesome. Can't believe they passed on Javon Baker to draft Cedric Gray. Where's my Cedric Gray quote like that?
I don't think we have.
Cedric Gray's going to make the blind see. Just wait.
Yeah. I like it.
The blind will see, the deaf will hear. The lame will rise again.
All right, I am going to get some water, so you guys hold down the fort.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Can we talk about the New York Jets?
We talk about how Zach sucks now that he's gone. Can we just on Zach the next 90 seconds?
I still got my Bluetooth.
Take them out. We're busy. This is the adults are talking. Take the earphones out.
The Jets have had 2 picks, and they've taken Olu Fashanu and Malachi Corley. How do we feel about that? That's kind of
it's about as good as you can do in 2 picks. I feel like I like that a lot.
And
I like Olu a lot. Malachi, I think, fits the Randall Cobb role for Aaron Rodgers pretty well. That's why, they just traded out as well and pick up a 3rd-round pick here for next year's draft. So, it is a draft where, of course, they were all in. Their job still very much depends on it. But even if it is a disaster and they get fired, having Olu and Malachi there with Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall for years to come is a nasty, dynamic offensive core.
We didn't talk about it a whole lot, but I really liked the Patriots picking up Layden Robinson in the 4th. Right guard, kind of a true mauler. You think like the way they've been playing anyway, I don't know if it's going to stick to this style, but if you're going to run the ball, like he's probably one of the better value adds you can get on day 3 that has the upside to come in, play, and be effective in the run game. I thought that was a pretty good pick. The Vikings done past Kyrie Jackson after Dallas Turner and JJ McCarthy. I don't know how I feel about what the Raiders have done.
It's weird, right? Because obviously they took Jackson Powers Johnson and have already confirmed that he will not be playing center. He'll be one of their guards, which I don't know how you feel about that. I'm not crazy about it.
I'm not either. And they played him. They gave him some reps at guard at the Senior Bowl, and I saw a bunch of people raving about it. Like, oh my God, look, he is just completely flawless at guard too. But I kind of thought he struggled when they gave him the reps at guard. I mean, that's where you kind of see the lack of twitch from him. Like, the side to side lateral steps, the quickness in the phone booth kind of thing. I kind of feel like he's better off when he has a target in front of him and he can just mow him down. And I think you got to have a little more wiggle if you're going to play guard. And I didn't see it a whole lot, but it's really interesting that I think you could take a guy that's probably the best pure center in this draft class and draft him to not be the center is an interesting decision. And then Delmar Glaze is another guy that
I was going to say, Delmar Glaze. Do you think that's a reach there at 77, or do you think you would do that?
If you need a guard, I think it's a great pick. If you need a tackle, that's a bit of a reach. I think Delmar Glaze, the tape shows that he kind of struggles having to play on the edge, having to play out in space against speed rushers. The way I've described it, watching his practices at the Senior Bowl, he would set to where the edge rusher was like half a second before. So he's like half a second behind the edge rusher coming around. So now I'm looking at their draft and I'm like, are they going to roll with Delmar Glaze and set Jackson Powers Johnson as their guards?
Oh,
or
Oh my God.
Oh man.
Oh,
What?
I'm
Jared
behind you guys.
Jared
That's
Wiley
their
to the
best
Chiefs.
pick.
Jared Wiley to the
Best
Chiefs
pick.
here.
Yeah.
Whoa. Holy
That's
shit.
their best pick.
Really? I think Kingsley Suamatea is still their best pick in the late third.
Yeah, I would say so. But I really love this. I think this is fantastic.
Dude, that's
He'll
if I'm
have
a
more yard. Listen, he'll have more yards and catches than Xavier Worthy will. Put it on the books.
Okay.
okay. Yes,
Easton,
sir.
I'm going to our fantasy, our dynasty to go pick up Jared Wiley if he hasn't been taken yet.
Fair. I bet he has been, but if he's not taken.
Jared
going
Wiley. If I'm a Chiefs fan, I'm doing cartwheels right now. Jared Wiley is like one of these tight ends. This class has like several tight ends that are built like the Demogorgon from Stranger Things or like the monster from Cloverfield.
I love that. Yeah, it's a good comp.
And Jared Wiley's one of those guys, but he's also the type that like you watch his tape and you're like, holy shit, this guy's running slow. And then you realize, oh, he just crossed 15 yards in 3 steps.
Just covering ground like
Yeah.
nobody's business. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn it. Steve
Ew.
Frederick has Jared Wiley. Maybe I'll send him a trade offer.
Steve.
I
he's on it.
Maybe he's not paying attention to where
I
he went.
see Tennessee has cracked the board on the scroll of teams that are picking up next. So
Yeah.
Tennessee's
All right.
coming.
Rain
I'm gonna
range, yeah.
go refill my water now.
There you go.
And I'm not gonna have my headphones with me so y'all can talk shit.
The Eagles.
I hope they
just
draft
keep
Tommy
on-
Eichenberg.
Oh no, please not.
Andrew says
and-
JT made a Titans pick prediction. Can we get predictions from the others and see if anyone guesses correctly? Do I get to pick again if my guy is already gone?
Who was your pick?
Malik Mustafa.
And
Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see who goes. You know,
Play the
when they're
board,
on the
you know?
clock or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
when they're on the clock, you know,
then we'll make
I'll
a pick.
throw
Yeah,
a prediction out. I did make the prediction of Sweat last night before it happened. It just all the cards and all the signs were there. That's why, you know, I'm not big on the whole blindsided.
Mm-hmm.
They blindsided us.
Yes.
You just got to pay attention because the TD,
Old
like I said,
franchise.
has been talking about it since the pro day.
Yep.
No, not the pro day. He's been talking about for a while. I was confusing them and JC Latham, but he's been talking about for a while and been telling
it's
people.
been a couple weeks at least.
Do not be surprised that he takes Sweat if they take Sweat at 38.
So you
Austin
you,
Booker is really still high on the board. I agree. Austin Booker is a good guy to pencil in. Mo Kamara. They need an edge. They still have not gotten an edge.
Do you like Gabriel Murphy, Zach? Do you know anything about him?
I love Gabriel Murphy. Gabriel Murphy.
not Grayson,
also
his twin brother, not Grayson.
We
Murphy.
hate Grayson. We love Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel is a guy that scores really well on the Titans fit ratings. He's not their size, but the athleticism, and he has a perfect fit rating score for on the field. So his
Really?
on the field metrics are perfect.
I like him a lot.
So that means he has all the stats. I think he's really good. So I'm good with Gabriel Murphy there. I do like Austin Booker.
Man.
He's one.
What a 2-pick for the Chiefs here, man. Jared Wiley and Jaden Hicks finally goes here.
Dadgummit.
Wait a minute, what? I thought Detroit was on the clock.
Casey's next. Detroit's
Casey's
already in.
next afterwards.
That's such a good pick.
The Eagles were supposed to be on the clock, and they trade out again. The Lions go back to 132. Eagles get 164, 201, and a 2025 fourth from Detroit for 132 and 210. What is Howie cooking?
Who did Detroit take?
With the one they already. I haven't seen who Detroit has taken yet. I do not know.
Oh, they take a Sion Vaki.
That was one of your guys, Easton.
Yeah, I liked Vaki. I think I don't
Yo.
necessarily think he's going to be a starter day one, but he's going to compete for snaps. Rangy player.
Man, I hope a safety run doesn't start.
It
Well,
kind of feels like it.
yeah.
Stoney, you've missed everything.
Jaden Hicks and Sion Vaki both came off the board.
The Titans drafted Spencer Rattler. Your reaction?
Oh my god. Wow, damn, somebody took Sione Vaki? I thought he
Yeah,
was going to be like a 7th rounder.
I know.
Detroit did. They traded up for him.
Are those
That's-
Old Bay goldfish right? You got right there?
They are. Yeah.
Love that.
They're delightful. I'm going to mute myself and eat a few of these. because I need some sustenance right now.
I remember on night one, you guys weren't watching, obviously, because you're doing your own event. But on night one, that we got the 6th quarterback in the top 12, and JT just goes full unhinged. He's like, Spencer Rattler, round 1, it's coming.
I was saying the same thing. I was saying
we are
the same thing
36 hours later, and he's fallen into the 5th.
Hey man, whoever
I said, wouldn't it be? I said, I don't know why, but I'm feeling 6 quarterbacks going in the top 6. Like I just kind of felt it. I was pretty close, 6 in top 12.
In my final mock, I had all 6 going to this. I nailed every team they went to. I got all 6 of them. Actually, no, I'll lie. I did not get the Falcons part. I got 5 of the 6.
I'll say this. Spent all offseason saying free agency for defense and draft for offense. I've been saying a while, I think this would be a defensive heavy draft. So I'm not surprised that it has been, or it could end up being that way. I've always kind of felt like with the way that this team got built is that they need defense. So
let's talk about the Titans' best options on the board, just like wholesale. Wide receiver front, like we agree, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson.
Jacob Cowing still out there, Brendan Rice, Jamari Thrash, Taj Washington.
I'm not crazy about Rice personally for this team, but
yeah,
he's still out there.
I'm just naming who's out there and available. Jaquan Jackson is a guy that maybe they add in the 7th. That's someone that Tyke Tolbert ran drills with and showed some interest in at his pro day. But I do like Malik, Jacob Cowing, Jamari Thrash, and Taj Washington for all different reasons for this team. Of course, Jalen Coker is out there too. I see that.
So
in there.
wait,
Jaheim Bell is a guy that we need to keep on our radar. Tight ends are kind of flying off the board, right? And they have shown interest in Jaheim Bell. So
real quick, and this is apparently what he was announced as, and apparently what he's going up on as on the board here on NFL.com. Sione Vaki was announced as a running back.
Yeah.
He played both ways in college.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh man. There goes Jaden Hicks. Am I behind you guys?
No.
Yeah, we told you Jaden Hicks. Well, no, it just came up on the thing, but we've already told you Jaden Hicks.
Yeah,
we're leaking and spoiling.
I was about to say the leaks are like 3 picks ahead right now.
Leaking and spoiling. That's what I was doing hungover at 6 o'clock this morning.
All right.
So some other guys like Christian Mahogany, I would be ecstatic with Christian Mahogany, right guard, if they wanted to draft him.
Brennan Jackson.
In this round. Austin Booker, Mo Kamara, which we've kind of already talked about. We've kind of mentioned Cam Hart, Chris Abrams-Drain, Jeremiah Trotter. But all these big names, and we're still here heading into the 5th round with all these big names, and everybody has kind of just been saying this whole time. And yeah, Kalen Carson's another one.
Who's everybody's preference?
Jarvis Brownlee.
If they go edge, Booker, Solomon, or Kamara, who's your pick?
Austin Booker, easy.
Gabriel Murphy.
I'd be going Austin Booker as well.
Okay, fair enough. Well, easy answer, Skyler.
I mean,
I like the Gabriel Murphy answer though.
I'm sticking with my boy Gabriel Murphy.
I'd put Gabe Murphy in there.
That's the that's the tape grinder coming out in JT right there. Gabriel Murphy's got some really good tape.
I would say that right now, I think the people who thought the NIL was going to drain the day 3, so far that has not been the case, and there's still a long way to go. Yeah, there's still a long way.
We're only one round through, though.
I am talking. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? I'm trying to get a thought out. What is wrong with you guys? We're a long way from seeing guys like Anais Smith, Isaiah Wilson, Carson Steele coming off the board. So, like, those names being the best player available, we're still a long way from that. And I think we're sitting pretty good.
Conspiracy theory. I think the reason why Gabriel and Grayson Murphy have fallen to where they've fallen is in large part due to the fact that NFL teams know there are 2 of them, and you can just get the second one once somebody takes the first one.
I like it. Braylon Allen to the Jets.
That's basically supply and demand right there. The supply is high, the demand is low.
I like Braylon Allen to the Jets. That's really good. That's a good pick.
Is that? Wait, am I tripping? Have they made more than one? No, that's their first running back pick, isn't it? I'm thinking of somebody else. Never mind.
I think so.
Ignore me.
San Francisco is not leaving without another running back in this draft, though.
Did y'all see the other day at the post round 1 presser? The San Francisco brass was like, yeah, we're probably going to get a 3rd round running back and he'll flame out. And then we'll draft another one in the 5th round and he'll be the good guy.
So Isaac Guerrero is the guy who's going to flame out in the 3rd round here.
That's tough. That's tough. Speaking of 49ers, Jacob Cowing to the Niners.
Oh, that's
wow.
big.
I like that.
I mean, I think
that's interesting.
Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing to take over for Chris Conley and Juwan Jennings. I'm about it.
Good.
I'm about it here. Getting younger there. I like that a lot.
They got a
Isaac
lot
Guerrero
of
too. Man,
yeah.
that's a nice young
Nice little haul.
Offensive core right there in this draft class.
I love it. That's a good draft class.
BMO asked why Audric Estime has fallen, and it's because he's not good. Thank you. I'm going back to my goldfish.
Okay. Wow. All righty.
So we just finished the 4th round, and we've been talking for a near 2 hours.
These last 3 should fly, right? Right.
Hopefully.
Now, when does it go down to 4 minutes?
The 7th round.
Oh, so we're still here for 5 minutes every time.
Yeah.
So, okay. Wow, it's been 2 hours.
Cedric Gray made the favorite ads in round 4 on Ryan Fowler's list. So Cedric
A lot
Gray
of people really like Cedric Gray. I like him a lot. I mocked him to the Titans a couple of times.
I'm gonna get my water. You guys can talk about me. I don't care.
Let's see.
What's the who's the most likely media member to consistently in training camp spell Cedric Gray's name with an E and not an A? Just constantly get Gray wrong.
Terry McCormick.
That was my guess as well. Sorry, Terry.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Damn. That's Terry
tough.
McCormick catching strays.
That's so tough for
no
Terry.
reason.
Good thing there's a 0% chance Terry is watching this.
Well, he probably, if he is, he's probably going to record it using his phone, looking at the screen.
Oh no!
Because that's how he would do the injury report. And for the
Yeah,
longest
that's
time,
tough.
he'd just take a picture of the injury report or something.
That's efficient. That's good process.
Yeah. All right. Seattle's on the clock. The pick's in. They're showing the Cade Stover jerking off the cow again. They love this video on the NFL Network of Cade Stover jerking off cows. Or
Some interns having a great time in the production booth.
Why are they showing this when the Seahawks are on the clock?
I don't know.
It's an in case you missed it post.
In case you missed it, check this shit out. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. Maybe Cade Stover has better hands than I thought.
Maybe.
That's crazy.
It looks like you were wrong. Oh, here we go. This is what I need. I don't know why I didn't put this up here earlier. Oh, well, hey, listen, just so you guys know, this is a big one, and you guys need to know this. The go-to gas station snack for Titans linebacker Cedric Gray is hot Cheetos and blue Gatorade. Real big J journalism going on with Cedric Gray on the call.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody asked that, because if they hadn't, I was going to ask PR if I could have a special exemption to get that question in for him.
I forgot, you know, on the desktop version of Twitter, if you have X Pro or whatever you call it, I forgot they've now incorporated the tweet deck thing. So now I don't have to, you know, scroll around. I can just see it all pop up now.
Jacob's saying this is why they were showing the cow jerk off video.
Oh, speaking of cowing. Speaking of cowing, let's make
that's
sure
a pro
that
move by Eisen. I got to
Yeah.
respect that. That's a good callback.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like if I close my eyes for too long, I'm just going to fall asleep.
Well, don't close your eyes.
When are they going to get to the point where they're not going to announce the picks? Is that 6 and 7? Because they usually just go through.
Yeah, I think it's 6 and 7. They do it through 5 at least.
Gosh, come on.
How would y'all feel hypothetically about Johnny Wilson to the Titans?
I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah,
I like the prospect of Johnny Wilson. Just like on paper, the idea of it, I'm intrigued.
I mean, because technically he is a deep threat, right? I mean, he's got that long stride, you know, deep ball skills.
The biggest. Will Levis doesn't have to be super accurate because he's the biggest target in the entire league. Come on,
yeah.
you
Eldon got you on this one.
He's literally
Eldon's good at that.
Eldon's good at that. For too long is literally falling asleep. Yeah, it's a good take.
He got you on that one.
Eldon's witty. I'll give him that.
I hate Eldon.
Oh my God.
I'm kidding. I love all that.
I'm just looking through. I'm looking through some of the tackles that are still on the board. I'm surprised Christian Jones is still available. Ethan Driscoll, a guy that the Titans were sniffing around. Our boy Jeremy Flax is still on the board, and then my guy Travis Glover there, Georgia State, is still available. So I think if they add another tackle, I kind of feel like they're going to wait a little bit here. I don't think that's going to be a pressing need for this team. And unless Christian Jones is there when they pick coming up, like, I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. I'm very interested in this.
There are a couple spots. There's a couple spots here for the
Nehemiah Pritchett to the Seahawks.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I am getting, like, here's just I could be so off base, but my vibe on this next Titans pick is just out of left field. Really, like, what, that position, that guy.
Well, what's your, since you're 3 for 3 on the predicting the picks, Zach? What's the round 5? And then we try to fit a player into that.
I think it was the RAS merchant.
Okay.
Let me pull that up real quick.
Yeah,
Tyrone Tracy.
Ooh,
because it was very, very specific.
It was.
It is this guy is a steal. Good stats, toxic traits. So it's someone with toxic traits but good stats. And we can't believe that he fell. And then we're going to find out that he murdered someone.
Yeah, that was gonna be Jaden Hicks, but he's gone now.
That's a tough one. So we'll
I
have to see.
I don't know who fits that bill. There aren't a ton of huge followers here, unless they're this is the Spencer Rattler spot. This is it.
Chris Abrams Drains is maybe the faller.
I'm looking at PFF's best available. You know who I just can't get excited about? Xavier Thomas out of Clemson.
I never even watched him. I never even watched him.
I'm with you on
PFF
that.
thinks he's the 83rd best player in the entire draft. So,
Brendan Rice could be that player.
Yeah, toxic traits. I could see
his opinions are very high.
Toxic traits.
All right, we're starting to enter the Keaton Slovis zone of the draft.
That's wild. That's wild. How dare you? That's wild.
Chargers going to take Keaton Slovis to be the heir apparent to Justin Herbert.
Keaton Slovis has some buckets, man.
No, you know what? This is 143. The Falcons select, like I said last night, Spencer Rattler to be the quarterback after Michael Penix Jr. They have their plan in place. That's where Rattler's going to go.
Are you guys surprised that there hasn't been a quarterback taken since night one?
A little bit.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. 'Cause I thought for sure the Rams maybe would trade up for Spencer Rattler at some point, but maybe they're just going to wait and have him fall into his lap.
It feels like a game of chicken right now, right? So one person's going to pull the trigger. You'll see a couple go.
When is the RAS merchant pick?
That is 6th round. I think that was 6th round. Yeah.
Kamani Vidal. I'm calling it.
There you go. Let's see here.
Who
just went?
Tarheeb Still.
Tarheeb Still?
Yes.
Back out of Maryland.
Oh, wow. He went off early.
I've never heard of that guy's name in my life.
Sorry, man. This is where we get into. I'm gonna have to rely on Stoney here because we're getting into the Snoop Dogg. Who? Kind of rage.
No, I didn't even watch him. He was on my list.
Still as an undrafted free agent guy.
Yeah, I've got.
He's down there with Storm Duck, who you did watch for some reason.
Storm Duck fucks. That's why. I had Tarheeb Still on my list of. I've got about 20 guys that I was like, okay, if I can get done with all the prep early, I at least want to go through these guys and get familiar enough with their game that I could talk about them, or just have some sort of stray opinion on him. Right. And I never got down to him because I didn't think he would get drafted. I really didn't.
Yeah, I don't blame you on that. Oh, this is what I need to do. Where
are they glazing Spencer Rattler right now?
They are.
Like, this guy should be drafted.
Yep. Logan asked, "Did Stoney watch Tariq Owens, the son of T.O., for
No,
this
I
draft
didn't.
class?"
No,
we didn't
I
even
didn't.
know he had. We talked about this last night. We didn't know he had a
It's
son.
spelled like
and
Tiraque.
yes,
Tiraque?
That's how it's spelled.
Terique.
Tiraque, yeah.
We looked him up last night. He was the
Okay,
Missouri State Bears wide receiver.
Xavier Thomas to the Cardinals. So we avoid the Titans making that pick and us finally having to.
I don't
not be
even
happy
think he
with
was
them.
gonna. I don't know anything about Xavier Thomas outside the data. I don't think he was ever getting drafted by the Titans.
No.
Okay, but if my theory is correct, and my theory has been right about the positional area they're going with every pick so far. I called linebacker a second ago. I think they're drafting somebody random we don't expect.
There's some good edge rushers on the board here.
Yeah,
too.
there's some really good edge rushers, and I think that's where they're gonna go. That's where I'm leaning right
hope
now.
so,
They're gonna
but
pass on Malik Washington again, just to fucking spite me, and they're going to take an edge rusher, which I'm fine with. I'm ultimately kind of like Cedric Gray. I'm ultimately fine because they need an edge rusher, so I could see an Austin Booker, Gabriel Murphy, or one of these guys.
Do y'all remember last year who you're like, as the Titans needed a receiver, everybody was hoping for a receiver in every round, and they kept not drafting one. Do you remember who your day 3 guy was that kept being there, and you kept being like,
Puka Nacua?
please?
And then
For me, it was AT
Perry. Yeah.
It was for me. Yeah, like draft him.
And then after Puka Nacua got drafted, I think I did switch to AT Perry.
Tyler Scott was in that spot for a while too. Man, Paul's letting me have it in the comments. I got to do better next year. I got to watch my Tariq Owens. I got to watch my Tarheeb Still.
Yeah, if you don't watch every draftable prospect, what the heck are you doing?
Hey, I did find some Anthony Sowell out of Mid-America Nazarene University to watch.
Is that relative to City Sal? Brother?
No. It's SAO, not SOW. Yeah. But really long corner that I think has some interesting traits. Got invited to the Chiefs local pro day thing that they did. I was like, oh, I'm going to, and that small schools, man, they put their entire games on just YouTube. So
Howie Roseman has already added a 2025 3rd, 4th, and 5th round pick just today.
Wow.
Man,
just this round, just in the 4th round.
Yeah, that's crazy. So who do you guys want compared to who you think the Titans will take in this spot?
I want Malik Washington or Austin Booker. And I think they're going to take somebody that's not one of those two guys.
I think that they're going to, or I want them to take Austin Booker. I think is a really nice pick here. I think it also makes connections, with Scott Fuchs in the room, being around him probably makes sense. Gabriel Murphy is another guy that I just really like. Mm-hmm. And then after that, you kind of I think that they end up taking someone like Miles Harden out of South Dakota or something, just wild off the board.
I could see
a lot of people like Mo Camara. Where are you at on Austin Booker versus Mo Camara, Stoney?
I like Austin Booker better. I think he's got better length. I think he's got a better pass rush toolkit. I mean, Austin Booker is really good fighting with his hands to kind of break down blocks and get offensive linemen's hands off of him, and then the bend to get to the passer. I feel like Mo Camara is more of just like a natural brute force of just quickness and power. He's got a really good lateral sidestep to cross inside and up the gap to get to the quarterback. It depends on what you want. Oh no.
Our boy Jordan McGee.
To the Commanders, to the
Commies. They're killing
to answer Logan's question, who has the biggest hands left? That would be Javon Solomon out of that.
Wait,
has the biggest.
Did we look at Cedric Gray's hands?
They're small. They're small.
Okay.
Mike was tweeting about it. He thinks that Rand's trying to throw us off the scent.
To wrap up the edge rusher conversation real quick.
Sorry,
they had a I don't know if it was, I think it was at the combine. They had a meeting with Cedric Johnson. They've been sniffing around him, and he's still on the board as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the pick.
Ooh, that'd be really high. I feel like
it would. I feel like Cedric Johnson's just a guy like Steady Eddie. If he's going to be another body in the rotation, flashes some pretty good traits in moments, but I don't think he has the upside of an Austin Booker, a Mo Kamara. I really like Javon Solomon quite a bit too. Javon Solomon, I think Solomon and Kamara are both in my hidden gems class. For those of
I
you
see
with
some
the draft
questions
guide.
about Brendan Rice, and we talked about Brendan Rice just a little bit, but for this team, I prefer Taj Washington to Brendan Rice if I'm taking one of the USC guys. So I like Taj Washington over Brendan Rice, but I'm Malik Washington over both, Jamari Thrash over both. Personally, that's my personal view. But what are your all's thoughts? Because Brendan Rice feels like a weird fit for this team on a few different levels, and I don't know if I see it. I don't think I see Brendan Rice here as a Titan.
I don't think he makes a lot of sense for this team because of like where the wide receiver core is at right now. I just don't think that they really need his skill set. I still like Brendan Rice. I really like his hands and his length. He's got some drops, but man, he's pretty steady on the catches outside of his frame. And I think that's an endearing quality. He's a hands catcher. I think he's a pretty nifty route runner in terms of his breaks. And like, he's one of those guys that just kind of smoothly sinks his hips to get in and then explode out of his break. But I don't know. Like, to me, it's, if you draft him, what do you do with him? They kind of need some speed to go along with Calvin Ridley and more of a gadgety guy that I think can move around the formation that you can do multiple things with. And that's why I like Malik Washington so much for this team. And I just don't think Brendan Rice fits that bill, but he could be the guy that you're surprised is still there, but has toxic traits to go along with Zach's mock draft.
I feel like it's going to be a cornerback. Don't you?
I do too.
All those cornerbacks that the three cornerbacks that they liked and had been linked to via visits are still on the board. So maybe they feel that they can wait because there's three of them, right? And they're all kind of the same sort of, Kalen Carson, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. really feels like, the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme. And then you have Chris Abrams-Drain. So I kind of wonder if they don't, with three of them on the board, do you take the chance and just wait till the 6th round? But man, I'm really surprised Chris Abrams-Drain is still on the board. I think it must be a mix of size and athleticism, but the tape is good. I love the tape.
Tape is good. I think teams, from what I gather, don't really know what to do with him. I mean, he's got some reps outside, but I think everybody seems to think that he's going to move inside to the slot. But I don't know how the Titans would view him.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because I do wonder, these smaller 5'11" guys, how many of them do they think could play safety? Like, could Chris Abrams-Drain play safety? Could Kalen Carson maybe play safety? I don't know if Jarvis Brownlee Jr. can, but I do wonder
Chris Abrams-Drain
how they view that. And they still like Josh Proctor. They did a virtual interview with Josh Proctor. He's still on the board. I'm feeling edge. I'm feeling another defensive pick. I think that's where I kind of lie right now, is one of those defensive picks. But I would love Malik Washington. I'd be ecstatic. I'd be so ecstatic for Malik Washington.
Jaheim Bell, an option here too. I don't know if we've mentioned him already.
We did.
Tight ends.
I mentioned him as like a keep on the radar guy.
I talked to him at the combine. Good interview. Good guy.
So 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks of the 2024 draft, right? 0 have been taken since then. We've talked about it. The record between quarterback picks was 126. We have now reached 129. Cam Hart to the Los Angeles Chargers, as we're talking. So now it's like 130 picks. So the record keeps increasing and increasing.
So somebody asked us about the edge rushers: Austin Booker, Brennan Jackson, Cedric Johnson, Mo Kamara, Gabe Hall, Gabriel Murphy, Javon Solomon. I like Nelson Caesar out of Houston. Not the biggest Miles Cole fan. I don't think he has very good tape, but he does have elite traits as a potential moldable guy. And then you're starting to get into like the Eric Watts, the Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Jalen Harrell, those kind of guys. So I kind of feel like where they're at right now in this draft, this is a pretty rich spot for edge rushers. If you want a guy, I would not be surprised if this is the next run we see on some of these guys, because I'm surprised that several of these guys are still available.
Cedric Van Pran Granger to the Bills. He's a
Wow,
guy that had
okay.
a weird. He had a weird off season, right?
I ultimately like him.
Yeah,
I like him a lot too. He's kind of. This is one of the weird scouting things that like isn't actually scouting, but you have these thoughts that you just can't get out of your head, like somebody's going to break Edgerrin Cooper's legs because they're too long, kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
I could not get over the way Cedric Van Pran Granger was built. He's kind of built like an offensive tackle. And it tripped me up so bad to see him squat and get so low at center and explode out of the stance. And I think there are times where it just looks like he's kind of playing a little too high. And there are some technique issues with him. I think some consistency issues with him. He's got some good tape, but man, these Georgia linemen in particular, because I watched it with Amarius Mims too, it drove me nuts. And Xavier Truss, who's going to be in next year's class, who I watched for an entire game accidentally thinking it was Amarius Mims. All these guys,
solid.
All these guys have this thing where they just kind of like lunge. And I don't know if it's a coaching thing or what.
I like this pick for the Bills, specifically because did they trade their center? Or their other center, Mitch Morse, went to cut him. Right? He went to the Jags. So they need. I think they have a veteran, but I think that's a good pick for them. He's going to be a guy that they're going to build around for a couple of years to come.
And yeah, I like the pick. I think that's probably my favorite pick of theirs. That makes sense.
I love Cole Bishop still. I'm a big Cole Bishop.
Do you like him at the spot they picked him in?
With this safety class, if you need a guy to come in and play, yeah, I'm okay with the reach there. I do think it's a reach, but I think it's not so much of a reach when you consider the depth of the safety class and if you're looking to get a guy that's going to come in and play right away. I think he was safety 3 for me, if I'm not mistaken.
Andrew has a good comment here where he says Chargers are having a good draft, and that has to. I'm going to ask the question here because of the draft the Chargers are having. Is Jim Harbaugh just Joe Judge with better PR? The streets are asking. The streets are asking. I don't know. Maybe.
Let me take a look here. I got to catch up on their draft.
Tarheeb still was a little weird, but then they got Justin Aboigbe, Blake Corum, Junior Colson.
Did they get Blake Corum?
Yeah, right?
No, Blake Corum went to the Rams.
Oh, I put LAC instead of LAR.
Joe Alt, Lad McConkey, Junior Colson, Justin Aboigbe, Tarheeb Still, and Cam Hart. So doubling up on the corners. Yeah.
All right, let's see here.
I was about to say
Caleb Williams.
You were about to say.
I'm just completely gone.
Okay,
guys, do you think Detroit having 700,000 people at this draft is impressive? Just wait until Green Bay has 75,000. It's going to be awesome next year.
Yeah, I will say Detroit was very impressive.
Green Bay is going to feel like such a dud. No one lives there.
The Caleb Williams texted Bears punter Torrey Taylor and said, "Hey, you're not going to punt too much here."
Well, he's going to punt less.
I hope they lead
Iowa,
the league in punting just because he said that.
You can't punt any more than you did at Iowa. So,
well, here comes up.
Wait, that was the guy. Wait, Torrey Taylor was the guy at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Word. Okay.
So like when every other punt was like magnificent, and then what, and then incredible, and then yeah.
I think our buddy Jake has some good insight for us here too. Chris Abrams-Drain has only played corner for a short time after switching from receiver. Might be an easier conversion to safety. You might be onto something there, Zach.
I like a day 3 Chris Abrams-Drain. He was impressive at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I like him a lot too, and I think he's got the good tape to go with it.
What if the pick's Jalen Simpson?
Yeah, I'm out on that.
I'd be out on that too.
It's fine.
No,
It's not.
I'm with you. That's a meh pick if it's Jalen.
But I feel it in my bones that it's coming down the pipeline. Here,
Oh,
you know? Like,
Anthony Gould to the to Oregon State to Indianapolis.
Good kick returner.
Yeah, that screams special teams. Like that is exactly what that says.
he's a special player that gets some special plays on special teams.
there
How
it
about
is.
that?
Does
I would
Wingo
not put-
fit the Autry role? No, we talked about him
No.
here, and he's what everybody thinks Tavondre Sweat is, according to Stoney. Stoney's
That's-
evaluation.
My words, not Zach's. Don't send your hate mail to him. Send it to me.
Cole
That's how you know-
Alec
Pierce
Pierce
is
in the gutter.
I don't know,
Potentially.
man. Tough. If I'm Alec Pierce, I'm not crazy about this draft.
Apparently, the Colts at 142 was the pick that was traded by the Titans for Dennis Daly. So
Ah,
fun little history lesson there.
We could have had Anthony Gould.
Could have had
Yeah.
Anthony Gould, man.
is he
What a
Gould
shame.
or Gould? Is it Gould?
I like Gould better. Let's go with Gould.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I think they were calling him Gold at the Shrine
Were they?
Bowl. I think that's
Okay.
where I got it.
Trade for Alec Pierce. How about that? That's what they should do. They should call Indianapolis and say, we're trading for Alec Pierce.
Do you think that somebody calls up Oakland and asks about Michael Mayer, considering they decided to double down on
Maybe.
Brock
That's what I'm-
Bowers?
That's another component of their draft that I think it's weird. I mean, I get like Bowers and Michael Mayer are two very different styles of tight ends, and there are some packages you can get them both on the field at the same time. I know people have called Bowers a glorified slot receiver, but like you're like, you take Brock Bowers, what does that mean for Michael Mayer, who you invested a high pick in? You're taking these offensive linemen and just presumably switching positions. I don't know what the plan is there, guys.
Can I say something about this Colts draft?
Sure.
You got Alec Pierce, Michael Pittman, and Josh Downs already. And then you're doubling down with Adonai Mitchell, Anthony Gould. How many wide receiver are you going for? Wide receiver wide? Like, what was the plan here?
I know I said it as a bit, but I'm not joking. I legitimately think this was like a special teams to get him in that role on returning kicks and punts. Like,
Well,
I don't
I
think
agree
he's going to see
with
the
that
field.
on Gold. Yeah, I agree with that on Gold. I'm just thinking, like, is someone getting that's a lot of high round picks. If you didn't re-sign Michael Pittman, I feel like the Adonai Mitchell pick makes a little bit more sense. And I guess maybe they don't believe in Alec Pierce or something. I don't know. Just it seems like a weird wide receiver room.
Is Alec Pierce Indianapolis's Traylon Burks?
He might
Maybe,
be,
but I don't know. I just think that, I liked Alec Pierce. Maybe
I did
was just
too.
wrong on Alec Pierce.
Ashton Doolin, get ready to learn UFL, buddy.
I've been going just team by team, looking at draft hauls, and the Steelers draft hasn't been the sexiest, but I feel like they have 3 starting linemen they've found.
I do too, man. I kind of like that.
Troy Fontenot's a great first round pick. He'll play tackle. Zach Frazier can play center. Plug Mason McCormick in there at guard.
That Steelers draft is doing something to me, man.
They needed it. They needed that kind of draft.
I really like.
Somebody did a mock up of what their team's going to look like this year. I don't know if y'all saw this already or not. That's basically what the Steelers are going to be. That's what they're going to be rocking.
I like Peyton Wilson. He was my favorite linebacker in this class too. And then Roman Wilson in the 3rd feels like pretty good value to add to their receiving core. I kind of feel like Pittsburgh's knocking it out of the park this year.
Who isn't knocking it out of the park? Like, who has the worst? Okay,
The Atlanta Falcons.
Well,
Jacksonville Jaguars.
The Jags are. I was just looking at their class, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
Are we letting the Texans off the hook a little bit? Let's look at the Texans draft.
They did take Kamari Lassiter in the.
So they got Kamari Lassiter in the 2nd, Blake Fisher also in the 2nd.
Oh, I hate that pick too.
Kalen Bullock in the 3rd, Cade Stover in the 4th.
When your best pick is Kalen Bullock, that's a bad draft.
That's tough. I don't know.
I think I like the Kamari Lassiter pick. I don't like Blake Fisher at all. I called him popcorn because, you know, he's steady, reliable. You know what he is. You know what you're going to get. But, like, it's not – you can't do too much with it. You know, it's still just popcorn.
Right.
It's like butter.
Is it
corn.
like the low-carb 100-calorie popcorn from the grocery store? Or is it like movie lover, butter lover from the movie?
No, it's not even that exciting. It's not – it's just, you know – standard issue. I don't particularly like Kalen Bullock. I think he's kind of a one-trick pony, and I think looking at the Kamari Lassiter pick, obviously I'm not in the Texans organization. I don't know what they plan to do with him, but I feel like moving Kamari Lassiter inside to the nickel is probably a good strategy for them to kind of cover the inside, and I also feel like that's probably Kalen Bullock's best trait as a safety. I don't think he's a particularly physical presence. So you had him in the slot. So, like, now what are you just getting two inside defensive backs here? And then Cade Stover, I've already said, runs like he's running through a bog with a brick in his butt.
Let's all, as the Titans are about to be up here, we should all retweet the anything you put on Twitter. Just Titans are about to be back up here. Get some folks to rejoin with us.
I have not even been checking Twitter. I've got like 20 notifications.
You know what? I'll send you the thing you should retweet and make it easy for you. How about that?
Well, it's my latest notification. So
JT
I'm just gonna...
Bertrand to the Falcons.
Man, what are they doing? Gross.
I don't like that.
What's he building in there?
I think
Chicago traded a future pick to get up on the board with Denver.
Oh, so their last pick's coming up here. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think so.
Man, what if they add Malik Washington?
Butter lover.
That's what I'm worried about. What if, or no, listen, Brendan Rice or Taj Washington, right? This seems like a Brendan Rice or Taj Washington pick because you got Caleb Williams. But you also drafted Roma Dunze and you got Keenan Allen and DJ Moore.
I don't know. They could grab one of these edges that's falling. Like they could use another edge player.
I mean, let's catch up on what else the Falcons have done in this draft. Man, I like that core of Rook Nukem. I'm not a big Braylon Trice fan at all, but within the context of putting him next to Rook and Brandon Dorless in that defensive front, I think he's more of the hammer type of defensive end, not really a twitchy, speedy, bendy guy. But I think in that context, that's a pretty formidable defensive front right there. And then JT Bertrand is just a Notre Dame linebacker.
He is a Notre Dame linebacker.
The second best Notre Dame linebacker in this class. How about that?
Yeah. So what are we thinking here? We got a couple more picks before our Titans are on the clock. What are you guys feeling the way the last few picks have fallen?
I'm still maintaining. I think it's going to be a defense.
I think
it's going to be defense.
That's my shot is Austin Booker, which I'd be very happy with.
I think, man, I think Chris Abrams' dream might be it. The idea of converting him to safety, I can't believe it's taken me this long to get there. Literally on the air on Saturday, day 3 of the draft, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Hey, better late than never.
That makes sense. Yeah.
You know what my heart wants? My heart wants just draft Christian Jones and prosper at tackle.
I'm with you.
If they do draft Christian Jones, who starts week 1?
He's competing for the right tackle snaps in camp, 100%. Christian Jones.
Oh, there goes Austin Booker.
Okay, well,
that's who they traded up for. I figured. Who someone said you thought it was they were trading up for an edge. Was that you, Easton?
Yep.
Clairvoyance coming through again.
It is.
Who needs sources when you just know ball?
There you go.
Who needs sources when you can see the future?
That's right. So my official pick, I think Brownlee is a possibility here based on the interest they had in him. I think his tenacity fits with the kind of defensive identity they want. So I'll go either Brownlee, Chris Abrams, Drame, Gabe Murphy, Christian Jones. Those are the guys I think they're looking at.
I would be okay with Kitano Ladapo here too.
Sure. How about a Christian Mahogany still on the board?
Oh, yeah.
I just reposted all 3 of your all's thing, so I'm sure everybody's gonna really love that has alerts on.
I mean, we not even mentioned Malik Washington. We're burying the lead here. I guess it's because none of us want to get our hopes up. If it's Malik Washington, we're all going to be stoked. But I'm not thinking it is.
I'm just not confident that they're gonna go wide receiver. I just kind of feel like it's going to be a defensive player.
So
I just feel like it.
Are on the clock.
All right.
Who came in for Denver?
Refresh until they leak it.
Refresh until it leaks. Yeah, I guess so.
Doing some more leaking and spoiling.
Yep.
I will say this. No matter where they go, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm speaking in absolutes, but I feel like there are a lot of really good quality options for this team right here in this spot at multiple positions.
Actual impact guys still.
Yeah, the board kind of fell in a really beneficial way to this team.
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you pick, Denver?
Sataoa Lamea is still on the board too. I liked him a lot. He's got real clampy hands.
Hey, Christian Mahogany's still on the board.
Yeah. Oh, I do not want Dylan McMahon. Why do they have? Why does ESPN have him listed as a guard?
I don't know.
ESPN, do better.
Oh yeah, Christian Jones is still out there.
Yeah.
I'd really like Christian. So Denver takes Abrams Drain. Chris Abrams Drain is
out. Oh, did they really?
Oh, yep. Damn.
I think the Titans would have liked him.
Yeah. That would have been a good pick.
All right. Malik Washington's right there.
Just do it one time, just for us, for the fans, for the media that want to see some pew pew pew.
Also, I wonder, validate our work this draft cycle.
I wonder if they don't do Jarvis Brownlee Jr. here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling.
I don't know how I feel about it with Malik Washington on the board, but I'm all right. I
like Jarvis a lot. He's been my guy. I'm sticking with him.
There's an argument to be made about Jarvis.
He's such a tenacious.
Andrew, I know you like Chris Abrams Drain, but I definitely am not trading up for Chris Abrams Drain, even one spot. I just am not for that. I think what the Titans are doing by staying and being content with the board falling to them is a very good strategy. I am way more for trade back than trade up.
Can Jarvis possibly play safety? We talked about that a little bit earlier. I don't know what the consensus opinion, where we landed on that. I would say maybe you could try it. I think he's a corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think you want a guy that can undercut a route and run routes for wide receivers the way Brownlee can. I don't think you want to move him inside to safety and put him out more patrolling space. Like, he's good getting in the crawl of a receiver and sticking with them. So you don't.
It's interesting.
He's such an aggressive player.
Tennessee hasn't gone up on the board yet.
Well, it shows us on the clock on ESPN,
but no pick is in. Yeah. I think that's interesting.
They may be kind of scrambling with.
Maybe Abrams Drain was the pick, and they're like, "Oh shit! Oh fuck! What do we do?"
I mean, Denver did move up for him, right? Like, they may have thought that's where the Titans were going to go, and that's why they went up there.
Oh, Andrew asks about Bub Means. That's not a name that has come up.
Jason Bean, Bub's means beans.
Means beans.
Means beans.
Yeah, I think Jaheim Bell's an option here too.
Interesting.
I wouldn't be upset with that at all.
Pick is in. Come on, show it. We're at a commercial. You can do this.
Or someone break it on Twitter. I guess nobody cares about the Tennessee's
refreshing.
We're the only ones still watching the draft, by the way.
Is it just us four?
It's just us.
Yeah. Yes.
And we're providing haven for the sickos that watch along with us. It's just our little corner of the internet right now.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
Rain is over 50% on Senior Bowls.
Andrew King goes, "Oh my God." Andrew, are you saying that's who it is?
Oh shit! I
haven't seen anything.
Was it really?
Okay, commercial every time we have picked. He's saying OMG on that.
I know. I saw the name too and was like, "Oh my God."
Nightmare scenario. Yeah, Jordan Schultz does not
care about nightmare.
Jordan Schultz does not care about the Tennessee Titans.
He's taking
or this is a
piss right
rando they're
now.
picking like I thought they would, and he doesn't have this guy's agent.
Hired Brian Callahan as head coach. Thanks, NFL Network. That's how bad it is that they've got to let people watching this nationally know. Like, hey,
they got a new coach, by the way.
They've got a new coach. Yeah.
Titans draft Jarvis Brownlee Jr. There it is.
Did they really?
Yep.
How about it?
Love that pick.
Hey,
my boy.
Hey,
4 for 4, Easton. Let's go. 4 for 4, baby. Let's go.
Huge.
Jarvis Brownlee Jr. That's another visit. That's another visit off the list.
It is.
I love this pick so much, man. He is I've been saying it since January. He is such a Denard Wilson guy. He plays like a bigger body guy. The reason why he's available here is because athletically there are limitations. Size-wise, there's limitations, but he's so tenacious. He's so aggressive. He works well in man coverage. Like you said, Stoney, he runs routes for receivers. He makes me feel so much more comfortable with the drop-off from the top 3 cornerbacks they have on this team to the next guy. Him bridging that gap is a big deal because you're going to have some of these guys get banged up. He's going to have to play some this season, and he's a significant upgrade over who they had.
I had him as a top 100 player. I had him at 94 on my big board. He was in my hidden gems class. If you're a subscriber to Stacking the Inbox, he was my 14th cornerback in this class, and I'm trying to pull up my evaluation of him, but I jotted his name down so many times in this 60,000 word doc that it's taken me a minute. Okay, here we go. 5'10", 194. Frame looks a little light, but he plays as if he's anything but light. I noticed how active he was with his hands at the line of scrimmage. The real eyebrow raiser for me was seeing him practically run routes for the receiver he was covering in practice multiple times. Wasn't just a one-time deal against a particular player. He was doing it every day. Getting to catch up on the tape, it accurately reflects that and then some. And that was the final straw for me when I put him into the hidden gems class. He seems to have a knack for undercutting a receiver at the break point, understanding who is trying to go where, locking in on a target, and forcing difficult throws when a receiver gets behind him. That was another trait that feels like very advanced cornerback play. He doesn't panic when he gets beat. Instead, he kind of shifts his alignment to force quarterbacks to throw over him and into a bucket ahead of the wide receiver, which you don't see a lot of college quarterbacks make. And that is a very endearing trait. The dude's a dog. He's a scrapper. He fights and he plays advanced cornerback.
What you just said, the last thing you said, I also wrote. I said his attitude is pure dog. That's the best way I could describe him. I said the former Louisville Cardinal burst onto the scene at this year's Senior Bowl at 5'10" and only 194 pounds. Brownlee projects as a nickel, most likely at the next level, but he plays with incredible ferocity. I mean, absolute dog. He aggressively tries to derail receivers from the jump, just like the Titans' newest corner, L'Jarius Sneed. His twitchy nature and 4.51 speed will allow him to keep up with just about any receiver, and that was evident on tape. The fact that he was just kind of absolutely crushing bigger wide receivers than him at the line of scrimmage is something you look exactly at a guy like L'Jarius Sneed. And I think that's something that's huge here. I said, however, that aggressiveness will land Brownlee in some trouble occasionally. He allowed 13 touchdowns during his time at Florida State and Louisville, and his man coverage grade in 2023 was a pedestrian 61.7, but he has a lot to refine in his game, but lightning in a bottle aggression is infectious, and putting him in a room with L'Jarius Sneed and Chidobe Awuzie can only do amazing things for him.
Here. Well said, JT. I will drink to that.
We're already back on it.
I love
is that the cure for the hangover? Just getting back to it.
Yeah.
All right.
I love the pick. I think it's smart. You don't want Trey Avery and Eric Garror seeing the field, and you don't want Roger McCreary to have to go outside. Jarvis Brownlee, I do think that Jarvis Brownlee's maybe his best could be at a nickel corner, but I think he could play outside because of his physicality. But we talked about Denard Wilson and what he's looking for. Disciplined asshole with grit.
Yes.
That is exactly what Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is. And I love the pick. I mean, also because I kind of predicted that it was going to be the pick. But Audric Estime went to the Denver Broncos. But
Cool.
If I get my, I think it makes sense. I think I don't know how Twitter's reacting right now because I'm not got that part of the screen up. I would assume there's going to be a lot of people that are mad that he got picked. Of course, this was though the good stats toxic trait guy. So we don't know what Jarvis Brownlee's toxic trait is yet. So that's going to be a big
Too
thing.
aggressive.
Is it the penalties?
Penalties.
I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the hand fighting for me. That I think that fits it perfectly. So 4 for 4. Congrats, man. We're on a roll.
We're on one.
I love it. I like corners that mug people. I don't care about anything else. I just want someone that mugs somebody and gets up on their face. I feel really good about Jarvis Brownlee Jr. with Denard Wilson. I think that's a match made in heaven. And look, I think we're just going to be rolling through these picks now. Tommy Eichenberg went to Las Vegas, continuing.
Gross.
I thought they were going to draft Christian Jones and put him at center.
By the way,
yeah. But looks like we're going to start rolling here. They're just going to announce them. Now we're no more announcing at the podium.
Good.
Man, Tommy Eichenberg. Whew. If you need somebody to hit somebody that has no speed whatsoever,
that's such a Sorry,
there's zero chance of the offensive player eluding Tommy Eichenberg. He's just stationary, and you need somebody to hit a stationary player very hard. Tommy Eichenberg is your guy.
That's such an Antonio Pierce pick. Like that.
Yeah.
He saw that guy and he's like, I gotta have him. It's literally.
I don't know why this is cracking me up.
Are people mad? Are people mad online?
No, well, I'm sure they are. They're always mad. But
apparently
the A to Z Sports thing, I guess. Prince's Hot Choice, Princess Chickens, Tangier, Nashville. No, just Prince's Hot Choice. Just sounds funny. It's just a good play on the words. We got so Titans select Jarvis Brownlee Jr. on Tehran's tweet, and like underneath it's like Rand Carthon's burner is just like a bunch of thumbs down. I don't know.
Yeah, people are gonna be mad.
Just my opinion, man. Starters were available at positions of needs. I don't know anybody that was gonna be a starter that was available.
At
maybe Christian Mahogany and Christian Jones, you could make those arguments, but that's not a guarantee.
Yeah. And that's any of the edge guys were gonna be rotational.
Yeah.
It's honestly, but it really is about the situation.
He's talking about Spencer Rattler, obviously.
I mean, do you guys consider? I know you do, JT, but Easton and Stoney, do y'all consider a nickel type? Jarvis Brownlee a nickel type, or do you think? I think he could play outside.
I think he could play outside too. But I think he's got the right mentality that if you did want to like move him around a little bit and just see what you got, because maybe you don't quite need him week one, you have the luxury of kind of easing him in, kind of experimenting a little bit in training camp. I think it could work, but no, I'm cool with like bring him in to be an outside corner. A contingency plan for Snead and Awuzie right now, but a developmental guy that could eventually be a starter on down the road.
Yeah, I just said from a size perspective, especially, he's kind of fits into that Max Melton style of build that you just, like how much is he going to be able to win on the outside? But like I said, where Max is like super sticky, Jarvis wins on the outside with that absolute aggression and like what you want in a cornerback, cornerback crazy mentality. He just have to be vicious and violent and aggressive. That's Jarvis to a T. And that's what you kind of saw at the Senior Bowl, going up against some of those bigger guys like a Johnny Wilson and a Xavier Legette and guys like that.
Here's some
stuff
what
I just realized.
Go ahead.
John Robinson was never able to beat the Senior Bowl merchant allegations because he'd always go and then draft all Senior Bowlers. Rand Carthon realized if you just don't go, you can then draft all Senior Bowlers and no one will mention it.
True. Yep.
So here we go. Some strengths, weaknesses. This is from Dane Brugler's The Beast. NFL scouts rave about his ultra competitive and aggressive playing demeanor. Looks to reroute receivers off the snap and has better pass strength or press strength and lateral burst than expected. Quick-footed and can carry receivers downfield. Moves with twitch in his feet to quickly change directions or jump routes. Natural hand-eye coordination to make confident catches away from his body. Plays comfortable with his off-man cover skills. Has a quick trigger to pounce and close on ball carriers in front of him. Never backs down from blockers, but he can also give them the slip and fit up the run. Makes it a point to get in the head of a receivers and beat them up physically and mentally.
Dude, I shared that rep on Twitter of him just laying the wood to Johnny Wilson, who's like twice his size.
I gotta go find. I'm gonna go retweet that. I gotta find it because
he played on all punt
I was thinking
coverages.
exactly like it.
So he played on all punt coverages. Offers experience in the slot as a nickel. So he has experience in the slot as a nickel. Weaknesses: lacks desired size for the position. Trusts his ability to notice route clues and guess patterns, but NFL receivers might find success flipping his aggressive tendencies with bait tactics. Feisty play style leads to downfield contact and flags. Inconsistent ball tracking and finishing skills on the deep end. Can be inconsistent passing off receivers from zone. Never backs down from a battle. See his matchups with Florida State's Johnny Wilson, but bigger receivers in the NFL will be a different challenge. Missed 3 games during his senior season because of a nagging right foot injury. And the summary is, overall, Brownlee's aggressive nature will be a double-edged sword versus seasoned NFL athletes, but his movement skills and competitive toughness will be attractive qualities for defensive coordinators. He has the right mentality to play special teams and compete for a starting nickel role early in his career. So, pretty interesting stuff.
I would agree.
He's fueled by his tough upbringing, which is also interesting. Another, I like guys with chips on their shoulders.
It's like Dewey Cox has to think about his entire life before he goes on stage.
And what's interesting here is that he prefers to play press so he can get his hands on receivers and throw off route timing. And they played a lot of zone over in Louisville, but I love that he prefers to play press. I think that's huge.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I agree with Colby McClure. Sounds like a guy you want with Denard, and I agree. I think that was one of our big takeaways when Denard Wilson was hired.
The Saints take Spencer Rattler.
Oh, wow.
Good pick for them. Very good pick, because they're in QB hell, and their only way out was to get the rookie.
Apologies. Continue.
But I think one of the things that we have been consistent on, at least between me and Stoney, is that Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is the Denard guy. Like, I think everything that Denard Wilson always says, I'm like, man, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. sure feels like it's that guy.
Yeah. And that's the reason, I mean, to be frank, that's the reason I dedicated one of the film studies I did this cycle to specifically Jarvis Brownlee Jr., because you see him in action and he looks like a guy that Denard Wilson is describing when he talks about dogs, but then you see they're sniffing around a little bit. And I think you and I both were kind of like, yeah, this is a guy that if he's there at the right spot, they're gonna pounce on, and that's what happened here today. So, like Easton, Zach and I are also clairvoyant and can see the future.
Yeah. I'm looking.
I think we're just the best at this.
I would agree. Hey,
that's the conclusion.
You're gonna hear me say anything, but I'd agree. So Lent Zierlein has him as a good backup with the potential to develop into a starter, a 6.13 grade, which is to kind of throw some context onto there. Believe 6.71 was JC Latham's score, so not too far back. So if you're getting someone that's a good backup with the potential to develop into a starter, that is what you're looking for in round 5. And I haven't seen any. Someone asked for comps. I don't know of a good comp for Jarvis Brownlee.
I don't really do comps unless there's something that just jumps off the tape at me.
See if there are any on the internet I can find.
So I will say this. Zierlein says Brownlee could have teams targeting him on day 3 as a nickel defender with the potential to bump outside. So I think when you bring a guy like Brownlee in and you have Denard Wilson, you have Roger McCreary, you have Cheeto, you have L'Jarius Sneed, that's a guy that can learn from all these other players and can, if someone goes down, Brownlee Jr. is your 4th man up. And you need 4 cornerbacks. You just need it.
Yep.
Well, and the interesting thing here too, JT, did you want to jump in? Go on ahead.
That's no, I was agreeing with him because that's exactly my sentiment.
Like they've talked about, or maybe we've talked about, I don't remember. I don't remember at this stage in the game. We've been going a while now, but talking about like the good teams get to a point where you're not drafting for need every year because you have guys in the pipeline that you're developing that can step into roles. And this feels like one of those picks where you're trying to get ahead of the curve on the cornerback position, where you're getting Brownlee in here right away. And by the time they actually, hopefully, fingers crossed, need him, he'll be ready to go, and they won't have another pressing need at cornerback on down the line. You can just kind of keep cycling through these guys. The example that I heard recently was like the Green Bay Packers when they were going through all those wide receivers with like Jordy Nelson and Devontae Adams and Greg Jennings and all those guys, that stretch where you're just kind of loading up. That's what this kind of feels like to me too, is like just getting ahead at the cornerback position so that once, you know, life after Snead and Awuzie is here, they've got a guy ready to go.
Yeah, I like it. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out. I didn't see that the Bengals had selected Josh Newton, so I missed out on that. So that's kind of why I was distracted here.
Someone comped him to Aqib Talib, apparently, according to Alex Titan in the comments. But I thought Aqib Talib was a lot longer, had bigger frame.
Maybe in the way he plays.
Maybe in the way he plays. Yeah, that's fair. Stylistically, I could see that for sure.
And isn't that really what we're looking for? Is stylistically?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. He was he's 6 foot, 202 pounds, Aqib Talib, 34.6 inch arms, 9.875 hands. So yeah, he was longer than Jarvis Brownlee Jr. So let's just do this. Let's do a little RAS compare. Let's check this guy out. See how close we can get to the Aqib Talib. Jarvis Brownlee. Show the comparison. Come on, RAS. Shitty ass website.
Damn. RAS catching strays today too. First Terry McCormick and now this.
All right, so since the Titans have literally only drafted from the pool of 35 do draft players on our do and don't draft guide, that would insinuate their next pick will be one of the following guys. Let's see who's available here.
Okay.
And the Colts just took Jalen Carlies.
Interesting.
All right. I'm going to be right back.
Okay. So Christian Jones is still on the board. Still
not been a tackle in a while, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody drafted. Okay, here are the guys that are still available as due drafts, which we have been 4 for 4 on. Christian Jones. Is Mekhi Wingo still available?
He is. Another crazy slide.
Mekhi Wingo, Gabriel Murphy.
I'd love Gabriel Murphy in the 6th there, man. That'd be awesome.
Johnny Wilson. Is Jacob Cowing still out there? No, he's not.
No, he went to the 49ers.
Ethan Driscoll, Christian Boyd. Is Christian Boyd still there?
Yes, Christian Boyd is still here.
He's there. He's with you, JT. He's
in the room with me. I'll let you guys know. I'll let you know when he.
So that's if this trend continues, it will be one of Christian Jones, Johnny Wilson, Mekhi Wingo, Gabriel Murphy, Cornelius Johnson.
Man, that Gabriel Murphy pick would hit.
Yeah, I'm with James here. Trade everything left to come back up for Jones and let's go home. I agree.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Yep, you got your tackles.
I agree. You know, honestly, being here instead of the media workroom at St. Thomas is so nice because at least I'm going to be at home. But I'm with the sentiment of everyone else. The Titans have 242 and 252. I don't want to stay there till 242 or 252. I don't want to stay here till 242, 252. Let's wrap it up. Send both of those. Go up in the first round or first half of the 7th round, and let's call it a day. I think
that would be, man. That's going to be sick if Jones slides all the way to them.
Also on there, by the way.
Yeah, Malik Washington's still available.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know.
What do they know?
He's 5'8". That's the allegation.
What do they know?
And there's still some really good players.
Timothy Dye says, yeah, but if we trade 252, we can't take Drake Stoops.
Who is Drake Stoops?
Drake Stoops, the coach's son at Oklahoma.
Is he Bob's son?
There's another Nepo baby in this class.
He's a Nepo baby, yeah.
Wow.
And he's tiny.
I'm starting to think this NFL thing, it's about who you are and who you were born to.
Well, has only one Nepo baby gone?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Nobody but Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah,
Rice has Trotter's still there. Rice is still there. Frank Gore Jr. Apparently Stoops.
If you consider Max Melton a Nepo baby because his brother's in the league, he's gone.
That does count. That does count. And, Luke McCaffrey are gone.
McCaffrey as well.
Yeah, that counts.
So 3 Nepo babies off the board.
Zach, who's the next Nepo baby off the board?
Jeremiah Trotter.
Good pick.
Probably.
Yep.
While you were gone, we got our first comment about Drake Stoops.
I heard it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Joe Alt is a Nepo baby.
Technically,
I forgot about that.
Yep.
Aeneas Smith
to
the Eagles
because he's got 11
Aeneas
relatives
Smith
in his family who played in the NFL. What?
Aeneas Smith makes sense though with the
or who?
The new kickoff rules.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Eagles.
But get ready
They're
to
calling
be
him a running back.
Huh?
I mean, he's kind of not a good receiver, but once he gets the ball in his hands, he's sick. So
more like
maybe
Enos Smith, if you ask me.
Okay.
Jarvis Brownlee thought he was going to go to either the Titans or the Colts.
Wow.
Okay. Colts wanted him. Okay. Well, the Colts have bad cornerbacks, so I don't.
The Colts said, "Nah, we're only making bad picks this year." Man, I know I'm a broken record, but it's just my hangover brain. There's some good players left.
There are.
What are we at? They're up next at 182, 183.
182.
182. All right, so we've got exactly 30 to go. Who's the 30th best player on ESPN's board?
Zach,
right
who
now?
said the thing about the Colts?
That's PK.
Gotcha.
He said Jarvis Brownlee thought, and there's a tape, him talking about his playing style. Let's hear old Jarvis Brownlee talk. Can we get these drafted players? I think the NFL needs to pitch in and get these drafted players a webcam and headphones and a microphone,
like a Chromebook. Like they should.
Yeah, they need to do something because listen, Jarvis Brownlee's talking and he's got his phone, flipped around, but underneath him. So he's looking down like this the whole time, and he's walking around the room. Like, sit down, bro. You're in an interview.
Hey, he's nervous. He's nervous, man.
Making us dizzy, man. Let's see.
Oh, we forgot about Chal Smith-Wade. Currently 81st best available on ESPN's big board.
Is that like ESPN's big board? How do they do that? Is the
Jaguars select DeAndre Prince, cornerback out of Mississippi?
Oh, interesting.
And Kalen Carson's fallen.
I wouldn't be mad at that, but I think at their next pick, if Gabriel Murphy's there or Christian Jones, that's the easiest card you run out ever.
Sick. That's sick.
No, I don't have ESPN Plus. Oh well.
And Trey Taylor's still on the board. Joe Milton's still on the board.
Hey, I'm going to say something. I think this is the best Titans draft we've had so far. That I can remember. I think on paper.
I'm not ready to call it better than that 2019 draft, but
I think it was on paper. It is on paper. I mean, you weren't getting excited about
how we
Long
reacted
or
to
DeAndre Walker or any of those guys. I mean,
so you're saying or the reaction to the draft? Because it ended up.
No, I'm saying like right now, like if you look at it from the day that the draft is over, right? If you're looking at the end of the day and you were looking at the names on a piece of paper next to each other without any foresight into how the careers, look.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the best. Yeah, this is the best draft on paper.
It's right.
I would agree with that. I think I would agree with that.
It was Big Jeff, AJ Brown, and then it was DeAndre Walker, David Long, and Amani Hooker. Those are a lot of those turned out to be good players. Oh, and Nate Davis, but at a point, was that the Nate Davis class?
It was, yeah.
Okay, but really, you had a lot of question marks after AJ Brown. So that's kind of where I'm at. Is looking at this, you're looking at on paper, J.C. Latham, Tavondre Sweat, Cedric Gray, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. All four are guys that are going to come in and have major contributions right off the bat.
Man, Andrew,
I think everybody's a little overthinking the Jarvis Brownlee effect that it has on the cornerback room. He's cornerback 4. Like this says nothing about Roger McCreary, Cheeto, or L'Jarius Sneed. You guys got to remember, those are your 3 wide receivers. This is best player available, obviously, and he's cornerback 4.
Hold up, though. Hold up. Hold that thought 1 second. Can we play Roger McCreary at safety?
I mean, I guess maybe. I don't know his length.
Yeah, I don't know about that length. I don't know.
Let me go. I'm going to take a walk.
Here we go. Jeremiah Trotter did to the Eagles. I told you he'd be the next Rainbow baby. Told you he'd be the
5th round.
That's a good pick for the Eagles, though. I like that fit.
Yeah.
I don't considering their linebackers were geriatric. Yeah, I'd say so.
I don't love
They still have people saying the picks.
Do they?
Yeah.
No.
Stoney, what do you not love, Stoney?
I don't love the Will Shipley pick or the Anais Smith pick, but I think otherwise this is a pretty good draft for the Eagles.
Apparently, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. just said he prefers playing the nickel. So,
what'd you just say?
Apparently, Jarvis Brownlee Jr. I'm just going off Andrew.
Oh, I see. I see a Turan's tweet now. I see what you're talking about. Where did the draft go? Okay, who went 154? Who went before Jeremiah Trotter right now?
Brennan Jackson.
Get to the Rams.
Who'd he go to?
The Rams.
Okay.
Brennan Jackson, Chop Robinson. Who's the other interior guy they got yesterday?
No, the Rams got Jared Verse.
Sorry, Jared Verse. Yep, Jared Verse. They got an interior guy yesterday, and then also Brennan Jackson.
Brennan Jackson to the Rams in round 5 is not fair.
The fish spit in the YouTube chat is saying, my sources are telling me Farley is moving to safety. Then fish spit follows it up with, I don't have any sources.
The comments, the chat has been on fire today.
It really has. This chat has been something. I love weird names like that, especially fish spit. Like what? Why? Why are you fish spit? I need to know, fish spit, if you're still watching. I need to know why you're called fish spit.
Can fishes spit?
Oh, Braden Fisk was the other name JT was looking for there. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Brennan Jackson in this draft. But they also drafted Cam Kinchins, whose knees creak when he runs.
Daniel said he'd love Braylon Allen, but Braylon Allen's already been drafted.
Yeah, to the Jets.
I don't want to know what fish spit is. I'm heading to the Urban Dictionary.
We're gonna get. Are we gonna get canceled over this?
There's FCC violations written all over this.
Well, there's spitfish, and spitfish is when you spit into a fish's booty hole and then cook it.
Come on.
And here's it used in a sentence.
No.
I spitfished this floppy boy.
No. Why?
Spitfish this, and it's that. Listen, this was posted by Spitfisher in January 23 of 2018.
So he knows. He's an expert on the topic.
Yeah, Spitfisher knows about fish spitting and booty holes.
All right.
Hey, I don't know why you're wearing that ridiculous hockey jersey, but just so you know, or he doesn't have his headphones in.
He can't even hear you.
What happened?
I don't know why you're wearing that ridiculous jersey. It's football, not hockey. And
They play today. What's up?
Hey, so we figured out what fish spit is.
Are you allowed
if
to
you want to know?
Oh,
I was told that we don't want to know, and so I went to Urban Dictionary immediately.
okay.
And if you put it in, it's spit fish. So fish spit, but spit fish. And it's when you spit into a fish's booty hole and then cook it. I'll use it in a sentence for you.
Okay.
I spit fished this floppy boy.
Also, JT, Braden Fist was the name you were looking for with the
Okay.
Rams defensive
program.
program.
Thank you. Okay. Perfect.
I thought this
Wow,
was
okay.
a family-friendly show.
That's the Hot Read podcast. All bets are off once it's a foursome. You should know this.
Yep. Yeah.
That's most times all bets are off when there's ever a foursome involved. So
Okay.
Yeah. Just
All right.
my bad, guys.
Is it Braden Fisk or Braden Fish Spit?
I don't know, but Papaw's got a wet. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What? What was that sentence? Buck's got a wet. I hate that.
Apple's got a wet.
I left for 1 minute. And everything goes to hell. All right.
I used to use salmon saliva for my
Okay, so
PlayStation
that's
account,
the
and
origin.
eventually evolved to fish spit. I'm a naked panda bear on Xbox.
Naked panda bear. I like it.
A naked panda bear, because all pandas are technically naked.
Unless they're wearing clothing.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, fish spit was an all timer. That was a good little venture down. Who else? What other draft coverage?
I have
is
written down a
about
time. I've written down the
fish?
timestamp for every off the rails thing we've said. I'm gonna make a supercut of it after the show.
Oh no.
I've got like 40 of them.
Okay, see, Shaw Smith Wade to the Panthers.
Yeah, let's
But
catch
we
up here on
don't
what's
know.
happened.
I guess he doesn't have the Cleveland pick agent. Let's see. This was a interesting setting for, and then maybe there's a reason that he's in this warehouse, but this is an interesting setting for this guy making the pick.
Jamari Thrash to Cleveland, which is crazy. What? That wide receiver room is now
It is crowded.
Amari Cooper, Jerry Jeudy, Elijah Moore, Cedric Tillman, Jamari Thrash, David Bell. like what?
Mhm.
Man, that's crazy. I love Jamari Thrash, though. He's kind of like Jarvis Brownlee Jr. and like he's a little feisty. He's a lot feistier than people give him credit for.
I guess that's
Zach,
how they coach him at Louisville.
Who are the known visits that are yet to be drafted?
Kalen Carson
Okay,
and Rasheen Ali are the only two left.
gotcha.
As far as real visits, I mean, there's Josh Proctor, who was a virtual. I think all the virtuals have been drafted besides Josh Proctor. Let me pull that up. Stackinginbox.com.
So Christian Jones was Daniel Jeremiah's 55th best prospect on the top 200.
Let's see. Josh Proctor, Al Blades Jr., Mark Perry, Norrell Pollard, Jaden Crumedy, and Dalton Tucker. So were the other virtual meetings.
Gotcha.
For my sake, I hope they don't draft any of those guys. So
Yeah, I wouldn't think that you would have. You may have to draft like in the 7th round, Mark Perry or Al Blades Jr. if he's got a lot of. If you feel one of your priority undrafted free agents is going to have a lot of interest from other teams, you sometimes have to draft them.
Yep.
Shaw Smith Wade, quarterback, Carolina.
All right, so here's the official list. If the trend continues from the do and don't draft guide of the Titans exclusively drafting from the pool of 40 players, here's who they may pick the rest of the night, the rest of the day. Wide receiver Malik Washington, wide receiver Johnny Wilson, wide receiver Cornelius Johnson, tackle Christian Jones, tackle Ethan Driscoll, interior offensive lineman Kingsley Egwukon, defensive lineman Mekhi Wingo, defensive lineman Christian Boyd, edge Gabriel Murphy, linebacker Nathaniel Watson, cornerback Miles Harden.
we probably have all been sleeping on Ethan Driscoll a little bit too much because the reports were that they showed a ton of interest on Ethan Driscoll in this pre-draft process. Yes,
really.
That's why I put him in the do draft, because just his size. We're in Germany. What is going on my screen now?
That's actually the Bavarian beer house at Opry Mills.
Mo Kamara to the Dolphins. Mall. So there goes that.
Oh. Every time I drive, Stoney will appreciate.
Dude, I want to go. I want to go to a Bavarian beer house. That sounds great.
Stoney, are you watching the draft right now?
Like, yeah, I am. Man, is
that's Chandler Zavala in Germany? Chandler Zavala is just in Germany having the time of his reading it off a pretzel. He's reading the pick off a pretzel in a brew house in Germany.
Stoney, I said this is what the Bavarian beer house looks like in the Opry Mills Mall.
Oh yeah, is that right?
That's what I'm guessing. I've never walked in there, but I'm guessing this is what it looks like in there.
Dude, I want to get a Dave & Buster's at Opry Mills. That sounds like such a fun time.
A post-draft DMBs night for the boys.
Did you guys know? Did you know that
down with some DMBs
when you guys went to see Barbie, or they were at Dave & Buster's the night me and Easton went to go see Barbie and Oppenheimer in the same night?
Wait, really?
Yeah,
is that right?
Zach and Stoney were at Dave & Buster's after seeing Barbie, and we walked in as they walked out, and we didn't see each other.
We all wore pink.
I know. As I was
Ethan
walking
Driscoll,
in,
look at the PK tweet. Let's see. Jarvis Brownlee feels like he's one of the top corners in the draft. He paced around his mom's bedroom while he Zoomed with us. I'm hyped, I'm anxious, and I'm kind of upset. Love it. Yes. Yeah.
I like that.
I'm excited.
Buddy.
I fucking love it. Let's go.
Oh, there goes Chow Smith-Wade.
Yep, he's off.
Good for him.
Mo Kamara's going to the Dolphins. That's also happening here in just a second.
I agree with you, Zach. Ethan Driscoll, like the reason why we put him in the guide is like he's exactly what I imagine Bill Callahan wants in a raw prospect. That just like an I can fix him guy for Bill Callahan. That's Ethan Driscoll.
Yeah, maybe they'll get him as an undrafted free agent. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how far. I mean, as long as Christian Jones is still on the board, you'd imagine Ethan Driscoll is going to stay on the board.
Yeah.
Real quick, I just want to bring up this Jordan Schultz tweet because this is the funniest tweet to me. Maybe it's just to me, but he said Jeremiah Trotter Jr. impressed teams during the combine. Football player is how one scout described him to me. Really? Really? You think so? You think he's a football player?
Scouts will just say anything on the record. It's so funny.
He does go to this is the kind of like a draft day scenario where he goes to the team that his dad played for. So like,
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Scouts.
Derek, good Derek, not earlier bad Derek, but good Derek says, why is he upset? And he's upset because he fell. So he's kind of this is like an Amon-Ra St. Brown situation where he's probably
going to write the name
of
every cornerback that went before him before he goes out there, which is a lot of cornerbacks.
He's going to walk out to Mini Men by 50 Cent at the press conference.
Love it.
How many cornerbacks are off the board? Let's see here.
Mo Kamara, 5th round.
So what's wrong with Kalen Carson? That's what I'm starting to wonder.
24 cornerbacks have been drafted, including Jarvis Brownlee Jr. So before him, though, there were 20 before him.
Jarvis Brownlee on Will Levis is per Joe Rexrode, whom he played against at Louisville. Quote, he's a dog. I hit him once and he's pretty heavy.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's a football player.
Football player, that guy. Let me tell you.
Man, I'm kind of on board with Sataoa Lamea at right guard here.
Yeah, you're not going to get me on this Satoya Lamea train.
26 picks.
You can try all you want. I'm not doing it.
Never in your life you're going to be able to
bring him to
his name right. That's why you don't like him.
Yeah. I'm a name drafter.
He's a name scout.
Draft on names.
Yep.
Eddie U still on the board.
If they picked up Eddie U at this point, I'm all in. Yeah. I'm still in on that. I don't care.
Eddie U just went.
No, fuck.
That dream lasted 10 seconds.
Wait a minute. Where'd he go?
Bills.
Dang. Man, I don't want to play against him. Hunter
What's the
Norzad,
next
Kansas
Titans
City.
draft pick? How far are we away here?
I think it's 182, right?
182. Yeah.
Yes. And we're on what? Almost 162. So about 20 away.
Let's see. So there.
And they're
and
coming quick.
Edifon Ulofosio to the Bills.
Yeah, the guys I'm most surprised to see still on the board: Malik Washington, Christian Mahogany, Kalen Carson. I'm starting to get a little surprised by Johnny Wilson, but I get the league probably just doesn't know what to do with him.
Christian Jones, man.
Christian Jones, yeah.
Mekhi Wingo still available.
Yeah, yep. Stoney, did you watch Miles Harden out of South Dakota at all?
I never did. No, I never got around to him.
He was like one of the last guys we added to the Do Draft guide because we weren't going to pretend we watched a ton of South Dakota tape, but the numbers we liked a lot.
Oh, Grant Nelson's coming back. Good shit, Andrew King.
I don't know what that means.
It's an Alabama basketball player.
Oh. What happened to This Is Football? Get rid of your stupid sports that aren't football.
And listen, I don't want to be a fog, a football-only grump.
You were when JT walked in here with a hockey jersey on.
Yeah, because it's an ugly hockey jersey.
Mm.
I just call it like I see it.
Mm.
I'm just a straight shooter.
Are you universally anti-jersey? Because I know you're not fond.
Yes. Now I will say that I think there's two sports where I think I'm just really anti-football jersey.
Okay.
I don't wear jerseys though, but I do have Predator jerseys, because when you go to the game, it just it fits well.
Right, it works.
It works. And I used to wear basketball jerseys all the time growing up back in the 90s and all that kind of stuff.
I like football or not football, baseball jerseys and hockey jerseys.
I like baseball jerseys.
I just think his particular jersey is hideous. I wish I didn't have to look at it on the screen. So I'm just gonna keep my eyes off of the screen.
Yeah, no, that's so fair.
That's crazy. You're just gonna agree? You're just gonna take that, JT?
I've been taking it for my entire life, man. I'll just,
Well,
I have no enemies. I simply, I'm just here, which is so wrong. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's not accurate, but we'll go with it.
I was about
Daniel's asking, what the Christian Jones thing is. I don't know. Maybe I can find something that maybe alludes to that.
Let's see here. Let's see what we can come up with.
You were a big fan of Edufon. How do you say his name?
I love Edifon Ulofosio.
Edufon.
Okay, I have a Bills fan who they just drafted. One of our friends is a major Bills fan. He's asking about him. I didn't watch a lot on him. You guys are major fans, though.
Stoney, you want to give us the rundown on Edufon?
Let me pull up my eval of him.
Well, for me, he will die on the field before he comes off. And so he's one of those guys that he's going to give you his all every time he steps out on the field. He's got an interesting backstory where his family immigrated in from Nigeria to Alaska. If I'm not mistaken, that was the connection. And
I mean, holy cultural shock. Nigeria to Alaska is about as crazy as you can get.
And he was a walk-on, if I'm not mistaken, at Washington. Isn't that right, Stoney? Didn't he walk on to Washington? And then he won the job. And he's a guy that when you look at it, he's going to wear the green dot for them. He's athletic, but not super athletic. He's kind of like to me, he reminds me a lot of Azeez Al-Shaair, where he's just kind of like a guy that could do everything and he'll be in the right spot and be able to take control of the defense.
My eval of Ulofosio is he's a well-built linebacker, big, thick thighs that scream explosive. At the Senior Bowl, he practiced and played with great discipline, speed, and pursuit. Finished as a physical tackler when the opportunity presented itself. At times, he felt a bit behind in tracking in space, and that shows up on the tape sometimes when his instincts seem to be a little slow, which could be still learning the position kind of thing. Still, the tape matches up with the practices in terms of his fluidity standing out. There's an element of raw power that's missing to his game. He plays with a good combination of a strong punch to the pads and change of direction to shed blocks, but I don't think he's out there simply overpowering guys with drive. That lack of raw power also leads to him being washed out of play sometimes, but the athletic ability is fun to watch. He's always around the play, getting into gaps to crowd running lanes, displaying a lightning quick lateral step that gets him inside before an offensive lineman can get their hands on him, squirting through to tackle the running back. There's a hell of a play in the Michigan game during which he stuck with Roman Wilson to the sideline, undercut the route at the boundary, and got his hand into the throwing window for a pass breakup. Every time I watch Ulofoshio, I find something new that I like about him. He's one of the more underrated linebackers in this class, and he's my best bet if you're looking for value and are willing to roll the dice on some traits turning into Diet Fred Warner.
There you go.
There you go.
Anyways, apparently Cooper DeJean's Instagram account from when he was like 10 has been found.
Oh, I love this. Where's this going?
Easton, hold on. I'm going to send it to you so you can put it up on the big board here.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
This is an all-timer right here.
Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, hang on. I'll throw this.
His name was his username was swagbro123 when he was growing up on Instagram. So
you don't want to see the archived Instagram photos I have from like middle school. It's really tough. Yeah. Let's see here. This is some pretty class. I mean, I relate so hard to this. So in a way, I'm a fan.
Christian Jones to the Arizona Cardinals. So there goes that.
There it is.
Man.
Here we go.
Whoa.
Showing off the beats.
Listening to my beat. Thank you, Dr. Dre.
Spelled out doctor, full, not DR. Full doctor.
Oh,
Reading
no.
About the Pope.
Reading about the Pope.
And sitting on a toilet. Sitting on a toilet.
I love it. That's awesome.
NFL player, Cooper DeJean.
Christian Jones off the board is heartbreaking.
Oh, no. To who?
Arizona.
Monty over there.
Monty's on one this weekend.
Let's check out old Monty's draft here. Of course, when you have all the good picks, you know, after you're accumulating stuff, it's pretty good. Let's see. Okay, the Marvin Harrison, Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams, Tip Ryman, Elijah Jones, Darian Taylor Dimerson, Xavier Thomas, and Christian Jones.
Xavier
I like
Thomas
that draft a lot, man. Especially the first 3 rounds, man.
The Xavier Thomas pick is the only one that I'm kind of like, I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, I never got there with him, but everybody else like knocked it out of the park.
Man, so I tweeted at the very beginning of the day 4 screenshots from the do and don't draft guide. And I was like, these are my 4 favorite options for the Titans in the 4th. And they ended up getting 2 of them. Not bad.
How about that?
There you go. Who were the other 2? That didn't get
one who they can still get in Malik Washington. If they go 3 or 4, that's electric.
That's electric.
And then let's see who the other one was. The other one was Javon Baker. So they could go 3 or 4.
So apparently the resident blindsider from Tavondre Sweat has really liked Cedric Gray and Jarvis Brownlee too. So
well, good.
There's your update.
I'm glad his weekend turned around. The draft weekend turned around for him.
Yeah.
Let's see. Christian Jones.
Dude, if they go Gabriel Murphy at 182, I'm done, man. I'm hanging it up for the rest of the season, man. I did my work. I did what needed to be done, and I'm done. I was thinking about it's like, man, I could write something about that. Oh wait, I've already have on all of these players. Like I don't need to write anything more. I can just screenshot what I wrote.
Here's what you do: you go back to what you wrote a month ago, copy paste as a new article, and profit.
Boom.
Yeah, just wiggle some new SEO into the headline. Mm-hmm. Tinker here, tinker there. You're good to go.
Rock and roll.
Oh my gosh. B Will, he says Titans have sure have a lot of hope for Kyle Phillips / Traylon Burks, way more than I have for those two. It's a proper take, probably. I would agree.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
But someone quote tweeted it, and it was the Titan Upload guy, and he goes, "Actually, maybe the new staff likes our guy Mason Kinsey."
There it is.
Oh, there it is. There's the Mason Kinsey.
Good take.
Green Bay.
We're gonna do this again, huh?
I mean, listen, they did mention Kinsey and not Burks when asked. So
yeah.
Cole asks which edges are left.
Ooh,
I am the resident edger on this. Okay.
Clip that.
Okay.
Chat. Clip that.
Yeah.
Cedric.
that one down.
Cedric Johnson is still there. A guy that they sniffed
Devon
around.
Solomon, Jalen Harrell, Gabriel Murphy, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Braden McGregor, Richard Jabuner, Trajan Jeffcoat,
Jabuner
Johnson, Nelson Caesar, Iyabi Oki Anoma, Miles Murphy, Khalid Duke, Grayson Murphy, and Zion Tupelo Falulo, whatever that guy's name is.
Falulo.
I put him dead last on the board just because of his name.
Yeah, that's name scouting right there.
Did you name David Igwogbu?
No, he didn't make it on the list. I purposely left him off the list to spite you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Gabe Hall is listed among the edges on ESPN's app.
Really?
I don't think he's an edge. He's. I mean, I don't know. Highest
D-Good, it
ceiling?
must just be recently into the YouTube chat. Doesn't get the. I'm referencing something that was said earlier.
Yeah, somebody called Zach an edger.
Yeah.
This is such a good take. Ben Solak tweeted, I cannot imagine a greater spiritual opposite to Derek Carr at quarterback than Spencer Rattler.
Yeah.
They play the position polar opposite of each other.
To the Packers. Now that's a good pick for the Packers. I like that.
Damn, I was literally just about to say I wouldn't mind taking Jacob Monk and putting him at right guard. My dumb ass.
The Titans just have so many right guards right now that I don't see them taking an interior offensive lineman right now in this draft.
Right guard, a good one is the thing.
What are the numbers at right guard?
Well, I mean, they have,
Dan.
Who?
Radens.
Dan Brunskill.
Oh, Brunskill, Radens. You have Levin, who can be a backup center / whatever. And then you also still have the guy they just got, Leroy Watson, who is, backing up as well.
Did y'all name Sadiq Charles?
Sadiq Charles. Like, they have so much depth right now that, I don't know if we see another. We see a UDFA, probably, but sorry.
I'm just kind of surprised Christian Mahogany's still on the board.
Yeah.
I think that's crazy. Right? Isn't he still on the board?
He is still on the board, yeah.
Yes.
The second rated guard available on the on ESPN's board, second to Sataoa Lamea.
Man, there are still some really good players I like on the board here. Johnny Wilson, first of all, because he got one of my videos of him from the Senior Bowl got over 1 million impressions, so I have to like him.
Dude, flex.
That's why I like him a lot. So I don't know.
The only reason is that he got you.
And it wasn't even about Johnny Wilson. It was the fact that it came the week after FSU did not make it into the playoffs, and then Johnny Wilson absolutely cooks a Georgia corner,
right?
Because
everybody at FSU Nation was like, "We could have seen this matchup."
Yeah,
they put him in the playoff. We could have seen it.
Yeah. So I like that. Malik Washington. I really like Kalen Carson. I like me some Isaiah Davis, man. I like me some Isaiah Davis. I'm interested to see where he goes. Makai Wingo.
Jaheim Bell still available.
Jaheim Bell. Man, I think people are so
I bet Jaheim Bell will be UDFA. I don't know why I think that.
I'm not surprised he's falling. I read a lot beforehand, and I kind of agree. Like I think most teams aren't going to know what to do with them. The skill set's pretty unique. He's kind of tweener. Like he's not going to be a super strong inline blocker for you. He has he has downfield ability as a seam stretcher, but
maybe he's RB3.
he's just a weird fit, right? Like I would use him in that. I would use him in that F mold and have him play as a move tight end, but I don't know.
Javon Solomon, I haven't heard much about him. I love Javon Solomon. He's a game wrecker. He's got one of the coolest builds of the draft because he's like short and compact, but he has arms that are like 10 feet long and swats the ball down, gets to the pass rusher. He gets to the pass rusher. That's right, guys. Oh man.
Gets to the quarterback.
Gets to the passer. Really frenetic kind of player, quick, twitchy, bend guy. I would be on board with Javon Solomon. He's actually in my hidden gems class this year, so I'm high on him.
Who do you still have in your? Has anybody in your hidden gem besides Jarvis gone? Have there been a few?
Yeah,
Jalen Simpson off the board to the Colts.
Okay, I'm cool. I'm cool with. Yeah, man, the Colts stay Colton.
Good, you got another bad player,
and your consolation prize is Jalen Simpson. That's a tough scene.
Let's
I
see
mean, they
here.
drafted Jalen Simpson.
Yeah.
They just drafted Jalen Carleys.
Yeah, well,
That's-
they're
yeah.
figuring one of them's bound to hit. So just
When of those Jalen's is going to hit?
right, exactly. It's a 2-for-1 special.
So the hidden gems I have that have been drafted so far: Jordan McGee, Elijah Jones, Mo Camara, Isaac Garindo, Jarvis Brownlee Jr., and Evan Williams. And left to go, we have Katana Ladapo, Jalen Coker, Dylan Lobby, not a name that we've talked about yet, Javon Solomon, Tyrone Tracy, Ryan Flournoy, David Ugwogbu, Travis Glover, Amani Bailey, and Kingsley Egwakon.
I'd be okay with Kingsley in the 7th.
Yeah, I would too.
I think
The Eggman. He
the
presents-
Eggman.
When I wrote about him in the do and don't, I was talking about the upside potential he brings just because he didn't play at all last year, healthy, had that ankle injury preseason, and then was always trying to fight back. His best tape is over a year old, and he was trending in the right direction before he had a tough senior year, and then at the Senior Bowl he looked really, really strong. I know you, Stoney, he caught your eye a number of times.
Yep.
I think he could be a steal in the 7th just because of that senior year injury making him not look so great.
Some other guys, defensive backs that I think might be on the table as potential undrafted guys. Ryan Watts, the cornerback out of Texas, probably going to move to safety. I like these two Pittsburgh defensive backs quite a bit too. AJ Woods and MJ Devonshire. Both of those guys play that physical style. Like they fit this archetype that they're looking at with guys like Kalen Carson and Jarvis Brownlee Jr. I kind of feel like they might add a safety and be done with the defensive backfield, though. I don't even know how many picks they have left. Why am I talking right now?
they have 3.
3. Okay, yeah.
What was that? So didn't someone say you guys like any of these safeties left? I like Katana
Yes.
Oladapo, Trey Taylor, Josh Proctor, and Bo Braid for all different reasons. I would take a chance in the 7th round on those guys.
I don't think James Williams is a safety. I think James Williams is a linebacker. I would add like a deep cut Mark Perry out of TCU. I think has some decent tape, but I'm not spending a draft pick on him unless I got to. And I don't think they're going to be in a position where they're like, oh my God, we have to get a safety or else this whole thing is screwed.
Because
they
there's so
still
much.
got
There's
Marcus
so much.
May.
Rasheed Ali to the Ravens.
Ooh,
Oh man,
that hurts.
yeah, that hurts.
That was a guy they were interested in too, and he's really good
Easton-
value.
Notorious Ravens fan Easton is very happy about this pick. Here.
So stoked. My team just gets better. The rich get richer.
Malik got spit fished. I'd really like to see Oladapo too, David.
Oh, Tyrone, we're running back run. High alert, Tyrone Tracy to the Giants. Didn't they already draft a running back?
No, I don't think so. So Devin Singletary and Tyrone Tracy, come on down.
That's a good pick.
Easton, what's your snack of choice right now? Popcorners. That's the most Costco-looking snack I've ever seen in my entire
Have you had
life.
these before?
No.
Have any of you had these?
I've seen the
They're
ads
good.
though for the with the Breaking Bad Popcorners ads. I've seen those, but
They're good. Good snack.
I had him at a baby's birthday party recently, and they were fantastic. I ate 4 bags of them.
See?
Well, they were the little ones. I didn't eat
Yeah.
4 full bags. Just
Did
rummaging
the baby
through their
invite
pantry.
you by name?
No, the baby did not. The baby's father did.
I see. Okay.
And we got him a little baby golf set too, and it was pretty awesome.
Easton, when's the baby shower?
Middle of May, a couple weekends from now.
Oh, man, I haven't gotten an invite, so I guess I'm not going. And I'm not buying your baby anything because I didn't get an invite.
Damn, cold world.
I'll send you an invite.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we've sent out invites yet, to be honest. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think I might go. Do you guys ever have those meals?
Rare JTL. I'm glad my L's are rare, so that's good. I've had 2 today, apparently. One is not liking this, and then I'm also a kind of a Costco hater, so that's fair.
You took an L on the jersey.
Yeah, the jersey too.
Man, maybe today's just not my day.
Dang, be good coming for the jugular on Stoney.
Well, I mean, is he wrong though? I mean, shit.
Listen, after seeing you struggle eat tater tots last night, I mean,
So
I don't know if you could go through.
I wish I could see you being a nicer person. How about that?
He's pretty nice to me. He's pretty nice to me.
Clearly not. Clearly he hates you guys.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he wants to kill me too. I don't know. Never say never.
Oh, look at Easton. Oh my gosh, you fat boy. Just shove it in. You shove it in.
It
wasn't the tot.
This is a low calorie snack, I'll have you know. So I can eat
Not
all
if
of
you
it.
eat the whole fucking bag at one time, it's not.
Have you guys seen the sisters that are both like 800 pounds? They have a show on TLC. And they like go to their health specialist to it's like a weight loss show. And they were like, okay, so they're trying to figure out what your diet is. And they're like, so what are you drinking a day? And like, what are you typically drinking? And they're like, mostly sody pops is what they call them. She's like, water ever? And she's like, no. And they're like, is it what kind of soda? And she's like, well, mama always told us that if you eat a sweet, you drink a diet sody pop to cancel it out. So they would, anytime they'd eat anything sugary, they would drink a diet soda and that would cancel it out. And then also one of them thought they were pregnant in one episode. And my wife watches these and tells me about them. And they go to the doctor and she's like, I've been really thirsty lately. And like, they just basically came to the conclusion that she wasn't pregnant. She was just like, she needed to drink water. She was just thirsty and dehydrated.
Damn.
People are so ridiculous.
Vegan vibes.
Man,
I give you vegan
tough.
vibes?
That is tough. That's tough.
What's wrong with
Outrageous
vegans?
allegation.
What's
Not
wrong
true.
with vegans? Hateful ass people. What's wrong with
Ziegler,
vegans?
every time I drink a beer, I eat an edible. I don't think that's how that works.
Alex, you should be scared to know what Easton's Boombah's order is. It's something.
It's very normal.
Okay, you gotta tell us now. What's your Boombah's order?
The appetizer I would typically get. There was 2 appetizers we get. We either get tater kegs, which are like massive tater
those
tots
things
with
rule.
dipping sauce, or
Easton would get the pretzel sticks just for himself.
right, pretzel sticks. They had a delicious pepper jack cheese to dip them in, and then what green chili chicken is their like premier pizza. That's my go-to. I love that one.
But would you ever
sounds
get
pretty
anything
good.
else?
No, I'm a consistent orderer. I typically go for the same thing at places where I know what I like.
I feel like there's a hidden order that's not being.
Yeah, see,
displayed
I
here.
eat tacos, so I'm not a vegan.
It was a portobello taco,
No,
a portobello mushroom taco. No meat.
no, it wasn't. It was a
He's a
fish taco.
vegan.
They were
He's
fish
a
tacos.
vegan.
They
Don't
were
listen
fish
to
tacos.
Easton.
They were fish tacos.
Should
He's
we-
lying.
should I-
They were fish tacos.
While we wait for a couple more pics to roll in, shall I bring up the photo? Do we need a reminder?
No, we don't.
I could.
We don't.
I meant to at some point find the photo and put it up and like, what draft pick could the Titans make that will have you acting like this?
That's so good. That's so good.
I just forgot. Yep, Alex is right. You're just pescatarian. You're not vegan. My God, are there still crumbs in there? Like, why don't you just turn it inside out and just lick the bag?
I
Oh
think
my
I'm gonna have one of those sad meals tonight once this is all over with. Have y'all ever like gone to a restaurant by yourself and just like one of those things where you just like sit and stare at the plate, like just processing what has just happened, like the last 3 days. I'm going to do that at IHOP later.
What's your go-to order at IHOP?
The I don't remember the name of it. It's like a steak omelet. The thing weighs.
Yeah.
It's like a cinder block of just like egg and steak and potatoes.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
James says Boombah's tater kegs are heroin. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
John asks, I know I'm late, but did Tez Walker get drafted? Yes, he got drafted to the Ravens. Who? Keelan Robinson?
The Jaguars drafted Keelan Robinson?
Yes.
Wow.
Tez Walker
that
over
is also a special teams pick. That's a special teams pick.
Yeah, 100%.
Tez Walker over under 17 receptions this season.
So do the Titans have that returner on the roster already? And if they do not, do they take one today?
Kyle Phillips, duh.
Okay.
Any other suggestions?
that was great analysis. Okay. That's all you need to say, though. I understand perfectly from that.
I think he's going to get fucking folded if they put him out there with those new rules. I think he's going to get folded.
Okay, honest answer. I don't know
if they got one.
You know who is? Wait, hang on.
Let's put Amani Bailey. Let's put Amani Bailey on the board.
I don't want to put Tajay on kick returns anymore.
I don't either.
And same with Pollard. I don't just draft a returner or get one on UDFA. I mean, Kearis Jackson, I guess, is still that guy or can be that guy.
Yeah. Whoa.
The Bills. Javon Solomon to the Bills.
Yeah.
That's good. They've low key kind of corrected course on this draft, if you ask me.
The Bills?
I think.
Yeah.
I think they've had a good draft. What is our background right now?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I hate you.
What do we think about Ray Davis to the Bills? Did we talk about that pick?
It, man. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess you need someone behind James Cook because I don't know who their backup is. So I guess you would do it. You know, I guess that's why you get Ray Davis is because he could be the backup to James Cook.
Hey, you know what Titans player could actually be the returner, and he's also the #1 most forgotten guy that's still on this roster, but no one has thought about him for so long. Kearis Jackson. Yeah.
Zach just
said literally just said that.
Zach just said his name.
You know, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I think Kearis Jackson would be a nice. Guys, let me run this by you because I bet you haven't thought of it. Kearis Jackson, perhaps.
We've been at it for almost 4 hours at this point.
John asked, I was going to say, do y'all think we will sign a safety in free agency? I think it's the most likely outcome.
Yeah, at this point, I do. But, I mean, I don't know if they draft Katan Oladapo, like I said. I mean, go ahead. I mean, there's still some safeties on here that can start for this team because safety has become a little bit devalued and stuff.
I like that. Yeah. Oh, that got me, Jacob. Good one. Good one.
He doesn't play with power, so he must play with speed.
Yeah.
We're up on the ticker, so someone said that we're back up on the ticker, so that's great.
This is not boding well for me because there's supposed to be a refrigerator arriving at my house in 22 minutes, and I think it's going to be right when the Titans pick.
Oh, that'd be good.
Interesting, compelling broadcasting though for our viewers.
Yeah,
I bring the camera with me.
Yeah.
What kind of refrigerator did you get?
I don't know because we rent, and so our refrigerator died this week, and they're having it replaced. But it'll be nicer than what we have. So,
did you have like one of those because you rent? Did you have like one of those like white garage? White plastic garage fridges,
white with the texture on it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's from I think me and that refrigerator were born around the same time.
That's crazy.
So
our
whole kitchen is falling apart. We had our dishwasher replaced last week because it broke. So it's just our kitchen's been a war zone. But we're also slowly renovating the kitchen by necessity.
I saw someone say there's an echo going. Are we having some audio issues? Everybody in the chat.
I haven't heard an echo.
I sound fine to myself.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
I would be. I'm with Jordan here. Dylan Lobby. I'm all in.
Hey.
You know?
Yeah.
No echo. Okay, so somebody's just dumb, or your phone is.
Whoa.
Damn.
Whoa.
Damn.
Sorry. Who
So
was that?
abrasive.
I do apologize.
So abrasive.
I know. You know what? I'm in on more on alert, Zach. It's more on alert time.
Yeah, we've reached that stage.
Cristofaro, Sissel, man, you're just dumb.
Idiot.
Easton. Oh, how
Damn.
dare you? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Just
Gosh,
walk into
dang.
the ocean, Dylan,
That's tough.
or whoever you are.
Sounds like a guy that's low on fish oil and omega 3s.
I need fish spit. Where are you, fish spit?
Yeah.
guy that's low
Oh,
on
there you go.
fish
Little
oil.
Hootie says, "Oh, see, now you need to apologize because Little Hootie says that no echo. I think it was a joke about the KRS Jackson bit, and Cristoforo goes no because kick returner was said twice. So he was actually being really smart, and I think you owe Cristoforo.
No, so actually, I'm doubling down because I just want you to be funnier. It's a bad joke.
I thought it just went over our head. It just went
Yeah.
over our head.
Bad joke. Be funnier.
We're
Damn.
brain
Tough
fried
scene.
right now.
Yeah.
No,
we
actually,
are-
it's not a
that is
bad
for
joke.
Hey, did you guys see that
gotta know your
Oladapo went
audience.
to the Packers?
Fuck. I just saw it.
That's good timing. In tandem.
Hey, write that one down. Clip that chat.
Guys,
Chat clip that.
actually, fried compilation of moments in this.
Oh
These
my
are all
God.
the moments I'm going to cut
I
together.
love that Tony Khan is still wearing the neck brace, by the way.
Yeah,
That's a
that is
commitment to the bit.
Yep.
good. Man, I don't know what's happening in my house right now, but I have just started sweating profusely.
It's your body letting you know that it's you still have alcohol coursing through you.
Yeah, I might do the rest of the show from the shower.
Good.
Whenever I pass an ad for like an ambulance chaser, like a Morgan and Morgan sign on the side of the road, or like you see it on TV, local programming for an ambulance chaser law firm, Tony Khan is exactly the person that I imagine to be the person chasing the ambulance for the cash in a car accident where they definitely threw their neck out.
Tony Khan.
Go ahead.
Real quick, let me just get this real quick jab in.
I said go ahead.
Tony,
Just go ahead.
Now you're making it too long. You know what? Never mind, Stoney. Zach, what do you want to say? You lost your turn.
Tony Khan is Bill Murray from Wild Things.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we waited around for that.
That went right over my head because I've never seen Wild Things.
I said it was quick.
Tony
Quick
Khan was on Stillman's show, and that dude is weird. I don't know. I mean, I've only
when
been
was this?
exposed to Tony Khan talking on AEW stuff,
Sorry,
know, here
I'm
and there.
not. Who is a
But
Tony
he's
Khan?
definitely weird.
Tony
Jack
Khan
Wires
is
guy.
Tony Khan is the owner of All Elite Wrestling, AEW.
Okay.
That
owner of
is
the
the son of Shad Khan, who owns the Jags.
Got you. I was
So
wondering. 'Cause I saw that he was a wrestling guy. I'm like, why is he allowed to be in the Jags like draft room? I was like, why is this guy allowed? I did not know the background.
He has a reputation for being like on coke quite a bit.
Well,
Nobody's outright said it,
if the
but
shoe
they're
fits.
just like, insinuating it. I did
Just
not see us getting to Tony Khan does coke talk on
Right,
today's draft coverage.
Tony Khan is
Bub
early
Means
stage-
goes. Bub Means goes to the Saints.
Wow.
Over
Man,
Brendan
people really
Rice,
hate
over Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson.
Wow.
That's a big surprise.
Tony Khan is just early stage Jim Irsay, and Jim Irsay is late stage Jim Irsay.
We could apparently make a better wrestling organization, and it may happen because Easton still may have to box somebody. So.
No, I'm not boxing anybody. What were the terms of that again? Did
It was
something
for
have to happen?
charity.
Right, but
I
did
guess
something
you
have
just
to happen for me to
I guess
agree
you just
to it?
hate kids or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, I'm having
want
one, but I can't stand
want
them.
kids to starve.
That's me.
We wanted to do a Sobros wrestling program. We started as like putting together one show and then started discussing ideas to do it like quarterly, and it all fell apart. and it's a lot of money that you just sink because nobody makes money in wrestling unless you're like on TV. So it never happened, but maybe one day we can still at least put a show together, and we'll have to get Goody down so he can attend.
I would spend significant money to attend micro wrestling. You ever been to one of those?
Oh yeah.
Looks amazing.
It's a good time.
On TikTok all the time.
It's a good time.
Stoney, Logan says that you have the draft sweats. Meet sweats who have draft sweats.
I think that's what
Colby
it is.
Says that who we met last night. I believe that's the same Colby. Just get a shower long drink. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Yeah, there we go. I take like hour-long showers though. Same. Y'all don't even want to know about the things I'll be doing in the shower. That's my me time.
Whoa,
hang on. In the shower that you
had me in the first half, and then you lost me with the second half of that sentence.
Got some Old Bay goldfish crackers in there. Take a book. Light a candle.
How do you read?
You sit in the bathtub with the shower going like an absolute.
Yeah, and then you just pull the curtain in front of you, so you still get the warmth on your chest, but you don't have to worry about getting the book wet.
What a take! What a take!
I take everything showers every time. Am I insane? I don't know what that means.
What is an everything shower exactly?
That's crazy. You don't know what an everything shower is?
No.
Is that just washing your body like you're supposed to do in the shower?
Is that something I need to go to Urban Dictionary? Let's
everything.
Well, you know,
how all encompassing is everything?
Everything, man. I mean, you get every crevice. You know,
everything shower. A long. Let me read this before I say it. Okay, a long shower where you take care of all personal hygiene, such as shaving body parts, washing hair, and washing face. Yeah, I do that.
I mean, I don't shave every time in the shower because I don't shave.
No, not every time, but I mean, I do shave in the shower.
Yeah. I think people. Here's the take. I think people that don't shave.
So an everything shower is just showering, right? Like,
so
who are these people that are not doing an everything shower?
Jordan Travis, drafted player.
What's happening here?
What's going on?
We're on 4 different pages right now.
I just want to know who's not doing an everything shower. Like, why aren't you washing your hair, your face? I mean, maybe shaving has to be a part of it. Some people just wash
some folks
body.
Just jumping in the shower, getting wet, and then jumping out.
Man,
like,
why people?
Not me, man.
Just fucking take a shower, man.
Big, fat, and hairy, man. If I don't wash everything on me. And there are days where it's like been a long, hard day, and I'm like, it's kind of hard to get to the taint a little bit. I could just skip it tonight and just get right to bed. But no, you can't do it. You got to have grit in those moments and just get it done.
You don't wash your hair every day? Why wouldn't you wash your hair every day?
I do wash my hair every day.
Yeah.
You know, they say you shouldn't.
Washing your hair every day is not healthy?
Yeah, it's not.
I sweat too much. If I go one day without washing my hair, it looks like I dumped a vat of grease on top of my head by the end of the day.
Well, those natural oils are the healthy part for your hair.
Well, I'm too naturally oily.
So let me ask you a question. So what is the proper
it depends,
washing of hair?
It depends on the length of your hair and your general hygiene.
Yeah.
But it's recommend. I think the official recommendation is either every other day or every third day, depending on who you are.
Yeah.
Now I think that's the idea is you take a shower every day, you wash your hair every other day. So on the days you're not washing your hair, you're like rinsing it out with water and getting like dirt and stuff out, but you're not washing out the oil.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And I told my wife used to get on to me. She's like, your hair's getting longer. You don't need to wash it every day. And I'm like, okay, bet. And then I went one day without washing it. And that night she came home and I'm like, check out my hair. And she's like, okay, yeah, that is kind of gross. But I think it's a me problem just because I sweat so much. Anyway, the Jets drafted Jordan Travis, and that's awesome. I cannot wait to see how that pans out for them.
They had to draft a quarterback just bad and hurt enough to not scare Aaron.
Yes.
Do you think they called Aaron before they made this pick?
Yes. Yes, they let him know.
Taking him over Michael Pratt is stupid.
Is Hendon Hooker is the other guy getting drafted? The other Tennessee guy,
Joe Milton. I guess it depends on which teams get tied in between now and then.
I think
I like Joe Milton more than Travis.
Yeah, the Dolphins should draft Joe, and he just is your end of half guy. You tell
To throw Hail
Tyreek run
Marys.
down there, and you tell Joe throw it as high as you can to give Tyreek as much time to run under it as possible, and prosper.
You know what? I've talked about it before. I think we did it on Stacking the Inbox, how part of scouting is like looking at a player and finding their path to success in the NFL. Like, what do they do? What projects? What situation makes sense for this player to see success? Trevor Keegan. Ugh. And I think Easton just cracked the code for Joe Milton. That's how he gets onto the field, as a Hail Mary specialist.
And he'd be good at it.
He would be. Yeah.
Just tuck it up there. Let somebody run under it.
Oh, I like that. A succession plan for Taysom Hill in New Orleans.
Succession plan. Hey, here's an interesting tweet I'm going to show on the screen. If you're wondering why would I be watching Day 3 broadcast of the draft, this is from Austin Gale, our friend over at The Ringer. Total number of former Day 3 picks with 800 plus offensive or defensive snaps played in 2023 by round. Round 4, 39, round 5, 22, round 6, 19, round 7, 17, UDFA 30, 38, which means 34%
what's interesting
of the
what's
league
interesting
starters
about UDFAs is that
Day3
all
picks.
38 are from the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Fair. But the point being that like a third of the league starters are made up of Day 3 picks and undrafted guys. So these guys are going to play, some of them.
You're right. You are so right.
And that's why you should care about Kingsley Eguakon.
I'm excited to see who we get in undrafted free agency. I am too, because I think there are some guys that are going to play, and I'm
Dude, I totally forgot. You've got Melo putting on his eye black right now. It's about to be his Super Bowl. That's a good war.
All right, so we've got a few more picks. 8 to be exact before the Titans are on the clock. Let's check in and maybe actually do some draft stuff.
Before we do the draft talk, I'm on the Urban Dictionary. I was scrolling their main page.
All right, good.
This is a draft stream, by the way. Yeah.
Calendar wolf. Y'all know what a calendar wolf is?
No.
Nope.
A wolf that has been hand raised for the sole reason of photographed for calendars. Usually calendar wolves look much healthier than their wild cousins and eat not from freshly killed prey, but a bowl with their name on it. Could also here's it using the sentence. The wolf looks so healthy in that photo because he's a calendar wolf.
I love that the idea is
I just love it. I love the
sentences. Calendars that nobody's gonna buy. Because you've all seen that guy. We've seen that guy.
So the Jets are back up again at 173. Is this the Joe Milton? They're just going to start doing the run on quarterbacks.
I like Eldon's comment here. So a dog.
Yeah. Yep.
But it's a wolf.
It's a dog, but it's a wolf. And we're gonna start losing people soon.
Start. You think just now we're starting to do that?
Oh man. Okay. Miles Cole. What do you guys think about him?
Miles Cole, long arms.
Holy length.
No production. Kind of sucks otherwise, but
yeah,
that's my take. I like if the Titans would to take Miles Cole here over guys like Gabriel Murphy on the board, I'm not about it. Not about it whatsoever.
Yeah. The Eagles are up to 8 trades during the 2024 draft, tied for the most draft day trades by team since 1990. The 2018 Patriots and 2023 Texans also both made 8 trades. So they got to make one more, right?
Right.
You have to. Yep.
I'm blanking on the guy. Who top 10 pick?
Eagles.
Texas Tech, the edge rusher last year.
Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, Tyree Wilson. Miles Cole is just like Tyree Wilson in that he plays edge and is from Texas Tech. The difference is he's bad. And, he's just as long.
Oh,
too,
Isaiah Davis.
Yes,
they drafted a running back.
Oh, they did.
Easton, guess what? Even though we have Breece Hall on our dynasty team, guess what? We got his backup now. Isaiah Davis also on our dynasty team. There we go. We got him.
He's the third running back. They've already drafted a running back today.
Yeah, they drafted Braylon Allen.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
drafted
Braylon Schmalin.
I want the Titans to draft Bo Limmer just so we can see that clip from the Senior Bowl played over and over again in Tennessee.
Just rub his
practice.
face in it for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Every time he goes to practice.
Dallas.
And the
they
Jets
haven't
are,
drafted a running back, have they? Have they drafted a running back?
They have not.
Let's see, Dallas. Yeah, Dallas has gone Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealon, Cooper Bebe, and Maurice Lufau.
So they haven't had a day 3 pick yet. They've not picked on day 3 yet.
They have not.
Yeah, this is their first pick in a long time.
Blake Watson.
The Titans right now.
8.
There's still a few good options for the Cowboys.
There's a lot of good options for the Titans, or for the Cowboys too.
I like Blake Watson. I love Kamani Vidal. I would be stoked if he ends up with the Titans. Dylan Lobby still hasn't been drafted. Dejan Edwards. I still don't know if we're pronouncing that correctly. I like George Halani out of Boise State. Amani Bailey. I think Dylan Johnson's underrated. Austin Jones on down the list. I wasn't the biggest fan of Kendall Milton or Jace McClellan. And Frank Gore Jr., man, that his testing numbers, I mean, he's already like a little baby. To pair it with like bad athletic testing, tough scene. So I don't know. I don't know what the Cowboys do here. The pick
Zach,
is
what's the 411 on Blake Watson?
I love Blake.
I knew you'd say that.
Blake Watson is he fits everything you're looking for in a running back. He could do it all. I think he would fit with the Tennessee Titans for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I think that. Hold on, let me pull it up real quick. Where is Blake Watson? Yeah, so Blake Watson, the biggest knock is his size, the physical traits from his size.
Mm-hmm.
He's older too, I think.
Yeah, he's a little bit older, but he scored 85.9 on so basically 86 on the overall grade for Titans fits. He's the 4th highest running back in that regard. So it goes Isaac Guerrero, Kamani Vidal, Kendall Milton, then Blake Watson.
Okay.
To answer James's question, I would not take Vidal over Malik Washington right
No,
here.
I wouldn't do any running backs at this point.
No, I was just saying more like big picture. Like if we get to the end of this thing and he's with the Titans, that's gonna be awesome. And Christian Jones, by the way, got picked up by the Cardinals earlier.
Yeah, we already been through that.
Well, James was asking. James might have had to go somewhere.
Sorry.
James might have had to leave the broadcast, go run some errands, and now he's coming back to us, and he's catching up on us, tuning in to see draft coverage, and we're talking about me reading books in the shower.
And calendar wolves.
And calendar wolves.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not getting that on the athletic feed though.
Well, that's true. Well,
they're probably talking about like the prospects or something.
I don't want a 5'9" wide receiver. Sorry to Zach the Short King.
Too bad he's 5'8", not 5'9", bozo.
Yeah. Come on,
idiot.
Because no short wide receiver has ever been good.
Statistically proven. Oh man, nobody's taken any of these Penn State defensive backs.
Oh, they should.
Rip Johnny Dixon.
Bad player, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just remember, like, we started this whole cycle back last summer, and you would read mock drafts, and everybody was like, Kalen King's the first cornerback off the board. He's, top 20 pick in next year's class.
Ford off the board.
Ooh. To the Cowboys?
To the Saints.
Who did the Cowboys pick? I'm so far behind.
The Cowboys took Kalen Carson. So Kalen Carson comes off the board.
Slide is over.
Okay, so Kalen Carson, the Cowboy, who went to the Saints?
Jalen Ford.
Gotcha.
I know he's not a need anymore, or not much of one, but like if they just doubled down on big, meaty men on the defensive front and got Christian Boyd, I'd be pleased.
I'd be cool with that too. I'd be even cooler with Evan Anderson as an undrafted free agent.
John asks, has the 6'7" wide receiver been drafted? No, Johnny Wilson is still out there.
Mahogany, there's got to be something wrong with Mahogany that we're just not aware of. It's driving me nuts. I want to know what's going on. What is you said Jalen Ford. New Orleans. Oh, I'm so tired.
See, the thing about Malik Washington's height is like, yeah, I can see where Andrew's coming from. Like, it's the height that's the issue. But look at last year's wide receiver class and how early some of those guys went. I'm not saying that Malik Washington is a caliber of Zay Flowers or Josh Downs or anybody like that, but I feel like with his skill set, the height would not be an issue. Am I out of line here?
Mm-mm. No, he's your slot guy. You need a slot guy. But I don't know. I think Malik Washington's more. Yeah, I'd say more Josh Downs than Kendall Wright. I like Malik. I don't know why. The fuck, my TV's trying to turn off. What are you doing?
Uh-oh. Did Easton fall asleep?
Streaming.
Oh no, he's awake. Okay, sorry.
No,
I'm reading. Andrew's probably right that maybe he is falling because of his size.
Compared to this class that does have a lot more bigger receivers than last year's class did. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, your guess is as good as mine right now. What happened to JT?
He's probably going to switch out his hockey jersey.
Put on a new one.
Yeah, and put on a different one.
I know they have a lot of bodies, but I don't know. Like, I don't know that any of the bodies they have are an answer at right guard. And I feel like Christian Mahogany could be an answer at right guard for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so let's talk about Malik Washington. We know New Orleans has taken Jalen Ford. That leaves the Jets. The Jets likely do not need a wide receiver, right?
They took Malachi Corley in this draft.
Yeah, so we're good there. Minnesota, that could be a spot for Malik Washington. Pittsburgh could be a spot for Malik Washington.
Pittsburgh took Roman Wilson.
Yeah, well, I guess that's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Seattle's out. New England's taken Javon Baker, but they were very desperate for wide receivers.
Yeah,
so
they need help.
They need one. And the Chargers are also desperate for wide receivers, so maybe that's a spot there. So we're talking the Minnesota, maybe, New England, LA. So there are three teams right there that could be wide receiver teams.
Yeah, and unless somebody trades up because they see the slide and they say, not any longer.
Have they waved at the camera today? Do we know if they've waved at the camera?
I don't know.
I don't believe so.
Oh, the Patriots did draft two. They drafted Baker and Jalen Polk. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Polk.
Good catch, Michael. Thanks. Good looking out. Jalen Polk, the next Puka Nacua.
Where did y'all follow with on Jalen Ford? Because he's not green dot, right?
No.
I thought he was on. Yeah, I thought he was on the back end of that spectrum. Like, you wanted the Cedric Grays, Maurice Lufauls, Eddie U. I'm forgetting one, but like on down the list was Jalen Ford. I wasn't too big of a fan of his.
Pop Douglas. You like some Pop Douglas, don't you? Don't you like Demario Douglas?
Me?
Yeah. Aren't you a Pop Douglas guy?
I like Pop Douglas.
I wasn't.
Or you're Trey Tucker. You were Trey Tucker.
I was Trey Tucker. Yeah.
Did we take Trey Tucker, Easton, in our dynasty? I forget.
Sounds right, but I don't know.
I think we were flirting with Trey Tucker. I don't know if anybody
have you gone rogue anymore in your fantasy league, JT?
No, I have not. I did not.
The thing though. What happened?
What do you mean?
What last night? What you realized?
What do you mean?
You realized that the player you went rogue for might actually end up being a good thing. Remember?
Oh yeah, we went rogue for Deebo Samuel. So if he gets traded
do anything,
like
you
Bills, I went rogue for Deebo Samuel, and so like if we end up like
he was saying, if
Deebo
he gets
Samuel
dealt
goes
and is a wide receiver one somewhere.
I look like the smartest person alive. So
there you
But
go.
right now, you're a idiot.
I'm still not. Like,
Oh, come on. This draft. Why is it? Why are we at a stall with the
I know, it's
NFL
just
draft?
chilling right now, isn't it?
I mean, just throw Jalen Ford's name up on the board and let's fucking go. I don't get what's going on. Oh man, I am exhausted.
I'm honestly not that tired.
Oh, did you get drunk these last 2 nights?
No, not drunk.
Yeah. See, there you go.
do you want to?
Well, I can't go back in time now, can I?
No, like there's still time in the weekend.
Right now, we just start day drinking on the stream.
I could use a beer. Yeah, Stoney went to the shower, Logan said.
He's going to crack a book.
Going back to Stoney's question, he's going to IHOP tonight. There's something about going to Dave & Buster's, but only going to Dave & Buster's to eat there instead of like do anything
That's
in Dave
terrible.
& Buster's.
Do
Yeah.
not do that.
And
I
it's
kinda
so
wanna do it.
loud. It's
Yeah,
so
I kind of want
loud
to do
that-
it, but then like
Freak.
the intrusive thoughts would be drowned out. You know, I wouldn't have to hear 200 prospects' names in my ears anymore. They're doing an interview with Gerard Mayo mid-draft. So
I mean, finally they put Jalen Ford up. Like, what is going on with this draft? Jets are back up. Jets had a lot of picks. That's kind of crazy. I think Philadelphia has like a ton of picks in these rounds coming up too.
yeah,
When you go to the
Hopefully.
combine, the studio room where they make, these like intro videos of the guys wearing their combine gear, and they're like doing the camera zooms in on them when they get picked. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You walk past the room where they're making those. They have the guys coming in and out of there all day, every day. It's so funny to watch them on here when you saw behind the scenes how goofy they looked just in the room with like no music or anything.
and then we saw Sam Hartman throwing against the flower pot. So that was
Yeah, true.
that was
Man,
good.
I can't believe Jordan Travis got drafted before beautiful Sam Hartman. That
And
must have
Michael-
been
and Michael
that
Pratt.
had to be Aaron Rodgers. You know,
Yeah.
he's like,
yeah, he's
no,
like, the guy's
I'm
way
the
too
pretty
attractive.
one.
Don't get him in here.
I-
Can't do it.
Yeah, he felt threatened. He felt intimidated by that for sure.
Well, the Titans are about to pick, and that refrigerator should be here any minute. So I'm definitely going to be gone right when they do it. It's going to be awesome.
Good.
Well, not at this rate. We're probably still an hour away from our 5th round pick or 6th round pick if they don't hurry the hell up.
I see. Fair.
I mean, what in the fuck is going on? What just happened? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm with everybody. I'm all for. I think Malik Washington's my number 1. I don't know if it's gonna happen.
Malik
but
Washington or Gabriel Murphy.
Yeah.
6th round. So who? The Jets go with Quantez Stiggers.
Oh, the kid out of the CFL.
Watch yourself.
Sorry. And then the Vikings with the first pick in the 6th round go with Walter Rouse.
James Neeson makes a good point. Like, I'm installing the refrigerator. I'm just opening the door.
So Walter Rouse is the Minnesota's first selection in the 6th round.
Who is he and what does he do?
He is a tackle out of Oklahoma.
Left tackle, he's kind of I don't know. I said he kind of plays like a car with a broken axle. Like he bends at the waist and gets kind of thrown around a little bit. The balance looks a little wobbly, but he sticks. I mean, he wins reps. I think it's a bad value add here in the 5th.
So far they have addressed tackle, linebacker, defensive line, cornerback. What is, like, if we step back, what's the What's
edge.
the glaring thing they've not? It's edge, right?
Safety and edge.
Safety, I guess.
I mean, safety is probably a bigger glaring hole, but it would be safety and edge too.
Yeah, but we don't. I mean, there's not really any safeties I love in
Right.
this range. I don't think, unless let me double check here. Like the best available safeties: Josh Proctor, Bo Braid. Trey Taylor. I'd be fine with Trey Taylor actually. I like Trey Taylor.
Yeah, I would be perfectly happy
off
with
of our
Trey
do
Taylor.
and do not draft list. So,
say what?
I would want them to draft off our do list on the do and do not draft.
Yeah, at this point, I just need them to. I need them to make this trend.
I need it, man.
Consistent.
Hey, look up. So 6th round is the RAS guy, right?
Yeah.
What is an elite RAS? Like, what does the threshold have to be here?
It has to be like in the 9s.
I'm gonna say like 9.2 or something.
So, like, if you were to draft a running back, let's see, is there anybody?
Like, what was Johnny Wilson's RAS?
Like Gabriel Murphy is 8.88. So
it's pretty good.
What's Johnny Wilson's RAS?
Let me look.
I'm getting there.
Or Jaheim Bell. I bet he has a good RAS.
So Ryan Flournoy would fit perfectly into this, right?
Johnny Wilson, 988 RAS.
Johnny Wilson.
Ryan Flournoy and Johnny Wilson, Devon Bailey, or Devon Vell, Cornelius Johnson, those guys would fit right into where we're talking.
CFL
RES
superstar.
merchant.
So what's the deal with Stiggers? Is he just a stud in the CFL?
I couldn't get in touch with anybody that had CFL tape to watch him, but I'm pretty sure he was a Shrine Bowl kid, if I'm not mistaken. He was like the defensive rookie of the year in the CFL this season, and has some pretty intriguing traits. Played for the Toronto Argonauts.
Argonauts, go Argos.
I didn't know if he'd get drafted or not. Good for him.
CFL end zones are so funny, bro. They're
defensive
showing the
player
tape right
of
now.
the year. Yeah.
So big.
53 tackles in 2023 for the Toronto Argonauts.
Wow.
Damn.
Impressive. And now he's a drafted player in the NFL. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We got some grades. Fire in the Sky is some grades here.
Okay.
Latham is a B. Sweat is an F.
Crazy.
Gray's an A-, and then Brownlee is a B+. So we got the Fire in the Sky grading system.
I really need analysis on this. That makes Gray an A-, but Sweat an F. This feels like going like just based off the consensus big board. That's exactly what it feels like.
Yes.
I just got told in my mentions that Jarvis Brownlee Jr. is a toast factory.
Already.
Pretty underwhelming factory when you think about it, but for him in particular, I think it's nice.
Okay, the pick is in for the Vikings, or do we know who they've gone with yet?
I've quit looking for the leaks. I don't know.
With who? The Steelers?
Walter Rouse. And then what would you say was for the Steelers?
I have not seen the Steelers yet.
Okay. Easton, I didn't watch that clip from the Traylon Burks thing. What was my reaction back when the AJ Brown trade went down and everything?
You know what? I'll just pull it up. You can watch it real quick.
Yeah, let's watch it.
It wasn't good.
It
wasn't good for any of us.
Oh, I can't wait to see this. This is a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
Rex Ryan is a toes factory. That's a good one.
Oh.
It's a good one, Jordan.
I sit next to Rex Ryan in the sauna at my YMCA. You know
how about that? Breaking news for immediate removal.
I see him in the sauna at the Y like at least once every 2 weeks. He's always vibing at the Brentwood YMCA. Now, I don't know if he actually works out. I only ever see him in the sauna. I'm assuming he works out and then goes to the sauna.
Think
but
so.
He may just
I think it's just sauna.
I think he's into the front door in a towel.
I think he's a sauna merchant.
Direct to the sauna.
The Steelers take Logan Lee, defensive interior from Iowa.
Okay.
Interesting.
Twitchy, athletic guy. I think he's a little lean against the run. Doesn't really look like
Is anybody else on NFL Network still watching Jeremiah Trotter's 12-year-old tape right now on this live stream?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay. All right. So what were you saying? Sorry.
I was just breaking down Logan Lee. There's not much left to say. I just think he's a little light to be an effective like run stuffing defensive tackle, but he's got really good twitch. Several guys in this class that have good length, good athleticism, can probably rush the passer, have a few good moves, good cross inside, and can shoot a gap when it opens up for him. But I just don't see him as an overly powerful defensive tackle. I don't think he's going to stop the run. He's no Tavondre Sweat. I'll say that.
I like it.
Logan Lee definitely does sound like a Steelers name, though. So
it does.
Yeah. Jordan is correct in the comments.
Let's see. Am I going to be able to play this audio if I share my screen?
It should.
Seattle picked Satoa Loema.
Hey, there we go. There goes the right guard.
Christian?
Sataoa Lamea.
Oh.
Sataoa
Laumea.
All right, here was, for those of you that wanted it, here was the reaction. This is 2 years ago, draft night. Me, James Foster, Zach, and Ryan Watson reacting to the Titans trading Treylon Burks, or trading AJ Brown for Treylon Burks.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see if this audio works.
It's on me. Chargers. I
Can you
know
hear that?
Chargers took. I can't say.
Yeah, can hear it.
Oh
Fine.
my God. Oh my God.
Journey builder.
What?
For Adam Schefter, blockbuster trade. The Titans are planning to trade wide receiver AJ Brown to the Eagles.
Shut the fuck up.
What is happening?
Bro, no.
Oh no. Pick and another third.
It's so tough.
That's tough. That's tough.
I've been accused apparently of liking the AJ Brown trade. I was cool with the AJ Brown trade.
Just pull that clip up whenever anybody accuses you of liking that trade.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and.
Oh, good. This is a notification from Electronic Express. Your delivery will arrive in approximately 11 minutes. Great timing.
Okay, so New England went Marcellus Dial.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw this back up. People can join back up.
All right, Paul asks us who
We're
do
moving.
we want? Who do we want right here?
I want Malik Washington.
I want
don't know if
Malik
we're gonna
Washington,
get
too.
Malik Washington.
I
want
Malik
Gabriel
Washington
Murphy.
or Gabriel Murphy, one of the two.
If the Chargers take Malik Washington here, I want Gabriel Murphy.
What? Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you said if the Titans take Malik Washington and I want Gabriel Murphy. I was like, what? I don't think you can do that, but understood.
I am really surprised that we're in round 6 and Christian Mahogany is still available.
Yep.
Commercial break just in time for the Titans.
I mean, for real, right? I mean, like, what are we doing here? So who did the Kamani Vidal?
To the Chargers?
Who went to the Chargers? Is what they're saying?
Yeah,
Oh,
Kamani
man.
Vidal. The Titans are now up on the board as
That's a
Kamani
good
Vidal
pick.
comes off the board here.
Yeah, there goes that dream.
And the Titans are on the clock.
Officially on the clock.
Yep.
Joe finished the marathon, Zach.
All right. How do you
For
know?
Joe.
He just he tagged us on Twitter, and he also asked if today's episode is going to be available via podcast, or do only the freaks who watch on YouTube get this one?
Yeah, I think he's
don't
gonna
know.
have to come over to YouTube, but he can listen on YouTube.
Let's let's drop a 5-hour podcast into everyone's
Yeah.
RSS
Yeah, right.
feeds.
Apparently, we need to switch to ESPN. They're more on it, apparently.
Oh, is that true?
That's what someone in the comments said. I'm not going to take that as gospel.
They say the Titans are on the clock on ESPN right now.
Malik Washington at 182. Did I just see that official?
No. Don't tease us.
Yeah, don't tease.
JT, please.
Don't tease.
Pick is in on NFL Network.
Malik Wash. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Fuck. You guys shut the fuck up, Mike and PK.
That's what I saw. That's what I saw too. That's why I was so confused.
Oh my God. I just see these tweets, but both of them tweeted and popped up but Malik Washington both times. I'm just like,
I know.
Why? Just shut the fuck up.
The Titans select Jaquan Jackson, wide receiver. Tulane.
Oh, wow. I'm not surprised. I mentioned him earlier about Tyke Tolbert. That's a Tyke Tolbert pick.
Yeah.
Because he was at I'll have to find I'll find it. Let me my head's not working right now. Give me 1 second. I am surprised that's not Malik, but let's see. So what does that do? Let's see, Jaquan Jackson.
How do you spell his name?
JHA'Quan.
Correct.
Okay, Sports Kita, Tony Pauly.
Jaquan Jackson is fast. Fast boy.
Yeah, he's good. I'm
not going to lie. I don't know much about this guy.
I'm getting to my eval now. He was my 28th ranked receiver, 158 overall on the board. Sneaky sleeper prospect that may make his money in the NFL as an underneath yak guy who can plant his foot in the dirt and change direction with the best of them. In Mobile, Jackson was consistently hitting on a lot of the over the middle and underneath stuff with his buttery smooth route running and crisp breaks. He doesn't seem to slow down into them. I was surprised to see he didn't test very explosively at the combine, getting poor marks in the vertical and broad jump. However, the speed tests show that the talent is there. Jackson does look more like wiggle than pure speed, but he's a versatile chess piece that can be used on screens and reverses along with on kick and punt returns.
About to say the punt returner upside.
Tajay's teammate, as Jill Morris probably says here, with the punt returner upside. To what you just said, Stoney, I mean, 8th percentile height, 20th percentile weight, 82nd percentile 40-yard dash with a 1.55 10-yard split. So speed is the name of the game there for Jaquan Jackson. Logan asked for hand size. Not going to like this one either. 13th percentile with 8 7/8 hands.
Man. Well, is this the first one that I think we really missed on? I just didn't see coming.
I mean, we're in that range where it's random flavor, guys. So
ruin the weekend. We suck at this.
Yeah, we stink.
I would agree. Yep.
Whoops.
Shit. Everything's growing. Everything. So apparently Andrew says Tajay is with him at his draft party.
Oh, cool.
So do you guys, knowing that Malik Washington was on the board here, does that
I would have gone with Washington. I would have gone with Washington myself, but I like Jaquan Jackson, and I think he is going to be, like, for what they kind of needed in the receiving core. Yeah. I think Jaquan Jackson fits the bill, and I mean he'll get a chance, and I think he's and it's not like it's a bad pick. I'm not railing on it or anything. It's just not the guy I would have gone with.
Yeah. And like we were just saying, flavor of the draft here obviously has the connection to Tyjae Spears being a teammate at Tulane. Obviously, if it is true that he is the and there goes Malik Washington to the Miami Dolphins at 184. perfect slot guy for Miami. That fits a great need for them.
Yeah.
You know, this must be a guy that Tajay, especially in the building, speaks very highly of. And definitely we heard Rand talk about, like, you hear from players who they want you to take. And obviously the Titans in the front office agreed with them on this one here.
Yeah.
James Foster just tweeted, "I'm going to memorize every wide receiver that goes before Malik Washington. What are we doing here?"
Jaquan Jackson from Kentley Platt says his RAS was 3.13. So,
ooh.
So when we saw Tajay at the Senior Bowl, that's who he was there for.
Probably.
Yeah.
He was there for Jackson.
I cannot find what I read, but Tyke Tolbert was there at the Tulane Pro Day. And
guys, you know what this means, right? They're coming out right now for this presser, and they're going to talk about how, Tajay really liked this guy. And then everybody's favorite bozo Stillman's going to come out and be like, once again, they're doing this thing where they pretend they drafted guys because they're a buddy of someone in the building, and it's weak. It's weakness. That's what he was already doing earlier today before this, and this is just going to further his silly narrative.
Why are these children running?
That's what children do.
They can't get this one kid.
Can we get a refrigerator update? Refrigerator watch? How are we looking?
I'm looking at my window any moment now. It should be here. We'll see.
The Giants take Darius Mossa from UCLA.
Oh, here we go. It was I got it right here. Titans wide receiver coach Tyke Tolbert on hand to watch Jaquan Jackson in person.
We should have seen it. We should have.
It was a Jim Nagy tweet.
Damn.
We should have known.
We should have seen it. Yeah.
I said it earlier. I did say earlier, about it. Sorry that kind of did not talk for a little bit, but that was probably refreshing for everybody. I'm going to retweet that. That was March 26th.
What do you think about the pick, Zach?
I don't like it. It doesn't fit the RAS merchant, so there goes that.
Listen, it took till the 6th round for them to take a guy where everybody's just like, okay.
But so it doesn't. The perfect mock draft for the Titans mock draft is dead. This was the one that got us the RAS merchant 6th round pick, which is, by the way, was Mike's idea. So this is really all Mike's fault on not having the perfect mock draft.
All my homies hate Mike.
I like Jaquan Jackson, but I don't think he showed up at the Senior Bowl. I think he was probably one of the worst wide receivers at the Senior Bowl. And I don't get it. I don't get it over Malik Washington. I don't get it over Taj Washington. I don't understand, even if it's from a pure, he's going to be a returner standpoint. That's what he's going to do.
And the Eagles take Johnny Wilson.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it. This is the first pick. This is the DeAndre Walker pick of if you're comparing this to the 2019 draft, this feels like the DeAndre Walker pick. Because you're talking about a guy in Jaquan Jackson that is, 5'9", 188, 8.875 inch hands, a 74, almost 75 inch wingspan. The athletic traits were just really weird. He didn't do a 3-cone, and that sometimes with these RASs, right? If you don't do your 3-cone and your short shuttle, your RAS is probably going to end up being a lot lower than what it should be. But also the 32-inch vertical and the 118 broad jump, that's not good. There's no explosiveness there. And that's kind of where I'm at, is if you're going to draft a wide receiver in these rounds, draft the athletes. That should be your goal. That's what the data tells you to do. And I don't feel like they drafted a true football athlete. You look at also some advanced stats for Jaquan Jackson, 37.5% contested catch rate, a 2.3 yards per route run, which is one of the lower in the versions in the class. I will say his yards per reception versus man is pretty good. It's an 18.9. And his yards per route run versus man is really low, though. It's just there's nothing there. I have a 10.3% drop rate. I will say that he does have some yards after catch ability, and his average depth of target was really good, 11.7. But it's just, I don't know. It's a very underwhelming pick for me.
I think the thing that kind of bugs me the most about the pick is I feel like Jaquan Jackson, and I know people have said this about their other picks, but I really feel like Jaquan Jackson would have been there in the 7th round for one of those picks if they wanted him.
I feel like if he was the best player on your board, you got to tell us why. And we need more in depth than just like surface level stuff.
Tyjae Spears wanted him.
If you look at events data and stuff like that, I mean, we're talking again college dominator rating, right? 24.9%. He only got 16% of his college target share on this team. I don't get it.
Right, lacking size and explosiveness and college production. What's the sell? What's the sell on the guy?
Right. I can't figure out what the sell is.
Yeah, returner. That's all.
I mean, Malik Washington do that? I mean, that's the thing, I guess, is
well,
that
that's right. It's what I come back to, because I'm like, well, he's really nifty on the underneath stuff and has good wiggle in the open field with the ball in his hands, but I don't think he's better at that than Malik Washington.
Let's do this. Let me go to something real quick.
So for the better, for worse, the Chargers and then subsequently the Titans have kind of started this run on skill position players. The Chargers go Kamani Vidal, Titans go Jaquan Jackson, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson comes off the board. The Falcons go back-to-back, taking Jace McClellan and Casey Washington. So we're kind of seeing a run on these late round skill position guys now.
Oh, let me say something. He has 6 muffed punts to his name. He had 4 4 punt return, or let's see, hold on. Last year, he had 18% of his punts were muffed. This year, it would be 10% would be muffed. He has experience, but we're talking about a guy in punt returns as like 11 yards per.
We have a punt muffer on the team already. I thought we had that.
Yeah. Your yards per, like Tulane in 2022,
oh, no, I see my fridge
he was
here.
like 18.7 yards per attempt on his kickoff returns. Even that doesn't really. I'm really having a hard time with this one. This was I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this one. I'm trying to find.
Here's the deal. It's
maybe
the 6th and 7th round.
That can give me
so
something.
Here's how I feel about the 6th and 7th. Like, it's all about your process and the kinds of traits you're looking for. But I have a hard time getting all that upset if at any point as a front office you're gonna draft guys that you just like you fell in love with the guy and you just got a soft spot in your heart for him. It's in the 6th and the 7th round, And if they don't work out, they probably weren't going to anyways. So yes, did they pass up some talent that I prefer? 100%. But am I going to be all bent out of shape because of a 6th round pick? If Malik Washington turns out to be a starting receiver and this guy doesn't make it through camp, then it's going to be really frustrating.
It's just when you consider the guys who are on the board.
It's not a good pick. I agree. I'm not crazy.
There's guys like Gabriel Murphy. I would even looked at like a Jaheim Bell. Christian Mahogany, for whatever reason, continues to fall into the middle of the 6th round here. There are some guys who I think can be better impacts on this roster from day one than a guy like Jaquan Jackson.
All right, I'll be back.
Well, I will say this: he's number 23 on Dane Brugler's board. Let's see what Dane Brugler has to say, because I can't find anything positive to say.
Hi. I was trying to do the 3. There we go. No. That works. Is that better? I'll move it back.
I had 5 receivers that were still available ranked ahead of Jaquan Jackson.
John Jackson.
All right, so let's roll through what they let's roll through Dane Brugler here. field fast, and quickly gets on top of coverage vertically. So he's field fast. So he's not maybe performance fast.
Yeah.
Paces his routes to lull corners before switching gears, sinks and transitions his weight with control out of his breaks, gives minimal indicators to defenders about what he is doing, works himself open, and credits playing quarterback in high school for helping his development at wide receiver. Tracks the ball well and secures without slowing at the catch point. Quick hands can snare errant passes, shows a knack for setting up his blocks and slipping tackles. Experienced return man. Had a 90-yard punt return touchdown 2022. Let's see. Focused on and off the field and has never shied away from hard work. Was a cashier and stock boy at Winn-Dixie after football season in high school. The weaknesses: smaller frame with below average height, length, and bulk. Competitive, but struggles to fend off the jam. Smaller target and struggles with crowded catch points. Shifty after the catch, but not much of a tackle breaker. Battled injuries, missed 3 games, hampered in several others by an ankle injury. Tore his labrum during 2020 fall camp, but played through it and had to constantly pop his shoulder back in during games. Holy shit. That's a weakness. That sounds like a strength. Torn MCL the last game of his junior season in high school. Below average production, led team in receiving only once back in 2020. So summary, a 3-year starter at Tulane, Jackson worked primarily in the slot and former offensive coordinator Slade Nagel's scheme. 82.4% of his snaps came in the slot in 2023. The production doesn't jump off the page. 1 career 100-yard receiving performance in 56 games played as he played through several injuries, but the offense looked different when he was on the field. A dynamic athlete, Jackson also has route polish and understands how to stem/set up defensive backs to get open underneath or win vertically. Models his game after Zay Flowers. Darnell Mooney took him under his wing when Jackson was a freshman and guided him in the right direction. And there you go. There's another connection to Tyke Tolbert via Darnell Mooney. And I bet this has been on Tyke Tolbert's radar. He tracks the ball well with soft hands, but lacks the frame, body strength, or length to consistently outduel defenders on 50-50 passes. Overall, Jackson is undersized and needs to stay off the injury report, but he offers both long speed and short area quickness, along with route instincts to create pockets of separation for his quarterback. He projects as an NFL slot with day 1 value as a punt returner, 5th round.
Yeah.
The connections there within the building are probably the biggest tell, I think.
Yeah. I'm with it. That's a very connection pick.
As real quick, Mekhi Wingo goes to the Detroit Lions, which is a great landing spot for him, I think, personally.
Yeah. I think I'm higher on the pick than you are, Zach. I think my main issue is that I had 5 guys that I probably would have liked more than Jaquan Jackson.
Yeah.
But I do think like there's a role for him in this offense.
That's what I was about to say. He fills a role for sure that maybe some of these other guys that are still on the board, like a Brendan Rice or someone like that, wouldn't necessarily fill, as you were about to say, I'm sure. But
I had Malik Washington and Brendan Rice ahead of him. Excuse me, I'm about to puke. And then I had Flournoy, Taj Washington, and Jalen Coker ahead of him too. But
yeah, I know Justin Mello really likes him. He is someone that he's mentioned in the chat privately that he really likes and stuff. I just don't get it. I don't understand, and that's part of the thing, right? Like sometimes you just don't understand.
Apparently, Jaquan Jackson, I just fact checked this, but his uncle is Ed Reed, so I guess there's some genes there.
Can he play safety?
Maybe.
So I'll say this. So on the big board, right? On the vertical big board I put together, the horizontal and vertical, the best available that was still there was Malik Washington. And then it was Brendan Rice. And then I had Taj Washington, Johnny Wilson, and Jaquan Jackson. So
Okay.
he's not too far off, of what I thought that their board was. But a lot of that was influenced because I knew that Tyke Tolbert liked him. And I guess if that's the case, that's the case. But I don't get it. I really just don't. And I'm not saying that it's going to be a trash pick or anything, because it is a 6th-round pick, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's a 6th-round pick. But I think that in the 6th and 7th round, I am a go RAS hardcore over everything else kind of guy. And that's just where I'm at. That's just where I'm at on that.
How do you think Tulane weighs into the equation? When I asked you earlier, like, what does it tell us about their willingness, like wanting to get prospects from big schools?
Yeah.
Do you consider Tulane a big school, or I mean, it's not on the same level as SEMO, but it's not like Michigan either,
Right? I mean, like, again, I don't know
They
why
were in the top 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get it. I can't rationalize what makes this pick a pick besides Tyjae Spears likes him and knows for him, and then maybe Darnell Mooney said something, and then Tyke Tolbert likes what he saw. And ultimately, that does matter, right? I mean, Tyke Tolbert is a guy that's been in the league coaching wide receivers, one of the best, most respected wide receiver coaches in the league. Likes him. I guess that matters, right? Like, I don't know. I think he would have been he could have been there as a UDFA. You may not have gotten him, but I think he was a UDFA quality player.
Yeah. And Derek, yes, Isaiah Williams is still available.
Greenlaw makes a good point. Robert Greenlaw on that in the chat. But in 2 of the most loaded wide receiver drafts in recent memory, the Titans have ended up with Des Fitzpatrick and Jaquan Jackson.
Yeah. That is a thing. That is a thing. I don't know.
That's a letdown. That's a letdown. I do not get it.
Suck the air out of the room a little bit. Should we start talking about taking showers again?
Well, I was going to say, something is wrong with Christian Mahogany, because the Eagles just took Dylan McMahon, I guess, over him. Another interior guy from North Carolina State. I think right now, the Lions just moved up, trading 205 and 247 to move up to 189. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready to do 242 and 252 to move up to like 217. Draft Gabriel Murphy and call this a day. I think that could be what we need.
JT's ready to go, and
I'm not saying that I'm ready to go. I'm just like,
to will this into existence.
I'm trying to, man. I think, for the better of society, I think that's what we need.
Yeah. So what's left then to cross off the list? I mean,
it's got to be an edge. Like, I think they still do need an edge.
They need to trade Jaquan Jackson for Malik Washington.
Tajon Palmer comes off the board here ahead of Brendan Rice.
That's wild. Tanner McLaughlin. Brevin Spanford is still available. Not a big run on tight ends. Dallin Holker is still available.
I wouldn't be mad with that at 242 either.
To John Palmer from UAB.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We said that. JT just said that.
Is there an echo in here? Is there an echo?
There is. There's an echo. I'm checked out.
Daniel Fraser said, "What do you guys think of Colton Dowell this year?" That's where we are right now.
We are.
Yeah, that's where we are right now.
I think very little. I spend about 0.05% chance ever thinking or considering about Colton Dowell being a factor for this team.
I am curious.
Sorry to Colton Dowell if he's listening.
I am curious how they view him though. Like, if is he going to get a shot? I mean, surely I don't think he was a guy that they would like factor into the equation if they're going to wait and draft Jaquan Jackson in the 6th round. or 5th or whatever we're in. I don't know. Time is a concept.
We're still in the 5th. No, we're in the 6th. We're in the late 6th.
Great draft coverage for all of our wonderful viewers supporting.
Actually, no, we're still in the early 6th. We're at pick
192. DJ James.
Yeah. DJ James finally goes off the board. I kind of like DJ James, so
I thought he's all right. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So Seattle drafted both Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James. That's crazy.
Rebuilding the Auburn secondary.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I agree with Brooks. Time to look at the 2025 first-round receiver prospects. Luther Burden.
Dow did have a high RAS. He was like an above 9 guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, he had a really good RAS score. And he fit what the Titans typically look for too. But he's just he was your RAS merchant, your small school guy or whatever. I'm just when I say you should be drafting RAS, you should also be drafting from big time, at least Division I schools as well. No offense to UT Chattanooga or wherever he was from.
Trey Taylor still available.
Joe Milton goes.
No,
wow.
To the Patriots.
The Patriots.
They're going to turn him into a tight end.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's the New England way. They did it with
your
Malik
days
Washington.
are numbered, Drake May.
Not Malik Washington. Malik Cunningham last season. They drafted him. Man, what does that say about Michael Pratt?
I hate it, man. I loved Michael Pratt.
I thought he was good, man.
The NFL is breaking my heart with what they're doing to Michael Pratt today. Maybe Michael Pratt was just a Jaquan Jackson merchant.
Maybe. I guess that is one way to look at it.
This is something.
I think Cedric Johnson's going to be in play with one of these 7th round picks.
Cedric Johnson? I mean,
the edge rusher out of Ole Miss, they interviewed him.
Yeah.
Guys, that really sucked the wind out of my sails.
Come on, you got to get back. You got to get back. Do it for the people.
Who could at 242 and 252 right now? What are you looking for?
Oh man, I guess edge. I guess
if Gabriel Murphy's still there, give me Gabriel Murphy.
Yeah,
I'd be pretty surprised if Gabriel Murphy goes undrafted.
Give me
Malik
Gabriel.
Washington going to the Dolphins is so fucking unfair. It's just so unfair.
Yeah.
Give me Gabriel Murphy and Ryan Flournoy, and we're back.
We're back. Okay. Does Brendan Rice go undrafted?
Your 2 wide receivers here.
Well, I was gonna say, looking at the list, I put
hated Jace McClellan. I didn't really appreciate that, by the way.
Well, yeah,
I never got around to telling you that.
He stinks. Jaquan Jackson was in that class of wide receivers that I looked at my board and was like, if he's the 2nd receiver they take, that's going to be pretty cool. But he was not the 2nd receiver they took.
Can we talk about how Houston doesn't know what the fuck it's doing in these drafts today? I mean, what happened? It looks like the Nick Casario shine wore off. Who the fuck is Jamal Hill?
I don't even know. I've never even heard of that prospect.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Yeah, great. Okay.
That name, I saw that name pop up and was like, wait, who? I don't even know.
Dylan McMahon went off the board. Yeah, what is going on with Christian Mahogany? Is he injured and we just don't know? Tage on Paul.
I never got anywhere with Marcellus Dial.
Me neither. Not a lot flashed for me to even, really want to look into it,
I'm so stoked that Casey Washington got drafted, though.
Ahead of guys like Brendan Rice.
I don't think it's a good decision by the Falcons, but I'm really happy for Casey Washington because he was one of the guys in that class of really developmental, probably a long shot, but man, if he ends up in the right spot, he could make some magic happen. That's also a guy that would make sense to put back there at the returner spot too.
Yeah. So apparently Tajay was on the Zoom call along with Jaquan Jackson. at the introductory, and Tyjay says on Titans pick of Jaquan Jackson, it's a dream come true. They're excited to get to work and hold each other accountable.
Hold each other's hands.
Good
Sleep
for
in
him,
each other's
I guess.
arms.
It's good for him.
So,
this, you know what, this is what's really bad about this is that, you know, I think it was you, JT, that shared the Jared Stillman tweet about like leaning on everybody else to make your decisions for you and like talking about that and stuff. And this feels like this got influenced by way too many people.
well, yeah, I mean, I think Easton sent that, and then I followed it up with relying on the opinions of trusted others. Foolish. When you're talking about guys like Jeffrey Simmons and welcome back. Hello.
What I miss? Give me the 10-second rundown.
Man, we're down bad, Easton. We are down bad. We're trying to get the energy back up. We're trying to get Zach
Jackson, man.
Zach is in crisis right now.
He really is.
Over Jaquan?
It's drained me. It's like it's like I took a horse tranquilizer.
So they make four
exactly
picks you
what
really
it's
like, and then their 6th rounder isn't your favorite, and that's enough to ruin the draft for you?
No, it doesn't ruin the draft. It's left me without energy.
Well,
It's sucked the air out of the room, sucked the energy out of me. It just we can't figure out why, other than was a relationship with Tyjae Spears and Tyke Tolbert just really liked him.
I think they fell in love with him.
But what is there to fall in love with? I mean, football players do actually have to play football.
The personality.
Like, yeah, I mean, but like, I don't know, just a personality thing.
So does Christian Mahogany have broken arms and legs? Like, what's the deal?
I don't know.
And we tried to parse through that too, and it's really weird.
And then the Texas took some guy
on the board.
Yeah, some guy took the Texas took some guy named Jamal Hill. We don't even know who that was.
Nobody knows who that is. Yeah,
I do agree with Alex Titan, and I don't want everybody thinks that like I'm down on this draft class or anything, because this really doesn't affect my feelings on the rest of the draft. But the Titans have had the best draft in the division. I
agree.
Ryan Watts to the Steelers.
Yes, he is my Colin Robinson. Jaquan Jackson is my Colin Robinson. If you all don't watch What We Do in the Shadows, it's a fantastic show.
I need to watch it.
It is so good.
I saw like TikToks of it, and I was like, this looks like a good show. So
I understand it's a 6th round pick, and I'm not in crisis. I'm not calling that this whole draft class is a disaster or anything. It's just like there were so many better players, not just at wide receiver, but also edge and everything. So like what I went and set out to do is try to find something positive about Jaquan Jackson. And he's not like Tyjae Spears at wide receiver, because I see someone put that out there. He's nothing like Tyjae Spears on tape. I mean, Tyjae Spears is pure electricity and all that kind of stuff. So to me, it's just like I'm trying to figure out what it is. What is it about this guy that they all fell in love with? Jaquan Jackson is a Nepo baby? Oh, we're going to have to do some research here.
No, I was going to say his uncle is Ed Reed. So.
Oh, wait a minute. So he's related to Trey Taylor? Jaquan Jackson is? Because Trey Taylor, I think, is Ed Reed, related to Ed Reed, right?
Then they both are. Yep. If that's connected.
Ravens host Ed Reed's cousin, Trey Taylor. So Jaquan Jackson and Trey Taylor are related. So let's look this up. Interesting. We had a double dip from the same player. Nephew of Pro Football Hall of Fame safety Ed Reed. Wow.
Nepo baby.
That's crazy.
There we are.
Man, I know I'm really getting into the weeds here, but I hope they end up with one of these Pittsburgh cornerbacks in camp. Not as draft picks, but I hope one of them slips through the cracks and they can scoop them up. Did they meet with one of them? I can't remember which one it was. I had that in my notes, but I couldn't find it on Twitter anywhere. Man, Keaton Slovis still available.
Michael Pratt's still available. I appreciate trying to keep the dream alive. However,
I wish Easton was back here so we could pull up, 6-rounders that played 800 plus snaps from the draft last year.
And
do y'all remember
right, though. We lost a little bit of steam. We gotta get that. We gotta get back. We gotta get back.
Who tweeted that? I'm assuming it's gonna be on Easton's timeline. I'm sure he retweeted it. Let's see. Give me a second.
I wish these picks were
here we go.
A little faster.
So total number. So round 6, there were 19 players in round 6 that played over 800 snaps. 34. So that's 84. That's a pretty high number. Man, I don't know. It just seems like missed opportunities. But hopefully, maybe he flashes in camp and could do some stuff.
What if they still end up with Taj Washington?
That would be good. I would be all about that.
Okay. As a little
I would
treat.
be up about that. Ryan Flournoy. Is Brennan Rice still available?
Brennan Rice is still available.
Yeah, I mean, you come away with another wide receiver. I can just, in my head, do what I did with Isaiah Wilson and Christian Fulton and just flip them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I did with Isaiah Wilson and Christian. Christian Fulton should have been the first-round pick. Isaiah Wilson should have been the second-round pick. Do not bring Still Chambers on this team or in this chat ever again. No James Neeson, no Still Chambers. Okay, no Still Chambers.
I think
also the energy has gone. It's gone a little bit away because it is hour 5. So
hour 5, yeah. Ugh.
The Rams take Tyler Davis. So
damn,
yeah.
They have just completely revamped their defensive line in this draft. Mm-hmm. Good for them. Good for them. It's been a long time.
For those
All right, we officially have 60 picks left.
60 picks left.
And our next pick's 242, right?
Yep.
It is.
Fucking dying.
This is crazy.
They're showing the Kate Stover video again.
Are you on ESPN?
I'm on NFL Network.
Oh, man, you're ahead of me or something because I don't see it.
Tyler Davis, 6'2", 301.
Falcons take Zion Loge from
the Georgia D lineman. Yeah. Yep. He had a nice, I don't remember if he was in the Hula Bowl or the Shrine Bowl, but he showed up to one of the All-Star games, made a few plays. And the Rams are kind of...
Okay, the Dolphins pick is already in. Okay, we're hopefully
I wish Easton was here. Keon Coleman said he was at Waffle House so much that he had the cook's number pinned in his messages.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy.
Stock up on Keon Coleman. Curtis Jacobs, Nathaniel Watson still available.
I like Nathaniel Watson as a flyer.
I do too.
Yeah, I do.
Gabe Hall.
Gabriel Murphy is still on the board.
He is still on the board. Christian Boyd, Javion Cohen, Bo Limmer. Yep. I'm surprised is still available at this point. Dwight McGlothern.
Patrick McMorris from California goes to the Dolphins.
I feel like I saw that name, but I never. We're starting to get into the territory where, who is that?
Yep.
Cornelius Johnson, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint.
Nope. No, thank you.
Would that cure your blues, Zach?
No, because then you just have him and Jaquan Jackson.
Jaquan Jackson.
I think I'm just going to call this, he's got a good personality pick. This is I love football, and so we're going to draft you because you said that. That's what I'm going to go with.
Well, and you know what? Just put him in the slot, and Well, it's just not
We'll see what happens.
any more
see what
Malik
happens.
Washington tape.
Yep.
You
And
know
maybe
what?
there was
Here we
something wrong
go.
with Malik Washington for the reason for him to fall.
Here we go. He's
All right,
just a
let's hear it.
little engine that could. He's a little engine that could, and that's how we're gonna deem it. And we're
Okay.
now going to just hope that I think I can, and maybe he will. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Derek. Like they drafted him because Tajay asked nicely.
Yeah. But what does that do for morale? Now that players know if they go to management and request a guy be drafted, they'll be heard. What if they just like the whole roster, just like there's like a drop box, you just submit a pick, like this is who I would like for the team.
That's what they should
That'd
do.
be nice. That'd be nice. Just drop it in there. See what happens. How Not To says, does this guy have bad tape or something? No, but compared to the other options that were on the board, I think.
I mean, he doesn't have great tape. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, you're talking about a guy that never really had the target share in his he had one 100-yard game out of 53 games, if I recall what Dane Brugler said. He wasn't anything too Tulane, like in that regards.
I just the DM that Easton just sent us on in our group chat on Twitter.
Oh, I didn't see this.
It's it just caught me off guard. It's my kind of commentary. I watched a couple of Jaquan's games in addition to the Senior Bowl, and I think his tape is I think his tape is pretty consistent with what we saw at the Senior Bowl. It's
and Christian Boyd comes off the board here for the Saints.
Oh, that's a good pick. I like, and they're showing the Cade Stover video again.
Man, they are all about some
Cade Stover in this cow, man.
Like
it does look like a penis.
I just love
Jaquan Jackson's mock draftables. Here, hold on. Let's
you can just throw it up here, I guess, if you want.
Give me 1 second.
That's the comment. Looks like a peener.
Yeah, peener is pretty funny. Give me 1 second here.
Man, the fact that the Panthers'
I
first
am
two
just
picks were
moving
Xavier
so
Leggett
slow
and
mentally.
Jonathan Brooks and Xavier Leggett were the first two picks for the Panthers. I hate it. I hate it. Does not instill confidence.
Who was the other one? Xavier Leggett and who?
Jonathan Brooks.
Oh yeah, I like Jonathan Brooks a lot. He was my top running back in the class.
So let's get this energy back up.
Here we go. We're
going to give you some big dick energy right here. This is the mock draftable measurables for the percentiles. This is not safe for work. Okay, so you guys can't see. So you guys can see it. That is definitely a penis.
I didn't even notice it the first time. I can't look at it any differently now. That's wild. Comment. That is wild, dude. Wow.
There we go. We got the energy back up.
Wow.
Get the energy back up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know the account that replied to Easton, but I'm glad he passed that along to us.
Yes. I'm just gonna keep it up on the screen so people don't have to see how bored I am. And how
there you go. It's as D Good says right here. Hey, you want to hang your hat on it? we can, I guess.
Big
oh man! Now someone should screenshot this because now it's just me and Stoney
looking at this measurables penis.
That's I mean it's the dip in the 8th percentile height right there that kind of
makes the balls
makes the shape. It's nice. Yeah. Man, wow.
I love
this
that
is
analysis.
This tweeted out right here.
What are you screenshotting it?
Yeah, I already screenshot it. I'm tweeting it out in a second.
I need to toot real quick if you guys will allow me to excuse myself.
Yeah, of course. Is it just gonna be me now on the screen with the Jaquan Jackson measurables then? Is that how we are?
I'm back.
Okay.
We're good.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry.
Gotcha.
Don't worry.
I thought you meant like if you had to go to the bathroom.
Shit.
No, you were just doing a Trent Baalke you know.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to rattle, the microphone and
Yeah.
jar people, but it's been 5 hours. This stuff's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Paul says, Rand said we can't sit here with our dicks in our hands. We got to draft him.
Oh my God.
There we go. Y'all can check that tweet out here.
Oh no.
Just two dudes looking at questionably shaped measurables.
This is what you get.
Wow.
Oh man. Okay, so I'm a little behind now on the draft. Where are we at here?
Christian Boyd. Okay. Nothing has happened since Christian Boyd.
Jaden Crummety's off the board.
Jaden Crumety. All right.
To the Panthers?
Yeah.
I'm glad the Titans were not able to draft him.
Morris.
Take the penis off the screen. This is a family show. Do you think Tyus Bowser would be a realistic free agent option? Fishspit's back. Fishspit's back in the chat.
I like it. Fishspit.
Do you think Tyus Bowser would be a realistic free agent option? Wilson
profile picture
in Baltimore last year.
That profile picture. Oh my gosh. My gosh. What is going on? This draft's got to end.
It really does. Oh my God.
How many ACLs does Jaquan have?
Oh, probably both. Maybe he could give one to Tajay. Yeah. Then he'd be useful.
And these last
wow.
That's a little rough. That's a little rough. I'm sorry, everybody.
You have completely turned on Tajay Spears because the Titans drafted Jaquan Jackson. Just fuck this. All of it. Oh man. These last
who's Micah Abraham? Look at Indianapolis, Micah Abraham.
Micah Marshall, the thundering herd, man.
Interior offensive line guy? No, a cornerback.
No, he's a quarterback.
They've got an interior offensive line guy at Marshall too that I caught a few strays watching Ethan Driscoll. I never watched the cornerback. Eli Neal still available? These last 5 picks have been kind of like woof out of nowhere.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Zion Lowe,
again,
Patrick
Christian
McMorris.
Mahogany still on the board.
Yeah, I like Christian Boyd. I'm not a fan of Jaden Crumety, and I didn't even watch any Micah Abraham. Oh, Andrew disagrees. Good pick by the Panthers.
Oh,
Jaden Crumety. So there you go, Panthers fans. Do some cartwheels. He's a powerful guy. He plays with a lot of punch. I don't think he's got a whole lot of wiggle to get around. He's kind of in that class for me that is power to kind of squeeze run gaps closed, take on the run. There's some weird stuff happening, like acid reflux. I feel like I'm just gonna.
Does cupping your titties help with your acid reflux?
I'm trying to get it loose. I'm trying to get it out of there.
Trying to get it loose. Just trying to get it. Why? What is going on with Easton that he has to oversee?
I don't know, but he's in the comments.
Refrigerator being plugged in. Like you just plug it into the wall. Like, what do they need you for?
Yeah. Just 2 more picks before it's Caleb Murphy Edge 3 season.
Yeah, pretty
true.
much.
That's a good one.
True.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you.
Let's draft Tulane's equipment manager.
Travis Glover from Georgia State goes.
Oh man.
The Green Bay Packers?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh.
Hey, send that to Green Bay Packer fan Braden Gall, and he can be Travis Glover there. I cannot speak. I need alcohol in me. I'm going through withdrawals, I think.
Dude. Oh. I wanted Travis Glover. I don't care that they got JC Latham. What if JC Latham ends up playing right tackle?
This is true.
And then Travis Glover could have been your left tackle.
That's what they're drafting Ethan Driscoll for. He's the J.C. Latham left tackle insurance.
This is my Jaquan Jackson. I'm just about to
hang it up.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. Oh my God.
You're about to die, man. Like
I am.
It's tough.
All this stuff in my chest. Last night was the chili oil, though. It wasn't. I didn't choke on a tater tot. Okay, we were having a good time, and I was kind of hungry because we've been drinking, and garlic Parmesan tater tots sounded pretty nice.
Where was this at?
Dicey's Tavern.
Okay.
With a chili oil aioli.
Mm-hmm.
And then they brought the tater tots out, and they were like in a bowl of oil.
Oh,
so they were like they were fresh, they were crispy, but then like the further you got into the bowl, they were just like submerged in oil. So they were soaked. And like oil kind of like gets stuck to your, like it gets in there and just really lubricates, but it's kind of it's hard to wash out. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but oil and water don't mix.
Yes.
So I took this bite with this chili aioli, and it mixed with the oil and just like completely lubricated the back of my throat, but it was spicy. And I just immediately, it knocked me on my ass. I was sitting there coughing. I was choking a little bit, and I just kept trying to go on through the conversation with Zach like nothing was happening.
Will Reichard, kicker off the board for Minnesota.
All I see are dogs. Literal dogs, not Denard Wilson dogs.
I heard there were puppies on there. Like,
yeah, they got puppies out.
Bill.
Is that what we should do?
Fast.
I need to. Maybe I'll just get Bucky over here, and we'll just put him on camera. What is happening in the chat?
I don't know.
Give me 1 second here.
I don't know. This guy, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, man.
Are you?
What is going? What is this nada?
I don't know.
Easton's my dad. What is going on? I saw the Dada, but I didn't notice the name.
I didn't either.
Easton's my daddy. Oh my gosh, this is going crazy. Dada, where you go?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is, but we're definitely calling Easton Dada now on, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Oh my gosh. What is going on? This chat's gone off the rails. That's bringing the energy back.
Yeah, I mean, so what if 242 and 252 are Mahogany and Gabriel Murphy? Can we go home happy?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm going home happy probably either way. Really, I mean, the Quan Jackson thing is not going to change. Like, it goes from a score of like 95 to 93. Like,
you're going to work through it and be stronger for it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think about? I just can't. I can't with this. This Easton's my daddy, guys. It's killing me. It's making it really hard to fucking focus.
It is.
What would you guys be okay with drafting a kicker in the 7th round? Because I would. I think they should too.
No. If I knew who the kickers were, let me do a little bit of research here real quick. Let's see who's. Cam Little from Arkansas, Harrison Mevis from Missouri. He's
kicker.
Yeah, the thicker kicker.
I would love the thicker kicker. We're only on 2 YouTube channels, so if you're not seeing the Easton's My Daddy on your particular YouTube channel, we're either on 440 Sports or BSM, so you may have to go to the other one. If you want to talk to Easton's my daddy, and all that.
The consensus board here. So Mahogany is still on the board here. Brendan Rice and Taj Washington both are still on the board. Leonard Taylor out of Miami. Cornelius Johnson from Michigan. Gabriel Murphy, Miles Harden, Dallin Holker, Jaheim Bell. I'm not looking. I'm just not gonna look. I'm not gonna look.
Keep going. Don't look.
Bo Limmer is still here as well. I think the best safety prospect is probably on the is Josh Proctor.
Yeah, I would say, Proctor, Trey Taylor. I mean, oh my gosh. Brendan Rice, I don't know why he's falling.
And then Tylen Grable
I bet
from UCF goes.
I've heard something about Brendan Jackson not being a good interview. So I wonder if that doesn't play into it. People are switching chats just for Dada. Dada. I guess.
How not to ask, why is Rice falling? Is the measurables smaller than Jackson?
No, he's a big boy. I mean, his measurables should be good.
It's just the route running is not the best, Jawar
I love
Jordan.
Tylen Grable for the Bills, by the way.
Off the board here.
I never saw it on tape with Tylen Grable.
You didn't?
Really good tester at the combine, but looked kind of lost at times playing left tackle. And I got their game against Kansas, and I thought he particularly struggled in that one. Oh my God.
Anyways,
it's just we're off the rails at this point.
We are.
Completely.
I don't know what just happened.
I can't look.
This might be a situation where I have to time out for us to just be able to
I may have to Dada, why is the refrigerator so slippery? It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
It really is, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't know why Brendan Rice has fallen this far.
Oh my gosh.
Really didn't stand out to me at the Senior Bowl, though. I thought
he had a couple of really dumb drops.
Yeah.
He looks the part more than anything. And I think that, to be honest, I mean, you would think that looks good getting off the bus. Everybody fits that, but little Jaquan Jackson. So you thought that maybe they would have gone Brendan Rice because he looks good getting off the bus.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Does Jaquan Jackson look good getting off the bus? I shouldn't have brought him up again. Damn it.
Well, I just said he probably looks better than little Jaquan Jackson, the little engine that could. So we'll see. Oh my gosh. Is Gabriel Murphy Caleb Murphy's brother or dad? I don't think he's related. Is he related to Caleb Murphy? I wonder.
I don't believe
You never
so.
know.
I think that the two Murphy brothers are in this chat. Not this chat, Jesus. In this draft. Grayson Murphy and Gabriel Murphy. Whew, man.
Ooh.
Daniel Fraser says that he was roommates with Tajay. So only brings
good for him.
Jacob
he didn't get anything from Tajay.
Harrison Mevis would look better than Jackson getting off the bus. that would add some meat to this team.
Yeah,
for
there's
sure.
more meat. Now you're over 1,000 pounds between Mevis, Sweat, and
correct.
Latham.
We're almost there. We're almost there. 206.
Almost there. I like Derek. I appreciate your candor, your truthfulness. Now that Jaquan Jackson's a Titan, I'll defend him like he's the greatest wide receiver ever. You're good to go. You do that, boy. You go, girl.
Nathaniel Watson to the Browns. So
we are still 40 picks away. We're a little bit less than 40 picks, right? Because 242. If my math's right, that would be 36. We're 36 picks away. About to be 35. Oh man, what a shit show. Who got drafted before? Oh, Cleveland took Nathaniel Watson.
Yeah.
Jawar Jordan to the Texans. Ugh,
Yep.
They're just having a terrible draft.
I don't like their draft whatsoever.
I'm all for it though. Fuck Houston. Let's see, Nathaniel Watson. I like Nathaniel Watson. Hey, hey, Stoney.
Yes, sir.
The Houston Texans drafted Jawar Jordan.
That rules.
Great analysis there.
I love that.
Hal Natu says, "Did you like the sweat pick?" I'm assuming.
Love the sweat pick.
Loved it. Yeah, I had him at 36 overall on my board. I'm happy with it. Also, guys, you'll be happy to know that I got whatever was in my chest up and out of me.
Nice.
All right.
Michael Jarrell, offensive tackle from Finlay, goes to the Seahawks.
Wow.
I don't know.
Get your guy. Your guy, I guess.
John Senegal says, let's compare the AFC South drafts. I would.
The only good one is the Tennessee Titans.
I'd go.
That's not homerism.
Titans, Colts, Jags, and then Texans. I think personally.
Let me take a look here. Let's catch up on what Houston's done. Man, I just don't think this has been a good draft for them. The only pick that I like is Kamari Lassiter. I wasn't a big Blake Fisher guy. But Indianapolis, yeah,
I would say maybe I like Jacksonville's the second most, but it's a pretty big gap between Titans and Jaguars. But I like Brian Thomas, I like Mason Smith, Jerrion Jones, Javon Foster, Jordan Jefferson, Deontay Prince, and Keelan Robinson. I feel like that's a pretty good haul. I mean, you're talking about like high ceiling, low floor guys for the most part. But if you're banking on these guys to living out their potential, that's going to end up being a pretty good draft.
I'm sorry, guys. 5.5 hours. I go Tennessee, Jacksonville, and then a substantial gap, Houston, and then Indianapolis.
You think Indianapolis is the worst?
Yeah, I do.
I really like Latu and AD with their first two picks. And that's just me because I'm willing to see the upside potential of those two versus the clear and obvious concerns. As Dylan Lobb, is that how you say his name?
Lobby, I never really confirmed.
He goes to the Raiders. So
oh, good for them. I kind of like Jacksonville's draft. I like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot. We talked about it on Thursday, Zach. It is kind of a weird fit for him because I think that's one of the few situations he landed in where I'm like, I don't know what he's going to really do for them. I'm not a big Jerrion Jones fan, but I like Mason Smith.
I wanted a return guy instead of taking Jaquan Jackson. You should have taken Jerrion Jones
as a return.
Sorry. Fuck, Dylan Lobby.
Okay, I was about to say I don't.
Hey. Oh my god, my fucking brain's fried. They should have taken Dylan Lobby over what's his face, Jaquan Jackson. There you go. I got it out.
That's because you don't want to turn off. You want to turn off injuries. This isn't Madden. My bad for wanting players to not be hurt. Sorry. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't seem too wild. Yeah, the Raiders draft is kind of all over the place too.
Yep. Another kicker off the board. Joshua Carty from Stanford off the board. That means Mevis is still there though. So
Carty was one of the Senior Bowl kickers, right? It was him and Reichard.
Yeah.
Yes.
So. I'm just gonna say yes. I didn't really pay attention.
Me neither. I'm gonna say I'm gonna divert to you.
Wait a minute,
Stoney.
Okay, they're messed up. The NFL.com just put Joshua Carty with the Raiders for whatever reason on NFL.com.
No, he went to the Rams there.
Yeah.
My phone's gonna die during this broadcast.
Uh-oh. You don't have a charger?
Not within reach.
Hmm.
I might have to get up. Damn.
Easton just needs to get better people to install his fridge, it seems like.
Wait, he said that he's having to move furniture, so I guess out of the way.
Okay, but like in his house, to get a fridge out, he has to move one table.
That's it? Just a
Yeah,
table?
there's one like desk, like there's one like living room table thing that he needs to move in order to get a fridge in. So that's cap.
Oh man. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try and listen to something real quick. Let's see.
What are you listening to?
Well, I can't listen if you're gonna talk.
You don't know what you're listening to?
I like them. Spark some interest in me. I like them. All right.
Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let me.
Jackson, wide receiver for Tulane. He sparked some interest. I like him.
So someone said that Steve Smith really likes Jaquan Jackson in a group chat I'm in, and this is all he says. He's like, sparked some interest in me. I like him.
And then on to the next prospect.
That was it.
Yeah.
And Christian Mahogany's slide ends as he is taken by the Lions.
Wow.
That's
That's
a great
a great
Man,
pick.
that's such a steal. Oh, that's such a good pick.
32 career starts and 33 games played. What are we missing? Exactly. Like what are we missing?
I don't know, but I mean, I'd be drafting the shit out of him.
Hey, that Steve Smith clip was good enough for Derek. Derek's on board. If Steve Smith's in, I'm in.
I'm in. We don't know how far in he is in Jaquan Jackson.
He's in.
He's in. He's
That's
in
all we know.
somewhat. And we know he's over the line. He's in the threshold or whatever.
Are
32 more picks are next 7th.
Oh my God. Holy shit. What are we gonna do?
I don't know. Kansas City. Okay, 32. Here we go. Kansas City selects somebody.
Let's just sit here and read the picks.
Yeah, we can just.
Derek's all the way in on Jaquan. He's all the way in.
Kamal Haddon from Tennessee goes to the
No, really?
Yep. Did you like him or something?
No, I didn't. That's
okay. Well,
I can't get my computer is like shitting the bed. I had my phone up and I was scrolling through the best available and all that, but I can't my computer's just this is riveting podcasting.
Let's see. What do you say? What do I think about it? It's a dream come true. It's like, y'all got to understand all the work we used to put in before I came. So to reunite again and hold each other accountable, that's the thing I'm most excited for. That's Tajay Spears, I guess, talking about Jaquan Jackson. What kind of advice is that? Jackson tells the media the message Reed gave him in the draft prospect. Really, it's just sticking to the script. What does that even mean? What does that mean?
That the
Do
NFL
what you're told.
I guess.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, Andrew. Dylan Lobby was at the Senior Bowl.
Is your guy Bailey going to get drafted?
I don't think so. I think the testing did him in. I also think it's a pretty crowded running back class. And I think there are, I don't know. I mean, we got like 200 picks left to go. So
Derek says Harrison Mevis and Rasheen Ali in the 7th, and let's call it a day.
Rasheen Ali's gone. He got
he
drafted.
got drafted. Yeah,
When
to
did
the
he get
Ravens.
Derek, you got to pay attention to everything we're saying. Hang on to every word.
Derek, you got to sit here for 6 fucking hours and not miss a single word.
This is, oh my God, we're going to go into hour 6. This is.
It's the draft, baby. It is the draft. Ali was injured. He had to drop out of the Senior Bowl after the first day, if I'm not mistaken. Or did he go 2 days, Zach? Do you remember?
What'd you say?
Andrew's asking about Ali. He got injured, right? And
yes, he did get injured.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was the first or the second day, but he did not finish out his week in Mobile.
Didn't he break his arm?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I do remember him getting injured.
Check Titans tweet ran calling Jackson he didn't believe he was actually going.
There goes another kicker, Cam Little from Arkansas, gone. Mevis
Run on
into the
kickers.
Titans. Wow.
Titans need to trade up for Harrison Mevis.
I think they should send 242 and 252 to come up to 220 right here. Take
and
Mevis.
put us out of our fucking misery.
Take us out back and put us down.
You guys were making fun of me earlier when I was saying that we need to package these 2 picks and trade up. You're like, oh, JT, trying to wrap this thing up. Now, how the tables have turned.
I'll sit here all day, buddy. I will sit here all day.
Okay, all right. All I'm hearing is that Gabriel Murphy's going to be there at 242, and they should run up the card.
I'm telling you, yeah. If that happens,
unless the Rams pick him right here, which would be the most predictable thing ever. So.
After they've drafted 5 defensive linemen so far,
the vibes would be so high right now if it was Malik Washington or Gabriel Murphy. We would be on a different planet because we would be perfect.
Yeah,
we would be perfect.
I've already written half of my Jaquan Jackson article, and it's just me repeating in several paragraphs. I've done it in my head. Several paragraphs is, I swear I'm trying to find positives in Jaquan. I swear I'm trying. It's just
underneath slot receiver, yak guy. That's all we got to lean on right now. We got to hold on to that. I got a lot of gray in my beard.
Team? Are y'all 100% sure he makes the team?
Yeah.
If Colton makes the team, he makes the team.
Yeah, but Colton can tackle.
Does Colton make the team?
That's true too. Does Colton make the team?
It's rough. If you guys look at the DM, it's funny. Easton's fridge doesn't fit inside his house. It doesn't fit the door.
Oh,
that's funny.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
you should put it up here. You should put the picture up. Let's dox Easton right here.
Nobody's gonna be able to tell where he lives, right?
No, I don't think so.
Since he's listening, I'll give him a few minutes to say that, hey, please don't put that up there. But
I don't see any numbers on the building.
If someone can figure out where he lives based off this picture, they're already neighbors then. Right?
They deserve to show up at his house and scare his family.
Oh my gosh! These picks are supposed to be 4 minutes.
Can
we just throw them up on the screen?
Easton said, "Do it," and he wants the timestamp, so I'm putting it.
Here we go. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Day 3 of the NFL draft. Here we go.
Yep.
This is what we got for you guys.
What do you want? I'm not gonna sit here and talk about. There it is. Well,
that sucks so bad.
I mean, why do they have they thought about closing the doors and then seeing if it goes in there?
No, because maybe the doors make it flatter. When the doors come in, it adds a little bit of width to it.
That's what they're trying to do. They're going to try and wiggle that thing through.
Why
don't they just try the window? Will it fit through the window?
Open up the
entire window off.
Just tip it in. Just flip it over.
How many times have the mover said pivot? That's the real question.
That is the real question.
Oh dude,
my god,
that sucks.
Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But also, if that fridge can't fit in, how did the other fridge just get in there? They build the house around the previous fridge. They build it around.
John says, "Cut it in half." Duh. Cut it in half and super glue it back together.
Just take the entire fridge apart. Get a screwdriver, and piece by piece, get it out of there.
Apparently, they made it in though. So that's
it in. We'll have to hear how how these geniuses were able to figure out how to move a fridge inside.
They just they put a hole in the wall. They just went through it.
I love it. They Kool-Aid manned it.
Yeah, people in the comments. Kyle's chiming in too. take the doors off the fridge. It's not that hard. Lay
it
down.
down.
Does he mean like Old Yeller? Just put it out, just shoot it with his shotgun.
Put a bullet in that fridge.
This Rams pick has been in, I swear, since we put that picture up. And
For real.
Oh
Just push the house around the fridge. I like Brooks' answer.
That's good. That's good.
Man. Can you imagine just like, well, we don't know how to get this fridge in. What do you mean you don't know how to get this fridge in the house? You use the fucking door.
Maybe the Rams are trading. Maybe you spoke it into existence, JT.
But the pick is in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that part.
Yeah.
So we went to this place, a shameless plug for no reason. We went to Dicey's next door last night. It's a pizza place. And they
Mhm.
had
Is that the
some
one over by
real-
like Houston, Wedgwood, Houston?
Yeah.
Again,
Mhm.
yeah. Really, really good Kolsch. But they also had some really good looking pizza. Like it was cacio pepe pizza.
Yeah, I love.
What was
their pizza,
another
dude.
one? There was another pizza that I was thinking about.
They have like a hot honey pepperoni one
Yeah,
that's really good.
Yeah. But I've heard the pizza's really good there. Oh my God.
Their fried pickles are good too.
And can I just say Kevin O'Connell's just an objectively handsome man.
He is. I was just
He's
wondering,
objectively
like,
handsome.
who is this striking gentleman on my television right now?
And also how the lights hitting him kind of makes it look like he's AI.
It does,
Because-
doesn't it?
Yeah, because of how it contours on his face. This is what you are tuned in for. 135. We're going to talk about the chiseled good looks of Kevin O'Connell.
His face is very defined. It does. He almost looks like a comic book the way the light's hitting him.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's
That's
like
a good
an
one.
illustration.
Yeah.
I got to go back to the NFL Network thing then, because
when are they going to announce this Rams pick? Like, what are they doing? Is this guy got a really long name and they're just like really having trouble typing it in?
They're scrambling backstage trying to find somebody that can pronounce it.
Yeah. Random question. Why does the NBA do draft and trades while the NFL doesn't? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I hate the NBA system. Like, just trade the pick then. Like, we're drafting this guy for you so that, like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Like,
yeah, I don't know. I've never understood that myself, but I don't really watch a whole lot of basketball either.
me neither. I'm not an NBA guy.
I'll watch the Grizzlies every now and then when I can get them.
LA takes Jordan Whittington from Texas wide receiver.
Well, they probably were trying to figure out, is it Whittington? How do we spell this?
I kind of like him though. I know he's kind of he's a long shot. I mean, we are in the 6th round after all, but I feel like he's kind of a nice little shifty move wide receiver that I think. I know I feel like I say this about every wide receiver that ends up with the Rams, but like that's a good spot for him to land in.
Maybe in the same role as like a Demarcus Robinson.
Yeah.
Kind of that in that mold. Yeah.
Jonathan Hernandez says, is us taking Jackson over Washington this year's draft version of Amon-Ra St. Brown? And yeah, I'd say getting pretty close to that. Looky.
We gotta wait, man. We gotta see how this thing pans out first.
There he is. Got that new fridge energy.
New fridge energy.
Dada has returned.
Dada's here.
Dada's here.
Do you know who that is?
Hello.
Easton?
What? Huh?
Who has created this account?
What account?
This Easton's daddy is my daddy account.
What?
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about with Dada and stuff.
Scroll back through the comments, buddy.
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
It's been a minute. We haven't heard.
Well,
from
now
Easton.
he's changed his name. The name has changed.
This is Titania. It's 100%
I was about to say,
Titania.
I think it's Titania.
Well done, Titania.
Kicking
Yeah.
out
Well
months.
done.
I left for like 30 minutes and you guys lost it.
That's my favorite one.
It's my favorite one too.
Guys, this fridge didn't fit in the daggum house. It's not. They're still down there installing it. I just gave up on waiting.
So what did they take the doors off, I assume?
Yeah, they took the doors off of the house in the front and then realized it wouldn't fit through the door frame from the living room to the kitchen. So then we ran around back and took off the doors to the back gate and then the back door. Both of those off the hinges. then came in and they had the doors open because they were, like JT said, too fat. And then they ended up having to take the doors off the fridge. There's a lot of doors.
So wait. You all took doors off your house?
Like,
is that what you were saying?
Take the pin out. And,
yeah. I mean, I know how to fucking take a door off.
Okay.
I'm questioning, but why was that?
Cedric Johnson goes to the
Why
Bengals.
was that the first instinct for them?
I think because it's easy and it gives you like an extra 2 inches.
Hey,
that's
No
context.
That's what Dada said.
I'm glad the Bengals took Cedric Johnson so that the Titans
like
cannot take him.
Oh, you don't like Cedric Johnson?
I want Gabriel Murphy. Murphy.
I want.
Well, guess
I'm
what?
so
San
in now.
Francisco. I almost want to say.
How many
San
picks away
Francisco's
are we from the
taken.
Titans again?
We are
Feels like forever.
17 picks from the first. No,
Why are there still
right.
over 100
27.
people watching us? This has been the worst programming ever.
Oh
made.
no way! This has been electric. You've missed a lot.
This is the part of the show.
Thing.
This is the part of the
It's had nothing
show.
to do with the draft for an hour now.
Have we confirmed?
There's been no
that,
draft talk for an hour.
Jarrett Kingston.
This is the part of the draft that you tune in for.
Yeah.
This is where we
Is
make
it?
our money.
Okay.
Yeah.
You say so.
So Dallas gets Ryan Flournoy, and then the Rams get Bo Limmer at 217. We are now at 218 with the Baltimore pick.
Damn. Those are two
Dallas.
good picks.
Man.
Ryan Flournoy is going to play. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. Ryan Flournoy is going to play.
Am I a bad person for hoping Brendan Rice doesn't get drafted?
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
they've been having a draft party since yesterday. They remember he was the one with all the Buffalo Wild Wings in the background.
No. Okay.
Isn't he Glory Day Sports like wide receiver 5 or something? It was like
I can see how that got misconstrued. I don't mean like a personal vendetta against him. I mean so that he's free on the UDFA market.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then he'll probably just like stay somewhere in California, you would think, right?
Probably, but still.
Nah, come down to Tennessee.
Bo Limmer.
What's wrong with your boy Blake Watson?
I didn't think he would probably get drafted that high. I
guess
figured
PFF
he would
just likes him way too much because he was number 114 overall on their board.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of surprised by that. Oh man.
Oh, we have a question from Nick in the chat. Would y'all have rather paid a left tackle in free agency and drafted Odunze than overpay for 30?
That's got to be targeted. That's got to
Ridley?
be targeted.
Let's put this up here because Trevor Lawrence is his profile pick because he's a grown man and wants to put another grown man as profile pick. Here's the thing about Trevor Lawrence about
it's Trevor Lawrence.
Nick about Trevor Lawrence is that Trevor Lawrence is way overrated. So you guys are about to overpay for a quarterback, and maybe your offensive coordinator, Press Taylor, could have learned how to use Calvin Ridley properly.
I just realized Easton and JT just left, so it's just you roasting this dude on the broadcast. I'm just sitting there watching.
Yeah, I mean, how lame is the Jaguars' local media that he has to tune into a Titans draft show to get information?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who's doing it down there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And he's just like overpay. Like, why is it an overpay? What is your rationale that he was overpaid?
I guess Cole says that Nick stays on 104.5. How are Jags fans this invested?
I do not go to any Jaguar stream or radio show or anything like that. Ultimately, I would have whether Calvin Ridley got paid or not, I would have still probably have chosen Odunze over Latham. But I'm definitely okay with there is no left tackle in free agency that was worth paying. So that's the thing. There was no left tackle worth paying.
Yeah. Wouldn't have paid a left tackle. I think I probably take Odunze at wherever.
I would have still taken Odunze without, with or without Calvin Ridley on the team. I still probably would have taken Odunze.
It would have just changed. It probably would have changed that Tavondre Sweat pick. That
Yeah.
probably would have had to have been a tackle, but I don't know who was even available at that point. Patrick Paul.
Yeah. And if you thought that there was a left tackle worth paying in the free agency, I can understand why you're a Jaguars fan. Because you're obviously an idiot.
Devin
Big
Leary.
moron energy.
Did we talk about Devin Leary going to the Ravens?
Oh, I love that.
Oh, no, it just went right over it.
Devin Leary, man, he hits that back foot and just fires that fucking pigskin.
Wow. Okay.
Love it.
You got real excited about some
Emotional.
Devin Leary.
That was crazy.
I mean, I like he's undersized. He's one of those guys I wrote about last summer that kind of felt like he was one of those guys that got some first round love early on in his career, but as he played more and we watched more tape, everybody's like, oh no, this guy's not a first round pick. Had a little bit of hype, cooled off substantially, but man, he can still throw a good ball. And I like that for him. I think he's got a shot to go hold a clipboard for quite some time in the NFL. But he does, man. You watch his tape and he just has these random buckets that are just like he hits his back foot and just fires that thing. It's just a frozen rope to the perfect spot. And then the like next 7 throws are just completely way off. But yeah, I'm with you, Andrew. He was hyped up too much before he went to Kentucky.
I do like this segment on NFL Network where you have to like name just an absolutely random player and see if their production truck has the film on the guy to make a highlight tape. That's interesting. Is there a guy that you, Stoney, that you think they wouldn't have?
Oh man.
Is it Drake Stoops because there's probably no highlights?
No, it's got to be Terrell Owens' kid. It's got to be Terrell Owens' kid.
Yeah, Anthony Sowell out of Mid-American Nazarene University, the cornerback. Maybe they just pull up the game on YouTube. Like, let's just share a screen here on the NFL Network.
Cole Burgess just got a film.
Whoa.
Of him, so
man,
they
got it deep.
The Cortland Red Dragons. Is that where he played for? So.
Yeah, I never got to watch any of him, but his name popped up a couple of times. Kyle Sheets out of Slippery Rock. John Giles out of West Florida.
It's wild. Hey,
there they are.
There it is. Cole Burgess tape. Cortland Red Dragons. What a
that's
a deep cut. That is a deep cut.
Yep. Val Ambrosio, the kicker out of Tulane.
Wait a minute. He just got drafted?
No. They have film on him.
Oh, gosh. Gotcha. Oh, my gosh.
What do you guys want to talk about now?
Oh, man. Joe Rexroad. There's a video of Joe Rexroad. That Buck, he looks unhinged. He fucking looks unhinged. I got to send this video. Hold on, I'm going to send it in the chat so everybody can go watch this video.
Look at him. Look at him.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh. I gotta. This is going to be my new profile pic.
What are we looking at here?
Oh, this is fucking amazing. This is totally going new profile pic right here. This is good.
man, he does.
I love how Paul said, has Buck done any work on this draft or just taken videos of reporters collecting cupcakes and cookies?
Look at this. Look at this picture. Oh.
Can you just like put that back up there when Easton comes back as like a jump scare?
Yeah.
That's a jump scare. Yeah, when we're least expecting it, just throw that up there. Oh, man.
Daquan Hardy goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Before, if I'm not mistaken.
Kalen King and Johnny Dixon.
Before Kalen King and Johnny Dixon. Yeah. No, Easton's back. They couldn't get the fridge in. Or wait, they finally got the fridge in?
They did,
somehow?
I guess.
Yeah, and I don't know. He just got up and left. Did he say where he was going?
No, I have no idea.
Yeah. Oh man, that Rex Road video is awesome.
I don't even know what he's saying, but because I have it on mute, is an unhinged man. Whatever has happened.
Listen, it's a long day. It is a long day. Are the Titans even within? No, man. Oh shit. Yeah.
We got 22 picks, baby. Let's go.
The good thing, yeah, John, I think that's what he was saying. It's my first one because Buck was accusing him of eating 17 cookies.
Yeah, it is. I can read the lips on that. It's my first one. That's what he's saying.
Oh, this is good.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. I made it my profile picture. Look at this thing.
That's incredible. Okay. Well.
Oh, what an amazing video. Oh, where are we even at on the draft? We're 220.
220.
We got 220. I'm trying to catch up.
Saquon Hardy, Devin Leary, Bo Limmer, Ryan Flournoy. Those are the last couple guys.
I love the Flournoy pick there for Dallas.
Which
he was
pick?
One of my
Saquon Hardy went before Kalen King and Johnny Dixon.
Yes.
Yeah, we just said that.
Really?
The echo returns. Cole asked which pick did they send to Kansas City? They sent. They had one. I think it was their 211, somewhere around there. It was the first pick of the first the first pick of the 7th round, which would be 221. So they sent 221 to. Did they? They sent something. Let me look. Yes. Okay. No. Yes. 221. Because Buffalo now has it, and Buffalo sent the pick to Kansas City, and now they're at 248 as well. So they probably traded, but the Titans traded the first pick in the 7th round. And so now they had 227, but now that is with the Browns because of the Watson trade. Anyways, you might as well throw it back up there. So
this
we're into the 7th round.
We are.
Light at the end of the tunnel.
Who did Joe like that? That's so mean.
There's a video that Buck posted where Buck accuses him. Well, he has a stained shirt apparently because of multiple plates of wings and brisket that he's been eating. And he goes for a cookie, and I guess Buck says something, and he goes, "It's my first one. It's my first one." he goes completely unhinged.
Looks like he's losing it.
And Paul is in the background just yelling at Buck the entire time.
Shocker.
Anyways.
I bet Jaheim Bell. I bet Jaheim Bell's one of these last 2 picks.
I love it. I love it.
Well, you know what? Now
Elijah Klein goes to the Buccaneers.
Yeah, the kid out of UTEP. Played a lot of football for them.
You did not go make it your profile picture.
Yeah, I did. I totally did. We're at that part of the draft. Okay. Yeah. I am. This video is still up on my screen. It's just on loop right now. It's just him turning around, and the way that he just turns around and steps towards Buck. It's like, what has Buck been saying all damn day to get this reaction?
It's like he thought about it for a minute. Like I'm about to
whoop this little boy's ass. Is what he's gonna say.
I forgot this is how long
Buck
this took on day 3. I'm 6 hours is something.
I mean, this is kind of ridiculous how slow the 4th round is going.
It's been slower than the past, right? Okay, but this is slower than it's been in the past, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it feels like it. Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys just want to quit?
No, we've come this far. We've come this far.
We are in too deep. At least the last 2 Titans picks will be kind of bang bang within 30 minutes of each other or whatever.
We're going to do 252. We're going to give our gut reactions and then see ya. Thanks.
Yeah. Peace.
Well, there are only 5 picks after 252. We could stay on for
give me a break.
Mr. Irrelevant.
There's
When I
5
downloaded
No,
this video
no,
from
we are
Free
not,
Yard.
Stoney. This is not a situation where we're all going to stay on so you can drone on for like 10 hours about whatever you want to talk about. Stoney's going to be like, what? And one more thing. And one more thing.
Just real quick.
Just real quick.
Derek says, let's do a 2025 mock right after.
No.
Hold on, I'll bring up the PFF. board here.
No.
Let me
Yeah.
look at this.
Yeah, let's stay on for the undrafted. Let's get
Let's
just
get Mello on here.
put Melo's feet up and react in real time to it.
In order for you to leave, you have to watch Gremlins 2, the new batch.
I'll stay here and talk about these prospects for the rest of my days.
Gremlin 2.
I've never seen the first Gremlins, so
Oh, it's
have
a
to
good
watch
movie.
both.
Don't listen to this
It's
stupid asshole.
so bad.
Stoney.
I don't
It's
know why
great.
anybody would like that movie.
It's a fantastic. It's one of the best Christmas movies you can watch.
it's a Christmas movie?
Oh yeah, 100%.
If you want to watch it at Christmas time, that's fine.
Yeah. Die Hard,
Choice you can make.
Gremlins, and Batman Returns. 3 best Christmas movies.
Harry Potter.
Harry
and
Potter in there?
Philosopher's Stone. Yep.
Yeah, the Harry Potters are pretty good. We do watch those around Christmas.
Happy Christmas, Harry. Happy
That was
Christmas,
great.
Ron.
Well done, JT.
Once I make my move, then you're free to check the king. No, you can't, Ron. You can't.
This is an NFL draft stream.
I am begging everybody that thinks The Gremlins is a good movie to watch better movies.
Just like
Glory
Blade.
Day Sports. Okay, since you're on the feed, I'd mentioned the Brendan Rice propaganda that you had been promoting everywhere. Where are you at on no Brendan Rice so far?
Yeah, let us
What's
know.
he accusing me of?
Of course,
doing?
I
Have
like
you
how
guys seen-
I like how I paused, acting like he was going to immediately say something.
like he's on the phone.
He's chiming in.
Travis Clayton from the International
Dead inside.
Pathway Program goes to the Bills,
Who? Travis Clayton.
and he's here at the draft. He is here. He is now walking out on the stage.
That's Kevin Booth.
It is?
Well, that's what it says.
Oh no.
Director of the
Hold on.
management
when the
Oh yeah,
the
he is
kick
walking
happens.
out there. Or wait,
Is he?
is that him? I saw it. A glimpse of somebody walking out.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's got a cape on and everything. Good for him.
he's British. I'm out. Can't do it. Sorry.
No fucking red coats on your team.
Nope. Can't do it. Where's oh, what is his name?
I didn't realize.
Thomas. Where's Thomas? Odukoya. Where's Odukoya from?
Is he Brazil?
Easton.
I have no idea.
What?
I'm
Where's
losing
Thomas
it.
Odukoya from?
I think he's from somewhere in Europe.
The Netherlands.
Yeah,
Good.
that's right.
Okay. See? Exactly. I just
Travis
wanted to,
Clayton.
Travis Clayton in it. I'm gonna be up there protecting Josh Allen in it.
Nice.
It's Tuesday. All right. Anyways,
Look at him run, though. Hell yeah. He's got some thick thighs. He's
I
got
like
a little juice.
the
I like the foot
if you go
speed.
to
Thighs,
the
good butt.
PFF live draft tracker on PFF, the Bills say they've selected someone who doesn't have a profile picture and doesn't have a name. It's just blank, and they moved on to the next one. Hold on, I gotta take a picture of this.
Why is Gabe Murphy still on the board?
What do
Don't
they
know.
know? They're scared,
Don't know.
dude. They don't want to accidentally put Grayson down. They don't want to accidentally do it.
Everybody's just waiting to see which brother goes first.
I
And
think
nobody's
you might be
actually-
onto something there, Easton.
Let's see who the best available is. I cannot believe Brendan Rice is still there. Curtis Jacobs, Gabe Hall, Jaheim Bell, Miles Cole, Gabriel Murphy, Javion Cohen, Blake Watson, Miles Harden, and Bo Braid are your top 10 on the board right now.
Ian asks, "What's this attack on England? Please stop." I'm sorry. I forgot that we have some fans overseas watching us. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I'll learn better. I'll be a better person.
They should
I-
move.
I love
Well, no.
England.
Well, no, here's the reason why. I was at a dart bar the other day throwing darts, as I do. And there's a bunch of these kids from England that come in. and they challenged me.
Did you get beat up by a bunch of kids from England?
No, I didn't, because they challenged me to darts. And so we were playing 301. And I don't know if you know anything about darts, but on 301, you have to double out to end the game and win, right? But apparently in England, you're not allowed to double out on a 1, which is the stupidest rule I've ever seen in my entire life. Like they were like, no, mate, you can't win on 1. You can't do double 1 to win. And I was like, first of all, you're in America. We're gonna play by American rules. If I want to double 1 to out, I'll double 1, please and thank you. So
I think they're mad they lost.
Yeah, they were pretty mad. So, anyways,
Gotcha.
Oh my gosh. What dart bar do you go to?
Villager Tavern.
Yeah, I was about to say the Villager.
I love Villager, man.
Yeah, we used to go to Villager all the time. I'm a darts guy. I haven't played darts in a while. I used to have my own darts. I don't know where they're at anymore.
Our slow pitch softball team that we play on, it's sponsored by the Villager Tavern. It's on our jerseys.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Their owner,
just we know the guy,
really likes me. So,
like
flex.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
One person that really likes JT.
Maybe.
No, I did not.
Javante Jean Baptiste.
Who?
Javante Jean Baptiste.
Bad name, bad player.
I did not get any international pathway program tape, but I will say there was a guy at the Hula Bowl from Japan, Sean Ray Trotter, that I thought had an interesting game, and I don't think he actually technically met the requirements of the program. But I watched his game and was like, there's something here.
What position?
He was a linebacker.
And he was Japanese?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know that American tackle football had a presence in Japan.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
He says, I'm British, and as far as I know, you can absolutely win on double 1. I apologize for my fellow countrymen. Yeah, they were like frat boys, so like it makes sense.
I think they were making up a rule to make you not win.
Maybe. I had like 3 Guinnesses by that point, so like I was like, wasn't all there.
What twins? The Murphy twins. Are they actually twins, or are they just brothers?
Yeah.
Nope, they're identical twins.
Gabriel and Grayson.
Yep.
We found this out because JT was like going through the numbers, and he's like, UCLA has 2 guys that both play edge, and they have the exact same height, weight, and they're the exact same age. And I was like, they're probably twins. And then he looked it up. He's like, yeah, they're twins.
Ooh, of course you could check out on a double 1.
What?
That's what Ian's saying.
Good to know. So these guys were just absolute #verified morons. So
there you go.
Bozo alert.
Bozo alert.
Let's find these guys. Kick their asses.
Bozo is such an underused word.
It is
Glory Day Sports said one got the combine invite and the other didn't. Gabriel got a combine invite and Grayson did not. I believe so. That's at least how I know. So
the guy that just got drafted from England, I saw somebody screenshot it and they tweeted, they said, is this a school in the MAC?
Okay, so the Chargers got Brendan Rice. He's off the board, but that's at 225. Like, how is this? Where are we?
Trey Taylor just went to the Raiders.
Fuck.
Damn. That would have been a good pick for the Titans. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but Trey Taylor would have been a good pick for the Titans.
Who did Cincinnati draft?
I have no idea. It's not on the PFF board.
I wish Steel Chambers wasn't bad at football because his name is so good.
I like him better than Tommy Eichenberg. That feels like a crazy thing to say, but
where's the bar on that one?
It's not, I wouldn't have touched Tommy Eichenberg with a 10-foot pole.
Exactly. Wait, did Tommy get drafted?
Yeah, to the Raiders.
Raiders.
Such a Raiders pick.
Yeah.
I've had so much water to drink today. I'm so proud of myself.
Good for you, man.
I still kind of feel hungover, and I guess this is 37, but I'm kind of bummed about that.
We're going to Edley's after this is over.
I think I'm going to do IHOP. I think I'm going to go sit at IHOP by myself. The first thing I'm going to do is take a shower, and then I'm going to go to IHOP and eat by myself.
So is just NFL Network just refusing to put up these picks? If we already know the Chargers, they haven't put up Las Vegas yet. They haven't put up Cincinnati. LAC still up there, but we know the picks. What the fuck are we doing?
Who did Cincinnati go with?
Well, we don't know because everybody just wants to talk about Brendan Rice and the Chargers.
So this is interesting. After today, the 2022 Texans-Browns Deshaun Watson trade is now complete. So the Texans received these picks that turned into these players. Kenyon Green, Dameon Pierce, Will Anderson Jr., Tank Dell, a first-round pick that they traded back with Minnesota that became Kamari Lassiter and Jamal Hill, and Kalen Bullock.
Dejan Anthony from Marcus Hill, by the way. Sorry.
Gotcha. Perfect. That good, I guess. And then the Browns received Deshaun Watson and a 6th round pick. So there you go.
There you go.
Wild. I don't know anything about Deshaun Anthony. Does anybody?
Yeah, I didn't watch him. He's a name that pops up at the end of mock drafts everywhere, but I just never made it. Safety, I was like super late getting to the safety class. I didn't really think it would be a position that the Titans would prioritize in the draft, so I really took my time getting through it. And then by the time I got through the evals I didn't get around to them.
What do you think about Brendan Rice being dubbed Nepo Baby NWI? How do we feel about that?
I like NWI better.
No.
Yeah, I do.
No.
That's wild. That's crazy.
I love the consistency with a Nick Westbrook-Akine. Gimme.
I mean,
what's NWI's average per year right now? Like 300 yards or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Like the wide receiver room that the Chargers have.
I think that's the ceiling for Brendan Rice.
Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey, Josh Palmer, Brendan Rice.
Like here, you want a Brendan Rice take? NWI's best season, he had 476 yards and 4 touchdowns. I don't think Brendan Rice ever has a better season than that.
I don't think that's that crazy.
Well, you're the one that said it's crazy that I like him more than Brendan Rice.
No, I get it, but I think like there is still some upside with Brendan Rice that you don't have with NWI.
I get what you're saying. That's fair.
So right now, I would rather have Brendan Rice. How did we get on this topic?
Because I asked, what do y'all think about Nepo Baby NWI?
I would rather have Brendan Rice than Nick Westbrook-Akine today. Don't tell Nick Westbrook-Akine I said that, though.
Okay, I won't. You got to worry about Braden. Braden's the only one that ever interviews him.
Easton fell asleep again. I think JT did too. Damn. Oh, they're awake. Okay.
I'm here. I'm looking at Antonio Brown tweets. That's where we are right now. Oh my God. Dude,
oh me, oh my.
This is.
I can't believe the Raiders pick is still on the freaking board.
Yeah, I know. We've moved. We're well past this at this point. What was Brendan Rice's RAS?
It was passable. It was good, I think.
I won't stand for this Nepo slander.
Arizona takes Jaden Davis.
What does he do?
Quarterback out of Miami. Timestamp.
Yeah, what does he do?
He's a quarterback out of Miami.
And you say Arizona took him?
Yep.
Well, guys,
the
only
supercut might be incredible. It's every no context moment from the stream I have written down.
Only 16 more picks until the Titans pick.
Yes. Oh my God. I'm gonna
2 minutes pick, probably another 32 minutes.
Brendan. It's Brendan.
So the ESPN is on the Browns pick here. So
They are.
yes. So
I'm
I
switching,
ditched
getting off
NFL
the
Network.
shitty NFL Network. The fuck is this going? The hell? Wait a minute. Here we go. ABC.
Does Brendan Rice not have an RAS?
Brendan.
That's what I said. Brendan.
Well, how are you spelling Brendan?
Brendan.
Oh,
It's EN. It's Tupperware.
Brendan. Not Brendan.
That seems like that seems like a common L from his father for naming him like that.
Oh, he had a 7.17 RAS. Not a good shuttle. Okay, explosion. Now, okay, hold on. Nick Westbrook Kine RAS. Okay, so this is from October of 2023. Chris Carter asked Kent Lee Platt, I tried to look on the website, but it doesn't appear you have an RAS score for Nick Westbrook Kine. Is that correct? I do not, but it also looks like he never recorded any official metrics. So even if I did, he wouldn't have a score. We'll never know.
We'll never know the RAS.
Oh, I'll figure it out. Give me 1 second.
He's gonna hack into some GPS data, do what it takes.
Yep.
Wait, I might have changed my mind on Brendan Rice.
Is
It was, yes.
Is anybody else's vision getting blurry?
No, you're just having a stroke.
Yeah. If I keel over, y'all just call 911, but make sure they put up the cat before they tend to me.
Oh yeah,
we can't call 911 until we post a
didn't run it
screenshot
as
of you
pro
dead
day.
on stream on Twitter, and then we'll call 911.
Yeah.
Nick Westbrook was injured for his pro day.
Oh. We'll never know. I can't make
know.
an informed decision between Brendan Rice and Nick Westbrook Akine. I'm going to pass. I'm going to
I will say this
My buddy Scott
about
Barrett here. Brendan Rice does crush the Nepo model here.
Oh wow.
Rice family far superior to the McCaffreys and the Harrisons.
Yeah.
Now there's only one guy in that Rice family model. Don't worry about that part.
Yep.
What were we talking about? Oh, I'll say this about what I've noticed on this off season. It's because, putting in stuff from RAS manually, you see a lot of different trends and stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of players should not have done the 3-cone or the short shuttle at their pro day because a lot of players were terrible at it. I couldn't believe some of the scores and how bad they dropped from like combine where they didn't run it and then the RAS where they went and did it and that official change. That's crazy.
I think I might have just cut my eye open.
What is going on?
I'm gonna go scope this out real quick.
Okay.
Cut my eye open.
Just fucking scratched his eye, I guess.
Hate that. It's a great quote though.
Oh man. So we got the in memoriam segment going on ESPN. I guess me switching over to
it ruined it. It ruined it.
Everything.
Yep,
Ruined that
that's
momentum.
tough.
All right.
Good job, Twitter. Oh, never mind.
You guys want to know something funny?
Yes.
All JT can attest to this. All the time on our show, I am
Your show.
Our show.
Your show.
I am drinking from this cup, right? You've seen this before?
Yeah.
So it's my go-to cup in my house. There's a reason I always hold it this way because it's a Titans cup. I don't want to come across as just like a fan
A homer.
shill. Yeah. So I am constantly conscientious of not showing that side. But if anybody made it to hour 6 of our draft coverage, they get to know that.
Well, why not use the handle still?
That's a good point. I don't know. Because I'm
It's because you want to cup it like a taco.
Mm-hmm. Big cup guy.
You are a big cup guy.
Can't deny it.
You're a big cup guy with a big cup.
This is the big cup. That's the part he's talking about.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Wait.
What do you mean by that? Miles Harden goes at 227. He was a guy that we wrote about to the Browns.
True.
Who went to the Browns?
Miles Harden from South Dakota.
Gotcha.
Let's see what I wrote about him because,
What did I miss, guys?
Miles Harden to the Browns at 227.
You missed one entire pick that whole time.
Damn.
Is your eye cut open?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I think I'm good. I think I caught it. I was rubbing my eye. I caught it with my thumbnail, and I felt a little liquid, but I think my eyes are just watering from being open for so long.
Oh, I'm looking at Easton's stupid first round mock.
MJ.
What?
Oh man. So Nick
Why?
Samac to Nick
Why are you
Samac to
looking
the
at my
Ravens.
Because what'd you say?
Why are you looking at my
I clicked
mock?
the wrong article. What'd you say? Zach?
Damn.
Nick Samac to the Ravens, and then MJ Devonshire to the Raiders.
So there goes one of those pit DBs that I've been lusting over today.
I think once you reach the 7th round, Gabriel and Grayson should be you should be allowed to draft them as a package.
Yeah,
You should
I
get both
agree.
and get to just see which one's better.
Stoney, you got the voice of a nice warm blanket.
Oh, well, thank you, Brooks. I've been thinking about getting into I couldn't even get it out with a straight face. I've been thinking about getting into some audio porn.
Yeah.
Like ASMR stuff?
Yes. Yes.
I
But
see
porn. But porn.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I could read books. I do write some short fiction, and there has been some talk with some of the Sobros team about acting them out as a podcast, telling the
that'd be
stories.
interesting. You should.
You should do a Sobros D&D like critical role.
Ooh.
What is that?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
You ever done that before?
no. I like Stranger Things though.
You've got to have friends that are like. There's no way you don't have friends that are big D&D guys.
What's that
You
supposed to
strike me
mean?
as somebody that's
Wow.
like
What is that
D&D
supposed
Fucking
to mean?
nerd.
I have friends that are D&D. I have friends that are D&D, so I'm D&D adjacent. But you have to be D&D adjacent, and Zach I know is.
I have
I feel
played
like-
D&D once.
I would do a critical role style
I've never done
podcast
it before,
with-
but I'd be
with
so
Sobros,
down to do like a.
where Stoney
Nashville
creates his
media.
entire his entire fantasy world, and we just have to we just live in it.
But it's NFL based. We get to be obscure prospects trying to make it in the league.
So
How does that work D&D wise?
I
That
thought-
wouldn't work.
I don't
Aiden
know.
Davis was a quarterback.
Not anymore, buddy. Get ready to learn corner.
I
Jaden Davis.
Oh,
I feel like D&D, as you guys are calling it, instead of by its proper name as I know it.
We call those abbreviations.
I feel like I have the type
makes
of
it easier to say.
personality. I have the type of personality that if I were to pick this up, it strikes me as the type of thing that would consume my entire life. And you guys
That's
will
why I said I think you're D&D
never hear from
adjacent.
me again. Yeah.
Yes.
you'd be one of those guys who would run the same campaign for 30 years. I feel like.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds cool to me. Like that sounds like
Exactly.
a
It is cool. It is cool.
exactly.
that's a legacy I can leave
I don't know if
behind.
it's cool.
I can cover
Actually, I
cover
think
the
you're a
NFL
loser.
draft. I can cover the NFL draft, and I can talk about the Tennessee Titans, or I can give it all up for a D&D campaign for the rest of my life.
Well, okay, we do have an actual draft question. Any more linemen worth taking? Stoney, who's on the board that is still worth taking?
Let's see.
Is Driscoll gone?
Driscoll has not gone.
But
Let's
is he worth taking?
I think so. I like Julian Pearl quite a bit. I know there's not a lot of people
Where's he play?
that were too high on him. I think he played left tackle, but he's going to kick inside to guard. Maybe he could play at right tackle. I don't
What
know.
school?
Illinois is one of those bookend Illinois guys. I like Nathan Thomas quite a bit, but he's
ask you about him.
Probably an interior guy. And then, man, Frank Crum is still available. Josiah Izerum. I kind of feel like we're getting into the UDFA type of guys. I like Javion Cohen at this point.
Egwakon.
Yeah, Kingsley Egwakon. Let's see.
Charles Turner still out there, right?
CT3, you bet. Cole
guys,
Spencer, who's the Titans.
Just so you guys know, breaking news. Jarvis Brownlee Jr.'s go-to gas station snacks are spicy nacho Doritos, Red Hots, Gatorade, and Reese's Kit Kat.
Oh, that goes hard.
That's a diarrhea waiting to happen.
That goes hard. Yeah. It's like your tummy's going to sound like Pop Rocks.
Yeah.
There we go, Paul. Comedic guided mindful meditation. I could do that. Yeah, I could do that.
Who keeps asking these gas station snack questions?
It's Rex Road.
No, it's Wyatt.
Yeah, that's definitely
That's a Jim
easy
question.
to suss out. That is a
Jarvis
Three
Brownlee is
artists-
scared of
That's a Papa
heights.
Jim question all day long.
3 artists who would be on Jarvis Brownlee's festival lineup: Kodak Black, Rod Wave, Young Boy. This is 3. This is 4 actually. So he okay.
He can't
Kodak
count.
Black,
okay?
Rod Wave, Young Boy, and No Cap. I don't know who No Cap is, but
Oh, there goes Jaheim Bell.
to the Patriots.
Yep.
Good pick.
Yo, Pat's day 3 kind of cooks.
Yeah.
Slippery. You had him.
I want to look at the Pats.
We're
draft.
10 away, guys. We are 10 away.
Had to get
Woo! 10
Jaquan
away.
Jackson.
Had to get Jaquan Jackson. Let's talk about him for 30 more minutes.
Well, let me say something. There's no contest between Whataburger versus In-N-Out because Whataburger is just Sonic, and you guys are all fooled for thinking
Levi
otherwise.
Drake
I'm with you on that.
Rodriguez,
I don't
defensive
love- I think
tackle
Whataburger's
from Texas
fine at
A&M Commerce, goes to the Vikings.
Oh, good for him. You said the
Dude,
kid out of A&M
Andrew
Commerce?
Teen got
Yes.
blocked by Jim Wyatt because he asked. I commented on his post that he asked soft questions.
That is soft.
My takes about the questions of local media is thoroughly on the record.
Yeah. Good for you, Andrew. Hold people
Whataburger has Dr. Pepper shake. What?
Okay,
Who gives a
we're,
shit?
we're,
Ain't
we're,
no damn
we
Dr.
are
Pepper
going-
shake. 37. Who's eating
we're
milk?
doing Cowboys pick is about
I get a
to-
Dr. Pepper
I'll-
shake
I'll
every
here.
fucking week. Okay?
Whoa.
They rule.
Levi Drake Rodriguez. What did you watch on film for that?
I didn't watch any A&M Commerce, but I know about the kid. Good for him.
Levi Drake Rodriguez. It could just shut down my entire computer.
Sonic with some cayenne pepper in the ketchup. Come on, Will. Have y'all
He's-
never
Will's
ate
right.
at Whataburger?
Will's
Have
right.
y'all never ate at Whataburger?
It is Sonic. Listen, I am telling you, we are doing this on Sobros because I know we talked about this.
It
I'm
starts
going to
a fight
go.
every
We are
time.
doing a blind taste test between Whataburger and Sonic, and you're going to have to figure out which one's which.
It's
And
gonna
we're
be-
also going to look at it. We're just not going to have bags. so it's
Cowboys
not
take
technically blind
Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Tackle.
He is
Yeah,
the
maybe.
he is the boulder that you have to run from in Crash Bandicoot. Nathan Thomas is. He's just
I like that. I like that.
big, thick boy. Ooh, I
Okay.
can get on board with the Culver's love.
I love Culver's.
So
I
I've,
might go to
I've only had Whataburger once, and I thought it
Culver's
was pretty
bangs,
decent.
dude.
Have you guys talked about how Jackson's RAS score is based on an inaccurate 40 time?
Whoa.
No, I don't know what
Breaking
you're referencing.
news.
Inaccurate by whose count?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh no,
what
thanks
it-
for asking.
I will say this. I don't know if you saw this or not, Easton. And you may have because I put it out on Twitter, but I don't know
I
if you
already
saw
did.
this.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
penis.
this? Oh, wait. No,
Yeah.
yeah, I did see that.
That's
I
so
retweeted it.
good.
It's so good.
The combine is 4.42. Okay, Jaquan Jackson. Combine.
I mean, Even if it's 4.42, boy's still fast.
Well, what? I think I had it in at 4.42. Did I not? Let's see here. Lens Zierlein had him as a round 6 projection. Wide receiver traits.
Hey, what if the Titans do take one of the Murphy kids, but it's Grayson, not Gabriel? Are we going to just cope our way through saying they're basically the same guy? It's a good pick.
You're going to see me punch a hole through the wall behind me.
Really? You think the difference is that big?
I actually didn't watch any Grayson, so.
Oh, okay.
Just
so
popped a few
KPO
times.
says that his combine is 4.42 and his RAS says he's a 4.54.
Well, I will say this: sometimes at the combine, the stuff they put up, they don't go back and change it if it's wrong.
Right.
So if they got it wrong, they just keep it up there. So I have it in my list at a 4.42. Because I inputted it from the combine for the wide receivers.
Whoa. Jarvis Brownlee said on a questionnaire with teams, he was grazed. He said on a questionnaire with team that he was grazed with a bullet on his foot while in the 3rd grade. After this event, he believed he had been given a second chance at life.
I don't know what KPO is talking about because it says 4.42 on the RAS.
KPO's full of crap. KPO is.
You can let it fly.
Let it fly or fry? I
meant fly, but you know.
I like let it fry.
Let it fry, man.
Let it fry. Let it fry.
Says 4.42.
Stoney, what'd you think about Gabe Hall?
I like Gabe Hall quite a bit. I see there's effort questions, I think, and I think those are reasonable from watching the tape. But he's a twitchy guy. He's not overly powerful. I think probably a little suspect in the run game, but he's a guy that has a really nice spin move. He's kind of a force, a tornado to kind of corral for interior offensive linemen. I think he offers a lot of pass rush juice. I thought, I'm not comparing them as players, but stylistically kind of could be used the same way the Titans used Danico Autry, but probably a little bit too big to be an edge rusher, but not big enough to be an interior lineman. I think there's a couple things that teams are kind of afraid of investing in him, but I like the tape. I like watching him. I think he could be a good pass rusher.
Heard.
Are we happy with Bo Braid here at 242?
I don't know.
So let me just say something. Mike retweeted what KPO is talking about. Mike retweeted a March 2nd tweet from Math Bomb. When Math Bomb 2 hours ago, unless Jaquan Jackson got drafted 2 hours ago,
I think
put out the current RAS. So I don't know why Mike was so fucking lazy. He couldn't go and get the actual RAS card because it clearly said unofficial. So I don't know why these guys are lazy. So I'm just going to retweet this one that's current instead of using old information.
Jonah Laulu, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, goes to the Colts.
Didn't watch him. Haven't heard of him. Best of luck.
I feel like this is the rest of it. Didn't watch him. Are we scared that might happen with the Titans here, where it's didn't watch him? Good luck.
Hey, you wanna know what is objectively the most intriguing and exciting thing they could do with this last pick or two?
Kicker,
quarterback.
Sam Hartman.
Put Malik on the outs immediately. Michael Pratt.
Jackson's nickname is ATM, automatic touchdown machine. Is this true?
Well, how many touchdowns
I don't know.
have in college?
Well, he had 17 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken.
Broncos go Devon Vale.
Valet. Hell
Valet?
yeah.
All
right. Good for him. I watched his tape and I thought, oh man, this dude's slow as hell. And then he goes on to run a pretty decent 40 time. And I think he tested pretty well. I think he's got a high RAS. And it's one of those situations where I'm like, is he actually slow or is that just Utah's offense? I think it could be Utah's offense.
Can we group think a best available list? Here's what I've got so far.
Gabe Murphy.
Taj Washington, Cornelius Johnson, Gabe Murphy, Ethan Driscoll, Frank Crum, Kingsley Eguquan, Gabe Hall. Anybody else that really stands out to us as
Let's see.
Intriguing?
Let's see. Let me pull this whole thing out here.
Excuse me?
And you said Bo Braid, right? I would assume.
Oh, no, I didn't. Let me add him.
Because there's Josh Proctor, Bo Braid,
Dallin Holker?
Dallin Holker, baby. Let's go.
Yeah? You like him?
Sure.
I would be thrilled. I would be, yeah.
For real?
I love Dallin Holker.
Okay.
Yeah.
How athletic is he?
I don't know.
How athletic is he? I don't know, man.
That matters.
I mean, Miles Cole goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Big, long noodle arm boy.
Noodle boy.
Yeah.
Dallin Holker had, he's the guy that in 2022, 9 receptions on 10 targets for 86 yards and 1 touchdown. And then in 2023, 64 receptions on 105 targets for 766 yards and 6 touchdowns.
But again, how athletic is he?
I do think he tested pretty well. I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Not well enough. 6.64, it looks like. 6.07.
I feel like the Bengals are going to take Murphy here, and I'm going to feel,
Jalen Coker's still available.
Guys, hold on. I'm sending another one to the DM chat. This one just dropped from St. Thomas. I just said.
Oh, I would love me some Brevin Spanford.
Matt Lee goes to the Bengals, center from Miami.
Athletic guy, small, undersized, really pretty fun watch. Good mover in space.
I'm so glad I didn't go for this weekend. This is so much better than being in that room.
I bet they take Ethan Driscoll with one of these picks.
I would love it. They visited with him, right? Or no, they visited with his teammate. My bad.
Lori on Twitter says, I'd love to see them take Kingsley. He lived in Nashville for a while when he was a child.
Oh, I'm just catching up. I'm sorry. I didn't.
So Joe posted a picture of Paul from the upstairs window in the press room saying it appears Paul is finally broken. And Paul replied, the press room is a disaster. People just unaware they have not stopped talking, really shouting nonstop for 5 hours. This is the only path to survival.
That picture is going to be used for so many memes from here on.
I'm saving it.
Oh, Al Blades Jr. That's another name Paul brings up that
I thought you hated Blade.
Zach scouted.
I liked Al Blades.
That Stoney hated Blade.
I don't think.
Oh, the shitty movie? Yeah.
Yeah. That was my the PK. How PK is in that picture is how I felt after they announced Jaquan Jackson.
It is. That's what you needed to do after they made that pick. You just needed to go outside for a little bit for survival.
I do like Al Blades and Mark Perry. Those are kind of picks that you could kind of see them going here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be exciting picks. So we got Matt Lee to the Bengals, Solomon Byrd to the Texans.
I would not be surprised to see him go Driscoll and add him to the competition at right tackle and serve as like a backup developmental role at left tackle and just kind of add him to the fold.
What are the odds?
Josiah Ezram to the Saints. Josiah Ezram to the Saints.
I think there's decent odds. Both picks, we've just never heard of these guys.
I think we'll have heard them because they've interviewed people that we've heard of. We don't know what these other teams, their visits look like, right? So, I mean,
right. How many guys?
Give me Gabe Murphy and Ethan Driscoll, and let's go home happy.
Right. How many guys total do you think NFL teams watch? Like the entire scouting department? Is it 1,000 guys?
It's probably pretty close to that.
What somebody text me or maybe shared in a DM that like the scouting department went over 1,400 players.
Oh wow.
I mean, I guess it checks out because Dane Brugler does it too. So if he's doing it, they got to be doing it because they got an army. How does Dane do it by himself?
I don't know.
Just do it year round.
Does he have no life all year long? The poor guy.
Jordan Schultz, Jonah Lalu to the Colts. Terrific pick. Like he fucking knows anything about Jonah Lalu.
Force fed by an agent.
Paul just replied, to John McClane said, I would have jumped out the window if it opened.
That's so good.
Oh my God. Okay, we have 2 picks. We have 2 picks until the Titans.
All right, so final prediction for the 7th round picks. I think I'm gonna go because there's been a little bit of a run on OTs, but also safeties. So I think it's gonna be OT and safety. I don't know what order, but I think it'll be OT and safety.
I'm gonna go edge tackle.
Edge tackle.
This is so good.
Easton.
Hang on. I've got more to bring up on the screen here before we get to this
Oh
pick.
no.
Yeah, I'm kind of with James Neeson too on the Josh Proctor.
That's
deal.
what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Ethan Driscoll, Josh Proctor are the
Yeah.
last 2 picks. I didn't watch any Damani Richardson.
Yeah, I didn't get around to Damani Richardson. He's a guy that we probably should have put some effort into trying to find.
So Teresa says, strangely, it's been quieter since someone went outside, Chief, trying to clap back at Paul.
Whoa!
Paul said, the idea that you are speaking on this, shouting, I am sure, is outrageous. What story are you currently reading the room? What Olympic menu are you reviewing in minute detail?
Oh my!
It is
Joe
getting
Rexroth.
feisty. Joe.
Joe.
There's a reply. Someone just replied to Paul.
Let's see. Let's see if we can refresh it.
I love that we're going over this on our.
This is great.
No,
I don't know,
You passed it. Who
right
is
there.
working this computer screen?
Oh, Teresa. That was hours ago. We've moved on, but you spent Thursday breaking down all the free healthy food. Those two do not like each other, man.
No.
Michael
Oh,
Barrett
man.
goes linebacker, who
Okay.
I thought was
They got their
meh.
Keekly.
Who's this year's Ivan Pace? That you're like, that guy should have been drafted, and then he wasn't, and then he's
Gabe
actually
Murphy
good.
if he doesn't go draft. If he goes
Is
undrafted.
Gabe Murphy this year's Ivan Pace Jr.?
If he goes undrafted, yeah, for me.
I think I might be with you on that.
Sure.
Or Gabe Hall.
Stoney does not care anymore.
Sure.
He just wants to go home.
I don't know. I can't think of everybody right now. I can't think of all the draft.
There's still
prospects
100
left.
people watching this. What are you people doing with your Saturday afternoon?
Spinning
You're
it the
tuned
best
into
way
this.
possible. Curtis
Yeah.
Jacobs. I think Curtis Jacobs could be your guy that you're kind of like, why didn't he get
JT
drafted?
hates Curtis.
I hate
Oh, I love
Jacobs.
Curtis.
I hate Curtis.
You know what? I
Jacobs.
love Curtis too now, just to make JT the
Okay.
significant minority.
That's fine. I hope he gets taken now.
To the
thought-
Titans.
This show is brain rot. Yeah, get in line.
It is. It is. And you're watching it, buddy. What does that say about you?
Dada
It is.
back.
It is 1,000% brain rot because I know mine and Stoney's brains are rotted. They are spoiled, rotten. They're
I tell you
pieces of
what.
garbage.
I tell you what.
It's
If
mush.
Y'all are not going to start calling me Dada. Stop.
Yeah, Dada.
if
Hey,
they
y'all
don't-
are making Dada angry.
if they don't get the phone away, from
Dada's
Ty
really
Joe
mad,
Spears,
guys.
the Titans are about to draft Michael Pratt.
Yeah, well, the Lightning are winning
That's what I said,
4-2.
that's exciting.
So,
The Lightning are winning. Like anybody fucking cares.
Wait, throw up Chris Hancock again. Oh, I thought he looks like
He does look like Tyler.
Tyler Rowland, doesn't he?
Sorry. Oh gosh, I hope we didn't offend him.
No. It's a similar hairstyle, beard,
Yeah.
and glasses.
Hey.
That's really all it is.
can we big ups for this son's 5-0 flag football?
Chris, I'm sure
Yeah.
you're miles more.
Hey, what's
I
the
know, baby.
what's your
more
son's
pleasant.
RAS? What's your son's 40 time? Can we get some measurements going right now? So
That's right, Chris. Beautiful hair and beard. I agree. Thick, full, voluptuous.
Yeah, I will have to say, that's magnificent hair.
It's good. It's good looking hair. Strong hairline.
Spencer Schrader, come on down.
Titans are on the clock, so the Dolphins pick is in. I don't know who it is, but
Oh man,
It's gonna be a guy we've never heard of.
yeah. And of course, ESPN goes commercial right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I guess you can see what PFF users pick on this draft
Yeah.
tracker or whatever. And
Yep.
for Michael Barrett, they picked Taj Washington. They were like, all the Panthers fans wanted Taj Washington instead of Michael Barrett. Did the Saints not draft a quarterback? Am I dreaming?
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer.
Yeah. Why would the PFF users pick Michael Pratt for their pick in the 7th round?
Tulane.
I guess
They want as many options that are not Derek Carr as
Carr.
possible, which you can't blame them for.
It's that fan base.
That has soured so quickly.
the Derek Carr stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was always going to.
I think there are going to be some pretty good running backs that are going to slip through the cracks.
Yeah. I mean, Amani Bailey, it sounds like a perfect running back to slip through the cracks because he's so fucking shitty. I do not agree. I do not really believe that. I just really wanted to, say something about Amani Bailey being the slowest guy ever.
Doesn't show up on tape.
Yeah, it doesn't. Hey, I like Amani Bailey. You ain't gonna hear any complaints on me.
I never watched any Carson Steele, but people hate him.
Yeah, I could see why. I'm stuck. Colby is stuck on Bluey since his son took over the TV, so I'm living this pick vicariously through
hold
y'all.
on. So Taj Washington goes to the Dolphins.
What? Are you fucking kidding me?
Meow.
Before the Titans pick goes in, this is really interesting. Someone tweeted out, my guess. Oh, well, hold on. My guess is Eagles already have a feeling they know what they will lose in the Saquon tampering penalty in 2025 draft, so they are trying to create more equity to cover it.
That's smart.
That's smart.
As much capital as possible.
They got both Washingtons.
Yep.
Fucking Miami.
It's a good double down. It's a good bid.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good bid.
Okay, now I am hearing an echo.
From who?
When you talk and I talk. Y'all hear that?
Hello.
No. I hear
Hello?
nothing.
Maybe.
Oh.
Is it coming from me?
Somebody's headphones really loud? It's
Hello,
very
hello?
faint.
The
Very
Titans have
faint.
selected James Williams, safety from Miami.
No.
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 What? Do you not like this guy?
I mean, he's a linebacker, if that tells you anything.
He's a safety, I thought you just said.
He's a safety, but he's a linebacker, if that tells you anything.
Oh,
2023, 67 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 1 interception.
Oh, man.
30 career starts and 33 games played.
Let's see where I've got him. I didn't put him on my safety board. I think he's going to be a linebacker, which I don't know, maybe
they need a linebacker.
Man, that's something.
That sure is something. I mean, holy cow, 99th percentile height, weight, and wingspan. This guy is long.
Yeah, he's a big guy. I mean, he could be like, I don't know.
His mock draftable is like a conch shell.
Okay, so
very
like Pac-Man?
unathletic, but he's very big.
He's perfect. Go ahead.
I was just going to read my eval, so if you got a stray thought, get it in there.
Go ahead.
Williams is billed as a safety. Now I'm hearing myself.
It just recently started.
Williams is billed as a safety, but given his size, a move to linebacker might make sense for him. This man is 6'4", 231 pounds, for fuck's sake. It's also just the way he plays the game that makes me think he's a better fit as a hybrid linebacker. At the Senior Bowl, I noticed how naturally he spied on Sam Hartman, diagnosed he was going to tuck the ball and run, and he shot through the gap to tackle him. Pal, that's playing linebacker. Williams is always willing to lower his shoulder and deliver the boom, but his limitations in diagnosing plays and coverage, in addition to his frame, makes me think a move up to linebacker is his best shot at success in the NFL.
Yeah, he's not a run block. He's not a run stopper. 2.2% run stop rates, one of the lowest in the safety class, and I'm sure it's going to be even lower if I pull up his linebacker traits as well. But I mean, I will say his coverage is not bad. I mean, yards per reception, 10.5. He's got 14.8% missed tackles, which is not great. 2.11 coverage stops, so 2.1% coverage stop rate, which is pretty high. And then forced incompletion rate of 10%. So I mean, he's a guy that has, I would say very hybrid. I would say. Is he a poor man's? Is he the poorest man's Kyle Hamilton? The poorest man's Kyle Hamilton.
James says he's a Justin Simmons type, is what he thinks.
I think James Williams is like third world country Kyle Hamilton.
He is interstate off-ramp beggar Kyle Hamilton.
I will say this. So when you told me that you think he's a linebacker, I put him into the Titans Fit Trait tool for linebackers, and he was the 5th highest linebacker rated. So
Well,
I think mainly because of his physical and athleticism. It's not because of his on the field traits. They don't really translate well to linebacker as far as the stats go, the data. But it's definitely an interesting pick. And hey, I also want to say Leonard Taylor. We were right on Leonard Taylor, Stoney, because he still hasn't been drafted.
Yeah, Leonard Taylor. Ugh. Get that shit out of here.
Yikes.
Jacob saying, let's take Harrison Mevis and call it a day.
Apparently, he was a 5-star recruit. James
Michael
Foster
Pratt
has
off
a
the
5th
board.
round grade on him. Did you say
Two?
Michael Pratt's off the board?
Packers.
Oh, interesting.
Who
How
did
about that?
who did the Cowboys take then?
Juwan Briggs just went off the board.
Hey.
Oh no, to the Browns.
I don't know who went to the Cowboys. They haven't put that up at the PFF.
So if we talk about him as a
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm about to ask you if you know. JT and I's friend Wilson is a big Colts fan from Indianapolis. And this whole draft, he's been texting us about how, like, we need a cornerback. We need a cornerback. We need a cornerback. And they finally draft one, Micah Abraham out of Marshall in the late rounds. And he's like the least Chris Ballard guy ever because he has a 3.7 RAS. And he just sent me a screenshot of the RAS and it's like, what? I mean, seriously, what are we doing here?
Dallas took Justin Rogers, by the way.
So I think at the next level, we're probably expecting this guy to play linebacker then. Yeah. Can we chop this up to
I want to
probably-
say, I'm going to see. I don't remember if Dane Brugler wrote about him, but I think he did. And I think he said something about a linebacker. I'm checking right now.
I kind of feel like he might be one of those guys that they just get him out there and see where he plays.
So he has him as the 18th best linebacker, ahead of guys like Still Chambers, Michael Barrett, Kalen DeLoach, Aaron Casey. Could y'all shut the fuck up? John Trey Hunter.
Hey, I also had James Williams as linebacker 18.
They're funny.
Linebacker.
He's dogs.
Dimebacker.
But he was a 6th to 7th round pick from Dane Brugler. So let's go. He's one of the guys that got a profile. So let's go talk about him. A dimebacker. I like that term. That's a good term.
I know, listen, I reacted kind of harshly, but I kind of like get the vision for this pick.
Well, he's the
If he's not a
poorest
safety.
man's
Third world
Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah. So honorable mention, he has a big old write-up on him. Holy crap, that's a big write-up. It's just the personal stuff that's got big write-up. But honorable mention, All ACC, led team in interceptions in 2021. Led team in forced fumbles in 2023. Missed a bowl game. He opted out. All right, so here we go. Strengths: tall, stretched out frame, outstanding length, light-footed athlete with an explosive first step out of his transitions. Shows functional zone cover skills and can locate the ball as a hook/curl defender. Receivers are aware of his presence on crossing routes over the middle. Can carry tight ends across the field and up the seam. Length makes it tough for passers to layer the ball over him. Plays with a large tackling radius and relies on his long arms to help him corral open field runners. Aggressive striker and goes for the thumping hit when it's available. Was a regular on punt return and punt coverage teams. Versatile experience and played multiple roles, 2 high, single high, and in the box. Started 30 games for the Hurricanes. Okay. Weaknesses: long striding speed, but struggles to close ground in man coverage or pursuit. Displays hip tightness when attempting to quickly change directions in space. Inconsistent read-react awareness from the post. Wild take-on skills with too much wasted movements when attempting to punch off blocks. Has a tough time calming his feet to break down and finish ball carriers in the open field. Finishing strength is average at best, and physical NFL runners will run through his arm tackles. Energetic play quickly becomes undisciplined. 17 penalties in his career, including 3 face masks and 9 personal fouls / unnecessary roughness flag. Played part of his sophomore season with a torn labrum in his left shoulder and had offseason surgery in 2022. Suffered a season-ending groin injury as a freshman, which required surgery. Combine medicals revealed scar tissue on his right groin, which sidelined him for his pro day. A 3-year starter at Miami. Okay, so a 3-year starter at Miami. Williams played a rover safety position in defensive coordinator Lance Guidry's scheme. One of the highest ranked recruits out of high school 3 years ago. He played multiple hybrid roles for the Hurricanes over the years and showed steady improvement each season. With his long stretched out frame, Williams has the versatility to cover and be a force player versus the run. However, his game lacks discipline, polish, and he's often caught overrunning responsibilities against both run and pass. Overall, Williams is more of a tweener athlete than a seasoned football player, but he's a full throttle enforcer with a unique skill set that will intrigue several NFL defensive coordinators. He projects best in a robber / cover 3 scheme and offers versatility in sub packages to blitz or match tight ends.
So as the Titans on their official post here have him listed as a linebacker. So
yeah,
I was just sitting here thinking, like, man, this is bad news for Otis Reese and Jack Gibbons. Day 3 of this draft.
No, this is great news for Jack Gibbons. He can go and find a job elsewhere.
He can play running back.
His RAS as a safety is a 4.6, but you change it to linebacker to 7.4.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he is aggressive. Like, he fits the mentality that they say that they're looking for on defense. And probably by most boards, a pretty good value here in the 7th round. Otis Reese is cooked. Am I on mute? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah,
I can't know. I don't.
But what do you even say? I wasn't paying attention. I can hear you, but I wasn't paying attention.
Well, I've just been talking, and
I think that was great analysis, Stoney.
Well, I'm not fishing for
we
compliments.
hear you, but we're not listening.
I didn't know if I had accidentally muted myself or something.
9 coverage stops in 2023, 6 run stops, 85.5 coverage grade according to PFF. Average depth of run tackle 8.6, which is a little above average. Played all.
Sorry, Jack Gibbons can finally live out his dreams as a healthcare professional.
The Texans take Marcus Harris.
Oh, I like that.
Of Auburn.
Good. Did they find? Hey, it only took all the way to the 7th round for them to make a good fucking pick. Oh me, oh my! So we're only 5 picks away from us closing this shit out.
We're almost here.
Wait, so we're not gonna stick around on the stream until the last pick's made?
I am not.
I'm kidding. No,
I'll do it.
I know you would. Well, what is the last pick?
I got to go to Edley's.
Is it the 60s?
I got to get on the road here soon.
What is the last pick? Do we even know?
It's 5 after the Titans pick.
Oh, okay. So it's basically the end anyways.
Yes.
I didn't know they were in on James Williams. That wasn't reported anywhere throughout the process.
That was interesting. No.
All right, so what are we thinking for this last pick then?
Gabe Hall, all defense.
I'm going with an offensive tackle because I did say offensive tackle.
Murphy,
safety, right? I'm still thinking offensive tackle. So
they've made 6 picks. 2 of them are offense, right?
Yes.
We're to stay live until they sign Andres Pete.
You really will see me fall asleep on this stream.
The Chiefs select CJ Hansen, guard from Holy Cross.
Yes! That rules. Awesome. I knew he could get drafted.
Derek wants Mevis, damn it. So
we're actually going to do it. We're going to shut this stream down here in a minute, and then we're going to start back up another special stream, a UDFA frenzy special.
Yep.
I like it.
We're just going to follow Mello's tweets for the next 3 hours.
Who made that joke already?
I think it was. Oh, was it you? Okay.
About Mello? Yeah.
Did you already make that joke?
He did make.
No, but I thought someone else already said about the live stream and just having Mello's tweets going.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Maybe I time traveled or something.
Maybe
no, that definitely was said already. So
we made 1 pick on offense. Yeah, that would be
2.
No, we've made 2.
2.
JC
Jason
Latham
Latham
and
Jaquan
Jaquan.
Jackson. Man.
Ooh, Spain Ford. Let's get wild.
Brevin.
Like it.
Jalen Coker still available.
I assume that they're going to have to sign Marcus May at this point.
Yeah.
Tehran's saying that James was also working as a linebacker exclusively at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, he was. I don't remember seeing him with the safeties.
I don't remember seeing him.
I mean, some people are really excited about James Williams. I'm not excited.
James Foster is a fan for sure.
Yeah, I like James Williams. I like I said when we were talking about Jarvis Brownlee Jr. I like in people who fly around, make hits, and don't care for their or another player's safety. So I like guys that just go out and fucking hit.
Just no regard for
No regard for
Darius Henderson, offensive tackle from Michigan.
Who took him?
Texans.
What are they doing?
What are they doing? After a really great draft last year, they were having one of the worst drafts I've ever seen. Like and
they killed free agency too,
great.
and now they're just like they spent all their time and energy. They didn't actually watch any of these guys. They're vibes picking.
This is the Die Hard 2 of drafts.
Oh man,
can we still be friends? Are we friends in the first place?
Well, you're his son or father. That's your son.
I don't even know who this person is. Do I know you on Twitter? What's your Twitter handle? I mean, yeah, we can be friends.
Ladarius Henderson.
Just don't call me Dad
Michael Pratt
anymore.
Looks like what's the guy's name from Back to the Future? Not Keanu Reeves. Winters. Dean Winters. Is that his name? No, that's not his name. But he looks like the other guy from not Back to the Future. Fuck, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Is this correct? Right. So was Jaquan Jackson at the Senior Bowl?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then every other player besides Latham has been a Senior Bowl prospect?
Yeah.
I think that's my best take from this 7-hour stream.
Paging Jared Stillman, by the way.
Yeah.
all those weeks ago, by the way.
That feels like a million years ago.
Brevin Spanford was at the Senior Bowl.
Come on.
There you go.
Driscoll
was Ethan Driscoll.
Was he?
Yeah, he was.
So was Gabriel Murphy.
Yeah, they showed a lot of interest in Ethan Driscoll at the Senior Bowl, apparently. Yeah, I'll have to put out a tweet like that, making sure to subtweet Jared's take.
Yeah.
It's incredible that they were able to draft all these players that were at the Senior Bowl without ever being there, because I was told that they couldn't do that.
Please tweet that verbatim. I already tweeted about how he's subverting the allegations of being a Senior Bowl merchant.
Yeah.
Like John Robinson. If you just don't go, nobody cares.
Right.
Also at the Senior Bowl, Sam Hartman.
Yep. So let me say this: San Francisco
That's
are big Senior Bowl people.
Sorry, not to rag on Malik Willis, but man, getting Sam Hartman in there—that's a sexy quarterback room.
Yeah,
that's too much.
That is a little bit too much. I don't know.
It is. There it is. Daniel nailed it. Guess who was at the Senior Bowl? Titans King, Chad Brinker, the real master king and mastermind behind the Titans.
It's a good point.
Kingpin.
There are going to be some good receivers and good running backs that don't get drafted that the Titans will be able to sift through.
Ken Bonds. We could just fire our scouts and just watch the Senior Bowl, save the money for the stadium. Love it. Listen, you can just hire us. There's 4 of us, and there's like 19 of them.
You know who else is at the Senior Bowl?
Callahan is a UCLA grad, Murphy alum pick. Uh-oh.
He was also at the Senior Bowl.
Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint.
Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, no.
Listen, I am telling you all. Let me say something. I'm telling y'all, in 15 years, the New England Patriots are going to put out a tweet thanking Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint for all of his years of service when he retires. And it's going to be because he's a special teams ace.
Okay. You think so?
Yeah. I think he'll be that guy that you're like, why is he getting a retirement post?
He's like Nick Westbrook-Akine.
He's not.
He's going to be a cockroach. He's going to get in the league, and he's going to be a cockroach.
I see. Okay.
So should I go pick him up off of waivers on my dynasty?
We don't even know where he's been drafted yet.
Doesn't matter. Just
apparently it doesn't matter though.
Doesn't matter.
Our draft is over. Like
these new special team rules, Marcus Rosemy-Jacksaint on your special teams could be great.
True. Is this Ravens pick in?
Traylon Burks has
Jacob's
had an
point here. I think
excellent
the incumbent, or not the incumbent, but the what's the word for somebody that's already there? I'm
the
blanking.
incumbent.
Oh, yes, yeah, okay, that's the word.
You got it, bud. You got it.
The incumbent linebackers have had a terrible weekend. The incumbent receivers have had a good weekend.
Yep.
Ravens select
2 more picks.
Oh, I missed Devin Culp going to the Bucks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about that?
I think it's okay.
Sanusi Kane.
Excuse me?
I don't know how do you
What?
say this
What did you
name.
just say?
How do you say this name? I
Wait,
don't
let
know.
me see.
Sano
Sanusi Kane.
Sanusi.
San Uzi. Come on.
I've lost my mind.
Excuse me?
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it as disrespect. I just have never heard of this guy before, so
Yeah.
no.
Glory Day Sports. JT just got the stream demonetized.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, jerk.
Let me get that Sanusi. Spitfish Sanusi.
Okay. All right.
When
49ers pick is in.
How many
Ultra
gigs do
League.
you think this is going to be when I try to download the recording from StreamYard?
Good Lord.
Oh man, why even try?
Because I'm making a
Can't you
supercut.
clip it in StreamYard? Doesn't StreamYard?
It'll be easier to download the whole thing.
Hey, do we?
honestly.
Hey, listen. I know there's no warning popped up, but do we still have? Do we have the space for it?
There was 33 out of 50 gigs taken when we started.
Okay.
So
I'm
we
glad
hours?
we're figuring this out. 7 hours into the broadcast.
We're 7 hours. Oh my, 7 hours. Of
7 hours of commercial
draft
free
talk.
shit posting.
Tatum Bethune from Florida State goes to the 49ers.
All
All
right.
right,
7
here we go.
hours
Here it
of
is.
Commercial free brain rot.
And at hour 7, the Titans are on the clock.
Literally hour 7.
That's
There's
wild.
no way it took this long last year. There's no shot.
I don't know. I think we got close to it, didn't we, Zach?
I thought we'd be. I thought we were done about like 5 or 5:30 because this
The
is
fact that we've
taking longer.
averaged over 150 people consistently for 7 hours is astonishing. What are you people doing on your Saturday?
Yeah, I can't
We're just
believe
hanging out with
that.
buds.
Thanks,
I
guys.
mean, I love. Like,
Titans
listen,
select.
Oh.
Jalen Harrell, edge out of Michigan.
I love the pick. I love the
Okay.
pick
know
because
this guy.
here's why. It totally fits the Titans fit system. So this is a good thing for me.
screenshot
personally.
that bad boy.
So Jalen Harrell right here. He was the 3rd highest edge rusher, only behind Jared Verse and Adissa Isaac. He scored in these percent. So he scored 96.3 in physical traits out of 100, 93.4 in athletic traits, and 84 on the field. He had a score of 92.2 overall. Jalen Harrell is a fantastic pick. I like what I've seen from Jalen Harrell on tape. Let me pull up one thing. Why did
Is he an
I
edge or a
lose-
linebacker?
He's an edge.
Okay.
And so he has a pass rush win rate of 20.7. So that is 4th highest in this class. And his pass rushing productivity was a 10.1, which is one of the higher marks as well. An 88.2 if you like PFF grades, but TPS on true pass sets, that's one of the stable metrics. He had an 88.2 grade. His average depth of tackle was 0.5, which is really, really good when you're talking about that. When he was tackling someone, he was tackling them like almost immediately. The big concern is run stop. He's not a run stopper, and that's where he only had a 3% run stop rate. But if you're looking for an edge, I am all in some Jalen Harrell-Lussey.
Oh my God.
Not the edge
repeat
rusher.
that. I want to write that stat down, Zach. Pass rush win rate of 20.7.
Yes, it's 20.7 His pass
4th best in
rushing
the class.
productivity, his PRP grade was 10.1. Okay, so give me 1 second. I'll filter this real quick. So that Since you're going to tweet it, please tag me.
Yeah, I already did.
20.7 is fourth best in the among the edge rushers that I have. So
Okay, that's the stat I wanted. Perfect.
Out of 31 edge rushers, he's the fourth highest pass rush win rate with 20.7 on the best defense in the entire NCAA.
I'm not sure. I mean, listen, they said they like to.
Yeah.
In the past, we've heard Brian Callahan talk about how in Cincinnati they were constantly trying to draft guys that were playing in the college football playoff, guys from big schools that were successful, and he's fitting that bill.
I'll say this, so I don't know if it's a perfect comp, but if you wanted a better pedigree version of Jalix Hunt, I think it's Jalen Harrell. Like I look at their stats are pretty similar. And of course, Jalen Harrell has similar stats to a guy who played at Houston Christian, but Houston Christian, obviously, he dominated at Houston Christian. So Jalen Harrell having stats either at the same or better than him at the Big Ten in the big leagues, that's pretty damn good. But 20.7, 10.1 pass rushing productivity, which is 10th best, tied for 10th best. And his pass rushing productivity on true pass sets is 12.8, so it goes up a little bit more on the true pass sets. It's a little bit better. But yeah, like I said, the only real knock that you would have on him, the only thing he didn't score perfectly on in these on the field traits that I used was the run stop percentage, which is, they typically like a 7%, but now it's a 7.12.
Yeah, real quick, the Titans, 5 of their 7 picks, they drafted somebody whose name starts with J.
Oh.
So.
J team. Big J team.
Big
I
J
like
team.
It. I would have preferred Gabriel Murphy, don't get me wrong, but I know that Stoney was not as high on Jalen Harrell, but I did tell him that he needed to watch it because of the Titans fit that he has. So I'll let Stoney talk about what he's seen. And then while he's doing that, I'll look up Jalen Harrell on Googler.
Probably not the edge rusher I would have taken, because I think he's got a long way to go in terms of like polish. But the athletic traits, I mean, he's a fantastic athlete, and that does show up on the tape. He's twitchy, kind of easy, natural for him to disengage from a block, pursue the play because of that quick explosiveness, short area quickness kind of deal. He's capable of selling an outside rush only to leap inside, shooting the inside gap when tackles give it to him. But I think he stops his feet quite a bit. I don't think he shows a consistent counter ability or a big, robust pass rush toolkit. And I think there's a lack of power in his game where he's just kind of washed out of plays far too easily for me. I think he's a gamble, but could yield pretty good results if you've got a good coaching staff that can leverage his athleticism and kind of teach him more about how to rush the passer as a technician. So the basis being the athletic traits, it's good. And in the 7th round, I'm fine with it. It's just not the edge rusher I would have gone with.
So he's number 21 out of all the edge rushers that Dane Brugler talked about. So number 21 over that. So like he beat out guys like Khalid Duke, Braden McGregor, Miles Cole, Javonte Jean-Baptiste, guys like that, Logan Lee, guys who went ahead of him. Brugler was higher on him. He led the team in sacks and tackles for loss. And this is, again, the best defense in the NCAA, which I think is very important to emphasize when you draft a Michigan player that was on defense. Strength, streamlined muscle tone with adequate length, screams off the edge with strong takeoff and arc speed. Creates movement by converting his initial momentum to power, forcing blockers on their heels. Can keep his rush alive with underneath counters. Efficient in the stunt game, doesn't let chips deter his mission to the quarterback, widens his radar versus the run, and stays aware of his contained responsibilities on the edge. Was up to the task a few times. His coaches asked him to drop and smother the tight end. See the 2023 Washington tape. Described as the tone setter of the defense by Jim Harbaugh. So he is the tone setter. That's big. It earns respect from everyone in the program with his play personality. Added punt coverage to his special team resume in 2023. So that's interesting as well. His weaknesses: has a tweener frame, a narrow lower body, and mediocre play strength. Speed reliant, and blockers know what is coming. Average bender with hints of stiffness in his ankles and shoulders. Most of his pass rush production came unblocked or on cleanups. Harold Landry. Setting a hard edge will be much more challenging versus NFL size and power. Doesn't have the explosive strength in his hands to jolt and discard blockers once they get their hands on him. Not ready to drop and cover backs or tight ends at the pro level. A 2-year starter at Michigan. Harold, this is the summary. A 2-year starter at Michigan. Harold lined up on the edge, 2- and 3-point stances in defensive coordinator Jesse Minter's 4-2-5 scheme, which is eerily similar to the Mike McDonald scheme, which is also similar to what Denard Wilson just came from in Baltimore. So just something to throw out there. It was part of a heavy rotation, averaged 31.6 defensive snaps per game in 2023. Oh, it's too little. I'm sorry, too little. That's what I've been told about Tavondre Sweat. Too little right there. After playing more off-ball while Aiden Hutchinson and David Ojabo were in Ann Arbor, he moved to edge rusher the last 2 seasons and led the nation's top-ranked defense in pressures. So he's got off-ball linebacker versatility that we need to keep that in mind. But he led the nation's top-ranked defense in pressures, 31, tackles for loss, 10, and sacks, 7.5 in 2023.
Wow, productive. Really productive.
Although a straight-line athlete, Harold rushes with speed and determination. He gives blockers everything he has. He isn't built the way NFL teams prefer for an every-down player, so he will be the rotational behind Arden Key, who's also rotational. But he plays disciplined as the edge setter and prides himself on being 1 of 11. Overall, Harold lacks fluidity and doesn't fool anyone with his rush plan, but he brings a ton of effort and purpose in all areas. He projects as a sub-package NFL rusher, similar in ways to 2021 Pittsburgh Steelers draft pick Quincy Roche. There's a lot to like about it, but that's a Michigan player. You know, Michigan players are always, there's a lot to like.
Especially right afterwards, where the Chargers took yet another wide receiver in Cornelius Johnson. So,
yeah.
So before we go, do we want the last thing to be like, it's going to be over in 10 seconds, so we could kind of throw out some names for a UDFA wish list.
Yeah.
Guys you'd love
Real
to
quick,
land.
your boy, the guy we've talked about so much, Kalen King, ends up going 255 to the Packers.
He got drafted. How about that?
JT Leviston went to the Rams at 254, and 256 Nick Gargiulio from South Carolina.
Oh, good mover.
Okay, so guys, you guys need to keep on your radar. Ethan Driscoll, Cole Spencer are 2 guys. Of course, Jerry Judy Lottie or whatever his name. I don't know if it's Gabe Judy Lottie. Mark Perry, Josh Proctor, Mark Perry, Al Blades are guys to get out there. I really like Dwight McGlothern if he sticks around. There's another guy. Then you still have, obviously, Gabriel Murphy, Miles Murphy, but they haven't really been connected to him. But I know they do want another edge rusher, and I do kind of wonder if maybe they're kind of like, if they took Tavondre Sweat, where are they at on the Yavi Okianoma, right? Like, we'll see. But I expect them positionally. I think it's a more useful thing to kind of look at. A running back, offensive line, safety, cornerback, linebacker, edge rusher is where I think they mainly spend a lot of their UDFAs.
I would add into there tight end. Be on the lookout for probably a tight end. I know there's a couple of them. Dallin Holker, Trey Knox, who is, for better or for worse, going to be an inline blocker basically at the next level. Could be something there. Those 2 as well, I think.
Make sure to okay, so it's in. So Jalen Key was the final pick of the draft. Safety out of Alabama. So UDFAs are going to be coming. Make sure you're tuned into Justin Mello. Thanks for you guys for joining on and with me and Stoney and doing this. We'll have to do it again next year and maybe and all that. Other than that, this is it. The Titans have picked on the final pick. We got done through talking. I would give it a solid A- draft. Maybe that's a little too high, but I think it's an A- draft for the most part. They got what they needed, and they got some players that I think that fit their system. Final grade for you, JT?
I give it a B+.
Okay.
Solid.
Stoney?
I'm going B+. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Interesting.
Easton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm between an A- and a B+.
Yeah.
Really only one pick they made that I was like,
Yeah.
about. But the rest of them, thumbs up.
Other than that, that's it for us. Thank you guys for staying on for 7-something hours for some of you guys. So we really appreciate it. No sponsors to thank because nobody paid us to do this, which is
we should work on that.
If somebody wants to do that next year,
Yeah.
let's talk.
Other than that, we really appreciate it. And this has been
much higher level analysis coming.
Hold
from
on,
all of us
huge,
on our
real
shows
quick.
this week.
Blockbuster before we get off. Former BYU quarterback Keaton Slovis, the one-time USC freshman sensation, is signing with the Colts.
There you go. Keaton
signing.
Slovis.
We're not even to the end of the draft yet.
Yeah,
We've got
No,
Anthony Richardson.
the draft's over. We're
Okay.
done.
Your
Well,
days
that's
are
fine.
numbered, Anthony Richardson. See you guys later.